Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money.
What's up, folks? We're live. We're alive. I'm live early.
Ready to
We're obviously covering all the stuff that's going on. There's so much happening.
We need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave.
I don't know why it's so the audio is so ass.
Now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore.
Oh, yeah.
The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the king.
We needed someone who's like, we needed someone who's a pliant Zionist psychopath. Machado.
Illicit drugs into the United States.
The people are welcoming us as liberators.
Indictment. He personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel.
Yeah. De la Source. De la Rose. Not real, by the way. Not a real cartel, by the way. All of this is fake.
Responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans, hundreds, thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil.
Dude.
Right now they're on a ship. They'll be heading to, ultimately, New York, and then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida.
Hasan, reading your predictions? No.
We have,
I will defend one aspect of my predictions and not defend
the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law.
But later.
And
but we'll talk about it in a second.
I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs.
The United States is the greatest terrorist of all time. It's the #1 terrorist on the planet. It's really funny that people try to act like that's not the case. It's really funny that they even try to make it seem as though there's any sort of legal justification for what we did last night. For those of you who are under a rock and unfamiliar with what took place, Donald Trump is currently giving a speech about, why we had to bomb Caracas and shit. Caracas, capital of Venezuela. The reality of the matter is, we do it because we can. We do it because we want their oil. We do it because we want their gold. We do it because we want to attack. We want to decouple anyone in our backyard, right? From collaborating or cooperating with other countries that we've declared foreign adversaries, specifically China, specifically Russia, specifically Iran. We do it for the love of the game. We do it because we can. And it's really funny when they try to come up with justifications for it, as though there's any legalese that justifies this kind of nonsense. But yes, last night, We bombed Caracas after months and months of bombing fishing boats off the coastline of Venezuela. We bombed Caracas and we invaded it militarily, but technically it wasn't a real invasion. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I made a prediction that America was not going to invade Venezuela. And then literally after I ended the stream, I think like approximately an hour after, they did do technically a special military operation, not an invasion, but a special military operation. We'll talk about the distinction in a second. And they arrested Maduro. Nicolas Maduro.
With more cities, we're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down. We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And,
of course, it's wrong, though. My prediction was wrong. It's just, there's no excuse for it. I was wrong. I did not think that Donald Trump was going to invade and then potentially occupy Venezuela. I'm done with invasion predictions. I'm done with that. Okay? I'm done. Never again will I ever say that a psychotic right-wing madman is certainly not going to invade another country. That would be so crazy. That would be so stupid. Remember the last time I made that mistake where another fucking right-wing madman decided to invade Ukraine? Yeah. Okay, here it is.
Very small help because we had no.
This is worse than Ukraine? Wait, what? No, I mean, I wasn't. It's just a fucking prediction, chatter. It's not like I wasn't actively covering Donald Trump encircling Venezuela. Calm down.
When they need us, we'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement.
Dude,
that
this guy is one speed. Maybe he just legitimately thinks when you send the military to places, you're actually saving it. You know? He's like, we saved Los Angeles, sent the Marines there. Then I sent the Marines to Caracas, saved Caracas. It's time to send the Marines.
Out when they need us.
I send the Marines to Melania's room, and they save her. Every time, everyone's saved. Everyone's saved when I send the Marines in.
The place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs
you can suck my dick.
They sent, raped, tortured and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Trinidad, and they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people, and now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or
Bro, you want to know something crazy? You want to know something fucking nuts about this? I've talked about this already. Like, the Trinidad stuff is completely overblown. It's not like a significant fucking criminal element, as we've talked about before over and over again. But the reason why there's any Venezuelan refugees in the country is quite literally because of Donald Trump, okay? First, he tuned up the sanctions to 11. Then he gave TPS to the Venezuelans. And now the Venezuelans that actually live on U.S. soil that got temporary protected status from Donald Trump are being considered violent rapist terrorists. And to make matters worse, he's bombing he bombed Caracas, he arrested Maduro, and a lot of those Venezuelans, some of them are going to be in the chat today, are going to fucking talk like this is a fantastic moment and Trump is the great liberator. Bitch, he's saying you're a rapist, okay? I need you to understand this if you are a fucking Venezuelan expat. If you are a Venezuelan refugee living in the United States of America, understand something. He is saying you're a rapist drug dealer that will get sent to fucking CCOT. Okay? It doesn't matter whether you like Maduro or whether you hate the Chavistas or whatever the fuck, okay? He will use you like a pawn. Okay? You're like a cum rag. That's it.
They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States. It's so funny
because, like, once again, Maduro, also Venezuelan, he can just lie, right? He can lie in the same exact way. He can lie about Maduro being like, oh, he's a drug dealer. He did the cartel. Fucking bullshit, you know? Complete bullshit. Complete and utter bullshit. There's no legal justification for what we did last night, and there's no real justification for it at all other than complete domination, and that's it. That's the only reason why we're doing it. And every single institution on the planet, from the Nobel Peace Prize to every single European centrist, liberal, democracy lover, appreciator, understander, is totally on board with this movement. Once again, the world is, I mean, I guess there's a little bit of honesty in it. there's a little bit of honesty in all this. Like we're just completely dropping the ball on. We're just completely dropping any notion that the Western world is actually invested in liberalism, or maybe this is what liberalism is, you know?
In the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something.
I cannot believe he kidnapped a head of state,
America
though.
will never allow foreign powers
I can't get
to
over it.
rob
It's
our
so
people,
psychotic.
drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region.
You guys can't take a terrible man doing a good thing.
Offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives, and they use those weapons.
I love the Venezuelans being like, no, you don't understand. We want the pedophilic elite to get their super profits off of Venezuelan oil and gold, and we want to make sure that the puppet Machado is actually implemented in the state of Venezuela, because I want to be a butt slave for an American pedophilic elite for the rest of my life as they extract all of the natural resources of my fucking land. And also, I want to make sure that I do 10 Hail Marys to the great holy nation state of Israel before I actually go to school every morning. This is the type of beauty. This is the type of wonder that I can look forward to under a Machado rule. Okay? So, yeah, enjoy it. Enjoy it. You deserve it. Honestly, if you're going to fucking run around talking about, like, you know, how dope this is. You know, I hope you appreciate what you get, because you are going to get it. Okay. I mean, look no further than Iraq. They welcome us as liberators, that type of shit. You already know what it is, right? That's how we do it, baby.
In a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now.
I'm almost certain this was an agreement between Maduro and Trump to keep Maduro's exodus patriotic while leaving the Venezuelans to their own fate.
Protect commerce,
I've heard this as well, but I don't know.
Resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs are, they've made our country rich. And they've made our national security stronger than ever before.
Guys, I need you to understand, every single time we've invaded a country and unlocked yet another quagmire that is incredibly costly, that is destabilizing, it was bad. But this time it will be different. Okay? I need you to understand something. This time, totally different. I know, okay, you're going to say Korea, you're going to say Vietnam, you're going to say Afghanistan, okay? You're going to say Iraq, you're going to say Somalia, but honestly, you're going to say Libya. Okay, you're going to say Syria. Why are you saying those things? This time it will be fucking different. It'll be different. It'll be different. It'll be good. Okay? Unlike those previous instances, Iran, Chile, any number of different countries, obviously, this time it will be good. It will be good. It'll be so good. And I think you guys just hate good. You hate good. You hate America. And you hate when America does good things. Trump says oil companies will go to Venezuela and start making money for the country. Yeah, it's so funny that they're just like open about it this time around, which I guess, like I said, I kind of appreciate.
Even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again.
I would like to thank
a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation. This morning, it's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us.
Hold on. Venezuela's opposition leader and potential next president, totally justifiable,
right
totally normal.
Safer place to be. So I want to thank
Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of the State of Israel. I would like to thank Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of the State of Israel.
I worked with some, they just weren't good.
It's so funny.
But this guy is fantastic.
This has to be AI. No, I think it's one of those AI translations. But if you guys don't realize how much Machado is pro-Israel, you're out of your mind. Are you kidding me? She has literally demanded. She has begged Israel. She said first of all, Juan Guaido did the same exact thing, guys. Okay? Juan Guaido, instead of taking advantage of the constitutional power that he had as the interim leader, okay, he came to the United States of America and said, I'm going to do two things. Privatize all the oil refineries so you can extract it for pennies on the fucking dollar, pure profit. And also I will move the embassy to Jerusalem. That's it. These guys literally, like, I don't know if it's because they're on the outside and they look at like what America looks like from the outside and they think, oh no, obviously Israel runs the country and that's the reason why they say stuff like that. But like for them, from their perspective, it is a consistent position. They don't just say, oh, we're going to give you guys like all the gold and all the bounty, you can plunder it. But also they will literally say like, and we are, you know, going to be super pro-Israel if you let us into power. And that is unironically what Machado was saying as well, over and over again. She just kept repeating over and over again, I'm going to let you plunder the country. You can literally rape the country. It's totally fine. That's actually what I want you to do. And also I'm pro-Israel, M Israel high.
Operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership.
I'm sorry, for the chatters who really want to hear Pete Keg's breath, DUI rapist defense secretary Pete Keg's breath. Oh, I'm sure he has something really competent to say.
Our will anywhere, anytime.
Just like how Venezuela raped the USA. Explain to me how Venezuela has raped the United States of America.
Justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't.
Hasan, who will hold anybody accountable for these evil motherfuckers? I think no one. I'll be honest with you. Moments like this, I do wish that there is a God, and I do wish that there is a heaven and hell, because I do think that like these people deserve eternal damnation, eternal hellfire for all of the monstrous bullshit that they commit to. And before people understand, like, because I know there's probably a lot of people who are like, I hate Maduro, like he's a bad guy, he stole the last election, or even people who say like, you know, his influence was waning in Venezuela and all this stuff, right? None of that justifies what America's doing, and none of that, you know, I mean, you'll see. I think what will happen next will shock you if you think that this is a good thing overall. It's not a good thing overall. It's never a good thing. It's never a good thing when America decides to intervene in the affairs of other countries, especially like this. So what are you going to do with your 50 million trader money now, you fake socialist? I don't even know what that means. What do you mean $50 million in fake socialism money? I don't know. I'm going to fund the Bolivarian Revolution again. I'm going to give it so they can get more the $50 million that I have, that I won from the poly market bet, I'm going to give directly back to the Venezuelan population so they can buy another fucking flank of S-300s that they can't use when fucking American Chinook helicopters are flying over Caracas. And I'm just sitting there watching it from afar going, oh, that's really cool. I'm really glad that you guys bought all those fucking Russian fighter jets so you could shove it up your fucking asshole. What kind of country are you? How fucking pathetic. No sovereignty whatsoever. America comes in and just rolls its dick all over your fucking capital, and you just sit there and you eat that dick. Jesus Christ, dude. As a Turkish American as well, looking at what just took place yesterday, oh my fucking God. The United Nations is sitting around literally doing absolutely nothing. Canada will do nothing. Donald Trump's already talking about how he's going to do this to Mexico now. Okay? Fucking awesome, dude. We are literally the Nazi country on the planet now. I mean, obviously it was Israel that we talk about when we talk about how the modern Nazis are now Israel, right? But we are literally behaving like the Fourth Reich. And this time it's obviously a little bit different because we have nukes. And, you know, the only other countries that can actually achieve any level of sovereignty are also nuclear armed nations as well. It's really terrifying to see this. And yeah, that's it. We just get to violate every country's sovereignty. Donald Trump is already fantasizing about, like, you know, doing the same kind of ass fucking to Mexico that he just did to Venezuela because he's bored, you know, because he's bored. He wants to go hang out with his pedophilic elite friends. He wants people to stop yelling at them. He wants maybe some of his pedophilic elite friends in the Epstein files to go and make more imperial super profits from the global south. You know, that's how it is. And before people say like, oh, you're mad, lol, or whatever, brother, you will not see a crumb of these benefits. Okay, if you think you're going to see a crumb of these benefits, you might as well already go outside of the Peter Thiel Foundation and directly tell Peter Thiel, I am your blood boy. My asshole is yours for the taking. I will satisfy you every step of the way, because you're not going to get anything out of it, right? It's just not going to happen. These guys, they're all going to fucking continue making super profits. And that's always going to be trapped in a handful of people that are super, super wealthy. You're never going to see a piece of that. And you're constantly going to be sitting around in your crusty ass boxers at home that have holes on it, eating fucking Doritos, looking at the TV in a dark room, wondering how things got so bad. But at least America's powerful. At least America gets to project power with our pedophile president who's fucking falling asleep right here. And that's what it is. You don't get to see a single piece of that power, obviously, but at least it gives you a power fantasy, right? I'm a fucking loser. I have no money. I hate my job. I'm never going to be able to retire at a reasonable age. But at the same time, America's a powerful country, and I think we can do cool shit like extract a foreign nation's leader in Caracas. Ultimately, it's not that big of a deal. Nothing really changes. Every other country's leadership is also cowardly as fuck, but who am I to say anything? I'm a fat piece of shit living in the United States of America at the heart of empire. So who am I to fucking judge what China is supposed to do in a situation like this where they actually offer a dignity, like a crumb of dignity, a crumb of sovereignty for other foreign countries, even when it's beneficial for Chinese foreign policy in general, and same with Russian foreign policy too. So we can just sit around and demand that other countries do things, but the reality of the matter is America gets to rape the world, okay? That's it. America gets to rape the planet, and we all just sit there and we can just be like, oh, fuck, this shit sucks. Or you can be one of those dumb fucking losers who voted for the America First president, and at least now gets to feel happy that we did something kind of cool. Like, I saw this in a movie, brother. We got tier 1 operators. Come on, special forces. How can you not love that? And it's like, well, you're not going to get a crumb of that, and you actually voted for the America First president, so he wouldn't do that, and instead he would actually fix the potholes in your fucking neighborhood. But the reality of the matter is those potholes are never going to get fixed because you're dumber than dirt, and you actually celebrate fucking bullshit like this. And every single one of your content creators are also going to celebrate fucking bullshit like this and yell at people like myself and say, Hasan, you hate America. Why don't you actually sit back and enjoy the fucking show for once? Why can't you celebrate shit like this? Well, the reason why I can't celebrate shit like this is because this is where we spend all of our money, okay? This is where we spend all of our money, and it doesn't even come back to you, right? It makes you feel like you're in a good position. It makes you feel like you're projecting power. It makes you feel like you're part of the team. But the reality of the matter is, even if you're like a Celtics fan, for example, at least the Celtics are making you feel good. And the Celtics are not actually, I don't know, kidnapping your fucking neighbors, or you're not giving that much money to the Celtics and then it takes the money and then gives it to like pedophile elites. I don't really know what the front office looks like for the Celtics, so I'm just using the Celtics as an example in this situation. But like, at least you get a little bit of satisfaction. But the reality of the matter is you're not actually a part of the team, right? You're not literally a part of the Boston Celtics team, but you get to celebrate it. And for a lot of Americans, that's pretty much the same thing for our Defense Department, or now the Department of War, where we basically look at the situation. We say to ourselves, oh, well, at least the Department of War is doing things. And like, I don't know, we're killing brown people overseas and stuff like that. So that's good. That makes me feel a little bit better. You know, the classic other countries are going to find today why we don't have access to healthcare. You know, that kind of thing. Well, that's a big L for you. You know, at least the Boston Celtics are not denying you health care. The American government is, though, and you're celebrating it. You're making it seem like you're winning. You're not winning shit. Just because we're punching down at others doesn't mean you're actually winning anything. You're actually losing. And you are advocating for your own demise. Anyway, let's keep going. I haven't seen this short general before. Let's see what he has to say.
Local time. And the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective, and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. one of our aircraft.
Yeah, the Chinese special envoy was in Caracas. That was part of the reason why I was like, oh, the Russian government asked for a carve out for ships that were asked for a carve out and protection for ships that were actually leaving the Venezuelan coastline and going to Russia, which America said yes to. And on top of that, the Chinese special envoy was in Caracas for the last 2 days. This, of course, led me to falsely believe that Donald Trump is actually a reasonable person and will maybe posture a little bit, but ultimately will allow these countries to continue doing trade with Venezuela. It turns out I was wrong. I was wrong on multiple accounts. Here's how I was kind of right, but I was mostly wrong. Donald Trump is insane, okay? And I know that my number one policy that hasn't changed throughout the years, which has actually gotten me into trouble before as well, is that you can't just assume someone's going to do an insane thing. Like a world leader is going to do something insane, right? The reality of the matter is there has to be a little bit of rationale for every state action, right? And unfortunately, the thing is, sometimes they are just fucking insane, right? Like when you look at the situation, you're like, oh, what's the reasoning behind this? Like, what's the rationale behind this, right? And it's ironic because I was like, oh, I'm probably going to jinx this because I said, you know, Donald Trump won't fucking invade Venezuela or China won't invade Taiwan. But I mean, I guess I still am standing by the China thing, but who knows anymore? I mean, I'm just wrong. I'm just wrong. Every time I say a country won't invade another country because it's such a stupid decision, it's so fucking insane, it's so destabilizing. Every time I say that, and it's only been twice, but it's weird that it's happened twice in such a spectacular fashion. It just happens, you know? But in any case, it's very obvious that, America's always operated off of might is right politics. For those of you who don't know, might is right politics is what are you going to do about it as a principle, right? And I guess the only difference now is that at least Donald Trump is more honest about it. Also, I just want to come back to this real quick.
I would like to thank Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of the State of Israel.
I promise we one day will have a close relationship between Venezuela and Israel.
I myself look forward to visit the State of Israel as soon as we conquer freedom. We will prevail.
And I can announce this, that our government will move our...
Do you see why it's like so strange that Zoran actually won the New York mayoral race? Because, I mean, look at this. Is she running for mayor of New York? Is Maria Machado running for mayor of New York? What is this? I will go to Israel. The first moment I win, I will go to Israel. What? What? Are you trying to be the mayor of New York City? Fuck you mean? Fuck you mean you're gonna? I myself look forward to the visit of the state of Israel. I love this, dude. I love this. Here, let's.
I would like to thank Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of the State of Israel.
Yes, we're going to talk about it. Venezuelan insiders ousted Maduro, but the U.S. does not have control over the ground. Trump is planning an interim government, which is where you will see the dysfunctions of America come into full play. Protracted and insurgent war is not a deliberate plan. It develops the void of effective governance. Yes. I talked about this before as well. The very fact that Maduro was just arming the fucking locals to the goddamn teeth in the buildup to this moment was not necessarily a threat against him, but it was more so a threat against whatever government comes next. So if the government that comes next that America is implementing, is trying to put together, is this lady.
I would like to thank Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of the State of Israel.
When this is the next government, right? Well, you're now going to have a local population of Chavistas that are obviously very fucking pissed off. And, they're still running on fumes. Listen, Chavistas... Let's just say Chavistas, not the biggest movement anymore, okay? They're not the biggest game in town anymore. They used to be. They were popping. All I'm going to say is this. They fucking stuck with Maduro, of all people, for as long as they have. If you want to understand how their loyalty is to Hugo Chavez, those motherfuckers stuck with Maduro in spite of, all of these things. So what I'm trying to say is, now those guys have a lot of guns. So obviously when you arm all the workers, it's just going to be impossible to dominate. Okay. It's like a classic dead man switch. I don't think Chavistas will fight all that much though, based on the reaction on the ground so far. Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's like a massive, it's a massive movement or a massive mobilization, but like he basically decided to send, like he was like, yeah, if you kill me, if you arrest me, then you have to deal with a permanent insurgency, right? And that's kind of what it feels like is going to happen, because these dipshits have no fucking clue. They're going to put Machado in charge or whatever. They're going to try to set up an interim government. People are obviously going to be pissed off. They're not going to be so pissed off that they'll like go out to bat to like die for Maduro. They would have done it for Chavez, but it's not Chavez no more. It's Maduro. And it's not just Maduro, it's Maduro with a destroyed economy. Anyway, let's hear what Trump has to say about these questions now.
Paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but it's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow.
Say Canada won't invade the U.S.
We're going to run it properly. We're going to make sure the people
Canada will not invade the United States of America.
We're going to make sure the people
President
that were forced
Xi,
out of Venezuela,
my people yearn for freedom. Please.
Are also taken care of.
Please. Mr. President, China will not invade America in a collaborative effort with the United Nations and Canada and Mexico. China will not invade the United States of America to liberate the American masses. Alongside the entirety of the United Nations, a coalition of the willing, alongside Canada, led by the forces of Marx Carney, and Mexico, led by the forces of Claudia.
This is an attack that could have gone very,
there you go.
Badly.
I said it. Now the opposite will happen. Okay, W prediction time.
We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of.
You have to write it on the notepad. The predictions notepad is like the death note.
We could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people.
Guys,
we're going to reimburse.
I know a lot of you are devastated today. I know a lot of you are devastated today, not because you were like big Maduro fans or whatever, but because you believed in the infallibility of the FIFA Peace Prize. And for many of you who believed in the FIFA Peace Prize and what that stood for, a prize that was invented, you know, a long time ago, of course, I know a lot of you are thinking to yourselves, how could FIFA fail us like this? Okay, why did they give a peace prize to a man who then turned around and bombed a foreign nation? As a matter of fact, a record, an award-winning president. 7 countries. Bombed 7 countries, dude. Respect. Who could do that other than Israel? Okay. America and Israel only. Okay.
Talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Your Nick Fuentes prediction came true. Frame 1. Oh, he's definitely celebrating this shit.
It required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there. A lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance at one of those people.
He already flip-flopped on Venezuela. He already turned around and said it was good to bomb Venezuela, Monroe Doctrine, shit like that. But also, but then was like, oh, maybe it's bad actually because, you know, maybe this benefits Israel or something. Like he's inconsistent. He doesn't have like a real firm commitment to anything. And I suspect he doesn't even have a real firm commitment to anti-Semitism either. I think he's just like farming the anti-Semitism stuff. I mean, is he an anti-Semite? Absolutely. Will he maintain that position? Certainly to a degree. But I think he will, like, if he had a crumb of clout from institutional Republicans, he'd drop this Israel shit in a heartbeat. Like he would never go as hard on Israel or Jews if it meant like he could be, I don't know, Charlie Kirk.
Make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Yes, a lot of you are also saying, Hasan, some of your merch is quite outdated now, needs to be updated. If you guys want, my suggestion is you can get one of those like white Sharpies and write Venezuela under all of the coups that we have successfully implemented. I apologize. America does more coups than my printers can actually, follow up on.
He does have to watch his ass.
Mr. President, did you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved.
Sure. We call members.
Bro, if you're not a Venezuelan, shut the fuck up. Every single Venezuelan is against you. I don't care. Okay? I genuinely don't care. I don't even give a shit about Maduro, and I certainly don't care about what the, you know, what people are saying about how this is awesome, this is cool. I care about America as an American citizen, okay? And I think raping Venezuela like this so that a bunch of Trump's pedophilic friends can continue drawing up imperial super profits is probably not beneficial for American citizens. If you don't care about your own country and you don't care about Venezuela potentially turning into another fucking Iraq, then I don't care either, okay? I'm looking at this simply from the perspective of where my tax dollars are going. So how about you shut the fuck up, okay? None of this standpoint theory bullshit. None of this they're gonna welcome us as liberators bullshit. I don't give a fuck, okay? The Iraqis said the same thing too. Okay, look at them now. Oh, Libya, we are welcoming the intervention. This is great. We're going to fucking kill Gaddafi with a bayonet. We're going to shove a bayonet in his asshole. Look how wonderful Libya turned out. Look how wonderful Iraq turned out. Look how wonderful Syria is turning out. I don't give a shit. I don't care about the fucking local population's demands. And neither do these guys. You think this guy gives a shit, dumbass? If you're a fucking Venezuelan in the United States of America right now because you escaped because you hated the Maduro repression, you hated the fact that your economy was on fire, partially, you know, because of this fucking dipshit to begin with, and now you're hearing him quite literally state over and over again that you're a rapist, decapitator, terrorist who is a drug dealer of epic proportions that must be deported instantly, and you're still going around thinking that this guy has your best interest at heart. I think you're a fucking idiot, you know? What do you want me to say? You're a fucking moron. You literally do not have any understanding of how hard you are getting fucked right now. You're getting fucked on both ends, okay? So no, I don't care. I don't care about standpoint theory. This is not a fucking liberal stream, okay? There is no bodies in spaces happening here. You can't just come in here and be like, oh no, as a Venezuelan, this is great actually. I don't care, okay? Like, what the fuck? Who the fuck do you think this is for? Who? What are we doing? What are we doing? I don't care about your perspective at all. I care about this as an American citizen. Why the fuck are we wasting money on this shit so that, I don't know, ExxonMobil can control the entire oil production, okay? So that the United States of America can have a fucking significant upper hand in negotiations against China? In the heavy crude refinery side of things, so that America can have an even harder leverage position against Canada, which is getting oil from Venezuela, China that's getting oil from Venezuela. That's great for you as a Venezuelan. This is going to improve your life, you think? It's not. You know, congratulations. I'm really happy that the American State Department is advancing its fucking goals, okay? And they're not even making a big show of it, right? They're just lying. Everybody understands that they're lying. Like, oh, this is about drug deals, okay? This is because Venezuelans are actually trafficking drugs into the country. It's so stupid that even the average American didn't believe it. You know, 70% of the country didn't want this to happen. Obviously, now that it has happened, 70% of the country will actually get excited that it did happen. Let's be real. A lot of people are dumb fuck, servile little hogs. But everything is a lie, you know? Everything is a fucking lie. They're saying, it's just, they say it's America first. It's not exactly America first. It's mostly America last. It's American capitalist first, that's for sure, you know? And the irony is, Trump also very clearly keeps stating his desires. He's like, that's my oil. I want it, okay? And there are still motherfuckers who are sitting around being like, excuse me, this is actually a real revolution.
What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population
Hasan is just radical left-wing Trump will never do nothing in his takes. Hasan should go back to his sand country and talk about his leaders the way he talks about Trump. He will be dead. Again, you're coping. You're coping maximum style. You're coping because the boot is lodged so far up your asshole that you've actually begun to enjoy the taste of it in your mouth. Okay? It's lodged so far up your asshole that it's actually coming out of your mouth right now, the boot. You don't win anything here, okay? You don't win anything here. And I've said this over and over again. You don't win anything when we bomb Yemen. You don't actually win anything when we bomb Caracas. You don't win anything when a new puppet is installed in Venezuela. You don't win anything at all.
To our country should never be forgotten.
European Hours of Cook does not go lie, bunch of LARPers. Yeah, that's another one of the funniest. I think the thing I respect the least is a European, a Euro cuck that actually LARPs as an American MAGA guy. I have no respect for you. European liberals, at the very least, have the dignity not to do shit like that. So if you're a European, if you're a Euroid cuck that LARPs as a MAGA guy, like you're like, I'm a European nationalist, like, and I love Donald Trump, you are the most servile, peasant-minded moron that I've ever encountered. Okay? Straight up. You have been one-shotted by the worst propaganda of all time. No cool outfits, no nothing. Just a fucking self-interested, narcissistic moron who is more invested in ensuring that the pedophilic elite continue drawing super profits for both him and his besties. Okay? It doesn't help you at all. Europe gets shafted every step of the fucking way, and you're over here LARPing like you're a part of the American patriotic movement when the American patriots aren't even getting anything out of this either.
In Venezuela, and the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States.
Yeah,
and
now he's
frankly,
threatening
some
Colombia,
want to stay,
now he's threatening
want to
Mexico.
go back. Yeah.
So, Mr. President, what's being done to protect Americans in the country, and were any of the detained Americans
Well, right now they're
arrested
very
last
protected
night?
because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people of, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Are you concerned that bad elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago.
And what can you
Okay,
say
wait,
about
behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it.
Did you catch him saying he's confident Maduro's vice president will help make Venezuela great again? Yeah, I think. Oh, so that actually changes the calculation a little bit. That means Ukraine is fucked. Okay, I mean Ukraine was already fucked, but Ukraine is actually omega fucked. That means that there's a likelihood that this was like a deal that they designed with Russia. You know, you do whatever the fuck you want in Ukraine. You rape and pillage Ukraine all day, every day. We take Venezuela. You know, a little bit of a side deal there.
But we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba.
Because the VP, if I'm not mistaken, I think the vice president is currently in Russia, right?
I gave you a statement a few minutes ago, but when the president speaks, you should take him seriously. So suffice it to say, you know, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile, but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way, you know,
one thing you should always ask yourself is, what is kidnapping a foreign nation state's leader going to do for my grocery prices, right? Like, am I actually benefiting from this? If you want to do that super selfish calculation, do the super selfish calculation, right?
Yeah, look, if I lived in Havana, I might be concerned, at least a little bit.
Cutting off the oil flow to Cuba from Venezuela?
Well, the president already announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned,
HasanAbi having deja vu, but he's older.
It's not going to be allowed to get there. So that's an
The answer is yes.
Mr. President,
Is the U.S. aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. Really, no, we haven't.
how many hesitations about Machado?
Mr. President, on Monday.
Oh, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect.
Mr. President,
is it possible that the U.S. ends up administrating Venezuela for years?
Oh, shit.
Well, you know, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial, so it's not going to cost us anything.
Oh,
We
no.
will.
Okay, so they might have actually cut a deal with Russia then.
Countries that aren't
Oh my God, they might have actually.
all over the world. That's what that was.
Okay, never mind.
You don't want to have that, but we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil
So what? They just cut a deal with the fucking military hardliners, the party hardliners, the military, and like Maduro's vice president. Is that what it is? And Maduro's VP is
everything that we spend. So it's going to be a very important. This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries, and we also have to have energy. Very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look. It was such a disaster. So what's going to happen?
The money coming out of the ground will fund running the country. Americans, when you enjoy your treats, you are benefiting from this empire. On some level, you're complicit in this. It's so funny to say this because that unironically is the argument that that's the argument that third worldists obviously present, and it's understandable for them to say it. But that's also the copium from the right-wing Trump supporters as well, where they're like, no, we actually do benefit from this. Come on, think about it. And it's like, no, you don't. Okay? Like, they don't. It's just only the super, super wealthy. It's not going to have any significant benefit for the average American living in like West Virginia. You know what I mean? It's just not going to happen. They think that, and they're going to cope about it, and they're going to keep saying like, oh, it's actually fucking dope, dude. Oil prices are going to stabilize, actually. It's going to be fucking awesome. It's like, oh, really? Because it doesn't seem like the rest of the inflation is pegged to the fucking barrel of oil prices anyway. So it kind of doesn't feel like it because you haven't really been experiencing those price drops that you thought were coming when Donald Trump finally, I don't know, deported enough Guatemalans or whatever.
He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly, and there are a number of them, and we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won, so obviously the people liked what I did, and one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted.
What? I'm not taking sides here, but overdose deaths have gone down in the States since 2024. While it's not all from Venezuela, but also the border. Brother, you're not taking sides here, but you are stupid because, one, overdose deaths went down in 2024 under the Biden administration, and the only reason why they actually went down is because of all of the fucking initiatives that I am the only one who fucking seemingly talked about. No one in the mainstream media really did. But because of the Biden administration's actions in terms of fucking safe needle sites and harm reduction initiatives, which ironically enough, Fox News regularly railed against and said was bad and wrong. So none of that actually matters because most Americans are fucking stupid. And mass availability of Narcan is another major point here as well. Biden did do that. The administration actually didn't really celebrate it at all, didn't even talk about it at all because they're fucking stupid, like the Biden administration is. The Democrats were so dumb that they didn't even bring that up as a talking point ever because they were too afraid. They were too afraid of the Republicans consistently saying, oh, you're giving homeless drug addicts free heroin. You're giving homeless drug addicts free heroin. Yeah, guess what? Harm reduction seemingly was the only initiative that was actually successful in combating opioid deaths and overdoses in general. But of course, no one will ever have that conversation, and people like yourself will imagine that it's because they closed the border down somehow, and that's the reason why drugs are no longer killing people at the same rate.
So I only give 1/4. I thought the easiest one would be, one of the easier ones would be Russia, Ukraine. It's not. And they both have done some pretty bad things. And look, that's Biden's war. That's not my war.
All that stuff started in 2017, so you're so wrong, spreading misinformation.
It was 27.
Wait, what?
27,000 the month before. 30,000.
You think it's not because of the extra fucking harm reduction initiatives that were railed against by the Republicans?
I got NATO to pay
needles
5%
and safe injections
instead of the 2% that they weren't paying. They weren't paying 2, now they pay 5. And we send them
Narcan mass availability, all the stuff,
missiles and various other things, a lot. And they pay. The United States is not losing money. We're probably making money on that. It's the last thing I care about. I just want to stop all those people. We're losing 25, 30,000 human
What
beings
did my Sex Panther
that come
Hakeem
from
Jeffries
two places
say?
that are very far away. But if I can stop, because it's something I've been pretty good at doing, deals, I guess. It's all a deal. Life is a big deal. But if I can stop that war and stop 30,000 young people, in addition to the fact that people are being killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other cities throughout, a much smaller number, but they're being killed, viciously killed. So I'm not happy about it. I thought that would be something that would get solved. We have Mr. Witkoff here. I think that we're making progress, but that's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, it would have never happened. Putin says it. Everybody says it. If I were president, that would have never happened. But I inherited that war. That was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. I came into the situation, and it's a mess. And I will say this. I watched an operation last night that was so precise, that was so brilliant. I mean, it was incredible. If we had our people, like this general and our people involved, that war would not have gone on very long, that I can tell you. That war, to use an old term, that war has become a bloodbath, and we want it to get stopped. Thank you very much.
Are you concerned a rogue Venezuelan general can take over the country?
Can you talk about your conversation with the vice president?
Anyway, this is definitely not the right attitude of a FIFA Peace Award recipient. I agree. It's very cool. He said Cuba next. He said Mexico next. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that took place. He said Mexico better figure it out. Piers Morgan, incredible operation. Maduro was protected by massive security. How Delta Force got him out will be the stuff of movies. Yeah, scoops from mainstream media. Venezuela's Maduro was captured by Delta Force, U.S. military's elite special mission unit. Sources tell me. It's so funny. It reminds me of, like, you know how people fucking say stuff like, oh, dude, remember who you're fighting for? You know, that kind of thing. Remember who you're fighting for? And it's like the fucking grunt and the helmet, and there's a photo inside of it. And it's just, inside of that photo should just be a photo of this, and then a photo of Jeffrey Epstein, and a photo of maybe Benjamin Netanyahu. You know, like, if you're in the Delta Force and you're like, hell yeah, brother, I trained my whole life so I can fucking do hoorah shit, do cool ass military stuff like I watched in the movies. And then you take your helmet off and you look down at it, and it's just a photo of a fucking countries with the largest oil reserves. Remember who you're doing this for, okay? You are fighting for the bottom line of Exxon, Chevron, Shell Corporation, Halliburton, British Petroleum. You are fighting for them, okay? You're not fighting for yourself. You're not fighting for anybody. You're not fighting for freedom, democracy, any of these fucking bullshit-ass liberal values that people actually use to... Yep, that's it. Yep, exactly. Never forget who you're fighting for, okay? Just remember that. You're fighting for this. You know, oh yeah, I watched Delta Force. I played all the video games. Oh, I'm fucking so sick. Okay, cool. Livid? I mean, there's not really much one can do here. There's not really much one can say or do. What do you say? What do you do? America's on autopilot. That's just the reality. That's it. America's just on autopilot. It's like 70% of the country could be like, I don't want this to happen. And Trump will be like, nope, it's happening. And everyone thinks it's awesome. Great day to be an America First bootlegger who voted for the most Israel First admin that guts social programs, won't fix infrastructure, cuts tax for the super wealthy, and spends all of its money instead on bombing Venezuela and stealing its oil for super profits of the pedophilic elite. I don't know why XQC is saying this, because he's already made a woke pivot. I'm a little bit confused by that. Because although he did, hype up Donald Trump and stuff, he is making a woke pivot as of late. I mean, he was one of the only content creators I saw come out of the gate swinging against the Nick Shirley shit. Maybe he's laughing at Americans, probably, because I don't think XQC will defend the Trump administration all that much. So not sure what he means here. Probably making fun of Americans, which we deserve it. Let's be real. Maybe he's posting this Maoistly. Yeah, he's a Maoist third worldist. Saw that motherfucker arguing with his audience for 3 hours on how dog shit the Nick Shirley video is. Motherfucker's a professional contrarian. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I saw his Nick Shirley video. It was actually surprising. It was a breath of fresh air seeing it was actually a breath of fresh air seeing him say stuff like, you know, what if, yeah, this is what I saw. This video is actually pretty solid. And I think he realizes that, you know, the attitude has shifted. He's better at room reading than many others are. So great take from XC. Let's take a look.
That is not going to benefit us and our communities is absolutely insane.
Okay, well, I mean, okay, then your money's going to Israel. Does that not outrage you in any way, or what? Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. So now what? Now what? By comparison, if you had $1 and you paid in taxes, let's keep it a buck. 50 cents went to the army, 1 cent went to the Somali, whatever the fuck you claim, and probably 30 cents went to Israel. Now what? Now what? But no, oh my God, guys, watch out. Guys, the fucking Somali. Fuck, man.
He's saying if you got $1, if you're, you know, from every $1 that you spend in your taxes, 1 cent went to like Somalis doing fraud with it, but 50 cents on the dollar went to Israel, and the rest of it went to the American military. Then who do you think is a bigger recipient, or who do you think is a bigger fraudster? Is it the random Somali guy that you suspect of doing fraud, or is it the nation state of Israel? And he's right. This is the correct attitude to have in this situation. I will, of course, go back to translating XQC Pepega speak now that he has decided that he's every now and then going to have some good takes, such as this one. But yeah, that's the situation. Overall, I know that for a lot of people, their only assessment of the world revolves around like what their least favorite content creator is saying and doing, right? Someone like myself, they'll be like, oh, does this trigger Hasan? Then it's probably a good thing. I just need you to understand, this is not a moment where I'm like, oh my God, triggered or whatever. I'm just frustrated. I'm always frustrated. Nothing is going to change. But you have to understand why I'm frustrated, right? In your mind, you might assume that I'm frustrated because, oh, I had this like unlimited loyalty to Maduro, right? Or Maduro is a socialist, he's a communist. You're triggered because a communist is getting their comeuppance or whatever. No, I don't give a shit about any of that stuff. What I do care about is exactly what I'm saying, okay? As an American taxpayer, I want these fucking taxes to actually fund the infrastructure. I want these taxes to fund our schools. I want these taxes to fund a robust welfare structure that actually helps regular ass Americans like many of you that are sitting in this chat who are excited at the prospect of getting an ownage on a epic own on a triggered libtard or whatever. Okay. And I believe that every single action that's taken, every time that we decide to send the military over there to bomb another country so that we can actually directly steal their natural resources, we're actually destabilizing the world pretty significantly. We're causing mass displacement to take place. We're actually making sure that everyone in the global south is constantly fucking kept down. And on top of that, none of those profits are even coming back to your pockets anyway, right? All of that is directly going into the pockets of the super, super wealthy. But a lot of you, I think, have deluded yourselves into this false fantasy that as long as America is dominating other countries, it's kind of like I'm on that team and I'm dominating them too. You're not. You're actually being dominated pretty aggressively, and you will never really realize it unless you fucking snap out of it, right? There's a reason why many people in the, America First contingency were saying, oh, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump because he's the peace president, right? Kamala Harris is a warmonger. Donald Trump is going to do peace. And obviously, Donald Trump was never going to do peace, as I said over and over again throughout the election cycle. And it was very frustrating because the Democrats didn't actually take a pro-peace position at all. They thought that they could outflank their Republicans on like hyper patriotism or whatever when they own that space in its entirety. Having said that, this is just pure terrorism. It's immoral. It's bullshit. But it's not even pure terrorism that's actually going to line up your pockets. But at least, I guess, in the most pathetic way possible, you can feel like you're powerful because the American government is projecting power, right? I guess that's it. I guess that's what you can look forward to in your dog shit ass life.
Christ, man. My shit's not, my shit's cold in my room. Fucking Somali. Yo, my money, I'm not being paid a lot to my job. Fucking Somali. Fucking fuck, man.
How can you be so frustrated with your life of luxury and boundless happiness? You are not actually doing anything to change the world. You only bitch and bitch. This is true. And I always find this kind of commentary to be pretty funny because this is basically saying, brother, you're rich. Why don't you just go do rich guy stuff? Why don't you go invest in Lockheed Martin stocks? Why don't you go invest in ExxonMobil stocks and just keep collecting cash? You already won. You could do capital accumulation. Why don't you go join the ranks of the actual elite instead of consistently advocating against them? Now, instead of realizing that maybe it's because this is just my worldview and I think that we could do better, a better future is possible, better redistributive policies are possible, and that I will continuously, stubbornly defend those principles, you just don't understand it. You're like, why don't you just do the same thing that, Richard Branson is doing? And I find it very strange. You have no money, okay? You got no bitches. You got no capital. You're defending capitalism. You're defending American imperialism. You're not even getting any of the fucking super profits. So why the fuck are you defending that? At least if I'm a class trader, I'm taking an honorable stance here. You are a class trader, and it's actually against your best interest. No, I say you don't done nothing but bitch. Go help people. Go feed the poor. Go help people who need help. Okay, I am doing that, but that's besides the point. You're just mad that I'm fucking talking. Okay, you're mad that I'm criticizing America in this moment. So you have to be like, no, you. And it's partially because I'll keep it a buck. It's partially because I'm accessible and the American president and the pedophilic elite are not accessible. So in your mind, it's probably much easier to just like go chirp in the fucking chat of a Twitch streamer who ultimately has no power, but at least with the marginal amount of influence he has is trying to do what is best, right? Trying to organize people, trying to push people in the right direction, trying to do broad awareness, But that's it. If I'm doing nothing, what the fuck are you doing? All you're doing is yelling in a Twitch chat. All you're doing is typing in a Twitch chat at the end of the day. And the reason why you're doing that is because you can't actually break through to any of these actual people with positions of power. So in your mind, you have to turn around and make me seem to be like this most powerful person in your life. That's it. U.S. wimped out on a land war in Europe and 2-decade hostile posture towards China so we could return to his pastime of brutalizing Latin America. I know American imperial hegemony appears as unchecked as ever, but this behavior of a power in decline, looking for weaker and weaker opponents to beat up in lieu of any other national project. I mean, that's precisely what's going on here. Yeah, it is pretty funny to watch people do this thing, though. Like, I'm just sick. America's one of the most disgusting countries in all of human history. Move there, then busta. What? Saying you don't actually like America's unimaginably violent actions overseas means that you should go and like live under the bombing campaign is such a strange argument. It's not an argument at all. And I assume that this GIF that he was posting was actually just a GIF of how he's feeling at this very moment when he typed this, rather than saying that Anthony Fantano is stupid. I'm confused by this, but he has made a woke pivot on some things, but I guess not on this one. But maybe he'll download the correct talking points in a little bit. I suspect that the correct talking points would be downloaded once he watches, like, I don't know, the last Destiny video or something. And then, whatever position he takes, XQC will try to also repeat. But I'm here for it when he takes the woke position every now and then. Bro, does bro think Canada is safe? The Yakubian audacity. Professional contrarian, when it becomes popular, he will go against it or when D tells him what to think. Yeah. Not that it matters. Why the fuck are we talking about what XQC has to say about anything? Is this how far we have devolved? The answer, I guess, is yes. It is how far we have devolved. This is kind of, the way we operate, I guess. It's pretty funny that the American government is not even like giving us the dignity of lying nowadays. That's pretty, I find that very interesting. Like they didn't even try to put out like a strong propaganda front to be like, this is why we have to do it. They didn't even manufacture consent. They were just like, oh, you guys hate this? Well, guess what? We're going to do it anyway. Suck my dick. And plenty of people will look at that and go, no, we'll suck your dick, sir, Mr. President. We love that you are so powerful. We love that you make us feel powerful, because that's where we're at nowadays. I think it's just like people want soothing, right? I think people are desperate to feel like they have any sort of control in their lives, any sort of power in their lives. And I guess American militancy, American adventurism the American empire projecting its strength, even though it's literally dying. And these are the dying gasps of a dying empire. And many people don't realize it. Will make them feel a little bit better about their current position, their current conditions. But here is J.D. Vance, everyone's least favorite vice president, saying, the president offered multiple off-ramps, but was very clear throughout this process. The drug trafficking must stop. I love that one. Hey, drug trafficking. Okay, there you go. I love that. It's cool. It's cool. He's like, he's doing the actually all the time. Like this is it. He is Mr. Actually, which is pretty awesome. He has to actually everything. Donald Trump will just come out and be like, I think Venezuela is woke and gay. That's why I invaded it, because I hate it. And also because I think they stole the election in 2020. And JD Vance has to be like, actually, the reason why we're invading Venezuela is because they're actually a narco trafficking hub, even though there's no evidence to suggest this. And no one is really even trying to fake evidence to make it seem like that's really the case. You know, Bernie's statement. Let me hear it. Let's see. He's going to say something shitty about Maduro. Oh, wow. He doesn't, it seems. Donald Trump has once again shown his contempt for the Constitution and the rule of law. The president of the United States does not have the right to unilaterally take this country to war, even against a corrupt and, oh, no, he is saying corrupt and brutal dictator Maduro. Okay. I need you guys to understand something. Okay. I don't give a fuck how dog shit Maduro is. I need to make this very clear. Okay. The moment that you turn around and you go, oh, well, it's a corrupt and, tyrannic rule of Maduro. Brother, we're the American government. Do you understand how much more corrupt and tyrannical we are? Even just by like our unlimited allegiance to Israel, right? Like, what are we talking about here? If we're looking at if we're looking at pound for pound, like corruption and tyranny, I mean, the very fact that we just kidnapped the head of a fucking state, that's a foreign nation state, brother. That's like, you're trying to be like, oh, Maduro is really repressive against like student protesters. He's like killing protesters, right? Like, it's like, oh, wow, I can't believe he's doing that. Is that fucked up? Absolutely. Okay, absolutely. What we do is infinitely fucking worse, even in this argument. And when you bring shit like that up, all you're doing is basically get people to read that and go, okay, if he's actually a corrupt and brutal dictator, why should I feel bad that Donald Trump arrested him? Because the reality of the matter is, why should you feel bad, right? Why should you even remotely feel bad? Why? Because you care about like process? Really? That's the reason why we're against intervention in Venezuela, because process was not applied? It's stupid. And this is exactly why Trump wins on these arguments, right? Because liberals don't ever talk about this from the perspective of like the average American. They never talk about this like, why the fuck are we bombing Venezuela, dude? What? Fix the potholes, Why are we bombing Venezuela? Give us free healthcare. Spend the money on something good, right? Instead of making sure that Exxon generates higher profits next quarter. Like, this is fucking unacceptable. That's all you need to say. You don't need to do this like, oh, Donald Trump is not following the legal process here. That's all fucking, if this is the best we have on the Democratic Party, we're cooked, That's it. The president of the United States does not have the right to unilaterally take this country to war, even against a corrupt and brutal dictator like Maduro. The United States does not have the right, as Trump stated this morning, to run Venezuela. Congress must immediately pass a war powers resolution to end this illegal military operation and reassert its constitutional responsibilities. I mean, the rest of this stuff is good, right? Trump's attack on Venezuela will make the United States and the world less safe. It's true. This brazen violation of international law gives a green light to any nation on earth that may wish to attack another country to seize their resources, to change their governments. Also true. This horrific logic of force that Putin used to justify his brutal attack on Ukraine. Also true. Trump and his administration have often said they want to revive the Monroe Doctrine, claiming that the United States has the right to dominate the affairs of the hemisphere. I mean, we kind of haven't really let go of that principle, if we're being real. Maybe we've just like escalated it a little bit more, but they've spoken openly about controlling Venezuela's oil reserves, the largest in the world. This is rank imperialism. It recalls the darkest chapters of U.S. interventions in Latin America, which have left a terrible legacy. It will and should be condemned by the democratic world. It won't be condemned by the democratic world. It won't be. Europe is comprised of cucks. I'm sorry to say this. I apologize to the European chatters in here that know this reality. I hate to say it. I mean, obviously we're Americans, right? We're doing the evil here. But the reality of the matter is European leadership is unimaginably cucked. And I think savvy fascists will take advantage of that, even though they will also be cucked to American interests, but they will at least position themselves as not being cucked a little bit while simultaneously being like pro MAGA, which is this weird thing that I'm seeing from the Le Pens of the world, right? On the one hand, they try to talk like they want separation from, the corrupt bureaucracy of the European Union, while on the other hand, they will literally be pro NATO down to the fucking last breath, right? Yeah, the Meloni method. They will follow the Giorgia Meloni method, as she very clearly did, taking somewhat of an anti-NATO stance, taking an anti-European Union stance, only to be the loudest advocate for EU and NATO, but just making the country more right-wing in general in its domestic affairs. This is funny. If we leave dictators like Maduro unchecked, we will pay the price down the line. Do we really want an egomaniac like that in the Western Hemisphere? I've also heard that Maduro might have actually been hanging out with elite pedophiles, okay? We can't let that stand. What if he begins bombing civilian vessels in our ocean or invades or abducts our president with no approval from his voters or government? This is scary behavior beyond what we could ever accept. I agree, chatter. That's a good one. I like that. Yeah. What if there was a country in the Western Hemisphere led by a corrupt psychopath who was just bombing civilian ships? Also, that's the joke. The chatter is doing a joke. For those of you who don't understand, this is a joke. He's saying the things that we have done. Is the Turkish government also cucks like EU? Oh my God. Oh my God. The Turkish government is an even bigger cuck than the European Union. Well, yes, they are. Yes. Nicholas, breaking. Deposed Venezuelan leader Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, will face charges after an indictment. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi says one of the charges is him having a gun, by the way, I think. Is that real? I can't tell if that's fucking fake or not. Like I heard, it's like dumb shit where is it? Yeah, Felix says, Nicolas Maduro, you are under arrest for having consensual sex with an adult woman. May God have mercy on your soul, you sick bastard. It's not. It's to do with his possession and intent to supply narcos. Yeah, the very real narco terrorists. Oh, shit. I didn't realize. Oh, I love this fucking country, man. What a dumb fucking nation state this is. Bro, now defending dictators law. Oh my God. Oh, it's awesome. You're right. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. You got me. Dude, the mind of the Western chauvinist is just filled to the brim with holes, right? Like dictators. Oh my God, I can't believe you're defending dictators. That's awesome. Like, brother, as far as like awful shit that any leader has done, right? Do you feel like what Maduro has done so far reaches even the standard of what Donald Trump just did? Like just today, literally just last night, what you experienced last night, what you saw last night. Anyway, I don't disagree with your take, but it makes me wonder, do you think there's ever a point where invasion is justifiable? Yes, Israel. It'll never happen though, because it's a nuclear armed nation state. And also an extension of America. Yeah. It's also pretty funny because, like, even the Trump administration didn't try to present that argument, really. Like, they didn't even do that. They didn't even do that, like, liberal shit. We're actually doing this to save the Venezuelans. Like, they just straight up were like, I want the oil. You have oil, it's mine. And there are still people that are trying to do propaganda after the fact when the administration is not even doing it. The administration is like, we're pirates. You have bounty. We will plunder. We will rape. We will pillage. And there are still people in the chat being like, no, you don't understand. Actually, they're doing this to save. They're doing this to save Venezuelan democracy. It's like, who is this for? Is this for yourself? Do you think someone is going to hear your statement in this chat and go, you know what? even though the American government that I do not trust any longer to have my best interest in mind has openly stated their desire for why they're bombing Venezuela and kidnapping Maduro is actually just to literally rape Venezuela, I'm going to still assume that there is some decent purpose here, some honorable purpose here. At what point will people go, yeah, maybe America doesn't really care about installing democracy elsewhere and simply installing puppet leadership so they can keep, farming they can keep unlawfully extracting all the natural resources from the global south. And it won't even actually return with redistributive policies into the pockets of the average citizen either. It'll just go to a handful of elite pedophiles. It's pretty cool. Nah, keep assuming that the American government is actually doing world police shit. Here's the new president of Venezuela.
30 million.
CNN's Aaron Burnett cheerfully announced that Venezuela and its people are owned by the United States.
Venezuela has a population of 30 million people, and now that is owned by the United States. Just to think about it from such a simple black and white set of numbers like that, Venezuela.
Fucking awesome. A large portion of American incels like the LARP as Vikings while simultaneously never leaving their house. Those cucks love this. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Pam Bondi indicted for possessions of machine guns. Yeah. It's pretty funny because what do you call it? Donald Trump last month pardoned an actual cocaine kingpin who was an actual leader of a foreign nation state who actually went through the legal process and was found to be guilty in trafficking tons of cocaine into the United States of America. So this actually makes the situation even funnier because once again, my GOAT, Donald Trump, he is so good with this, okay? He will literally be like, I'm pardoning every, major fucking fraudster while simultaneously putting the beat on every Somali person and assuming that every Somali person is actually defrauding the Medicare system or something. Well, literally openly pardoning people who have stolen billions from Medicaid or Medicare, right? It's pretty funny. He'll just literally do one thing and then claim that he's actually fighting against that thing by putting the crosshairs on a totally separate enemy. Yeah. None of this is credible when you remember that Trump pardoned former Honduran president and convicted drug trafficker Juan Orlando Hernandez. It was never about drugs. It's U.S. imperialism manifest. And it's kind of funny because Donald Trump is basically saying that too, right? It's not like he's hiding it. He is kind of open about it, which makes this really funny because then you see liberals try to defend us somehow on liberal grounds, America world police grounds and shit like that. And it's who is this propaganda for? Is it for you? Do you want to feel comfortable with this kind of thing? Is that why you're no, Mr. President? It's you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Alex Jones Kanye West conversation where Kanye West was like, I love Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler invented the microphone. And Alex Jones was like, no, you're not supposed to say it like that. You're supposed to say no, you hate, you don't hate Jews, right? You don't hate Jews. You're just skeptical. You're just skeptical of the globalist elite, right? And Kanye was like, nah, I just hate the Jews and hate Kanye West. I hate Adolf. I love Adolf Hitler, hate Benjamin Netanyahu, all this stuff, right? And it's kind of like that with liberals, where it feels to me like the liberals are just basically going, no, you're actually doing this for world police stuff, right? You're doing this because you're the world police and you're installing democracy in Venezuela, right? And the Trump administration is like, nah, not really. I just want the gold. I just want the oil. I want the land. I want to rape and pillage. I'm bored. I want to rape and pillage because I'm bored. And liberals are like, no. You don't understand. The dominoes will fall about the dangers of socialism. Everyone will learn about the dangers of socialism if we actually, dethrone this corrupt autocratic dictator, right? And Trump still turns around and is like, nah. He might as well openly come out and be like, you guys were talking too much about my best friend who recently passed away, Jeffrey Epstein. And I did this because I really was bored and I didn't want you talking about that no more. And liberals would still be like, actually, this intervention was justifiable because the people of Venezuela have spoken. Donald Trump could literally come out and be like, I'm doing this because I love Jeffrey Epstein and I'm sad. I'm suffering from my best friend's death. Okay, my best friend's untimely demise really hurt me in ways that you cannot comprehend. And I also want the oil, and I also want the gold. Okay, and this is just how I grieve. And liberals will still find a way to try to defend it. Lulu Navarro says, I covered Venezuela since the Chavez era. The real issue is the paramilitary gangs controlled by the regime and the Cuban intelligence operation that's all over Venezuela. What comes next, of course, is the real challenge. The New York Times chimes in. The real problem is Cuba. Yeah. Here's what the real problem is. Not illegally deciding to implement phony charges unilaterally and kidnapping the head of a fucking foreign nation state overnight while bombing foreign soil without following any process whatsoever, single-handedly doing all this while openly admitting that you're doing this so that your best friends, so that your fucking best friends can make money. Why did you unfollowed Mamdani? Wait, what? No, I didn't. What? Anyway, why am I looking at chat? What is this? Your boy Zioran Mossadini going off script. I was briefed this morning on the U.S. military capture of Venezuela. President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, as well as their planned imprisonment in federal custody here in New York City. Unilaterally attacking a sovereign nation is an act of war and a violation of federal and international law. This blatant pursuing of regime change doesn't just affect those abroad. It directly impacts New Yorkers, including tens of thousands of Venezuelans who call the city home. My focus is their safety and the safety of every New Yorker, and my administration will continue to monitor the situation and issue relevant guidance. Okay, surprising. I mean, that's not bad. He didn't say like Maduro is a corrupt tyrant or whatever, you know? Why is that surprising? Well, the reason why that's surprising is because he was interviewed by, what do you call it? What's his name? He was interviewed like a week before the election. Do you like Maduro? I don't care. Like my opinion or my dislike for Maduro is not pertinent to this conversation. You know what I mean? Yeah, it was Juan Pablo Ramos, I think, where he was like, Maduro is a fucking brutal tyrant dictator, and the president of Cuba is too. Like, he was saying some shit like that. And I think bringing any of that stuff up or saying anything like that is just so silly, so dumb, so stupid. Like, do you guys understand why it's not relevant to this conversation? Like, my own personal criticisms of Maduro or whatever is not relevant to this conversation. It's kind of like the but Hamas equation, right? Israel will be doing a genocide, and people will be like, well, what about your criticisms of Hamas? It's like, bro, they're being genocided. You know what I mean? It's like, what are your opinions on Maduro? I don't know. He shouldn't be fucking kidnapped. How about that? That's my opinion on Maduro. That's the only one that matters. There's no reason to be like, I don't like the way that he repressed a protest in his country, or I don't like the way he mismanaged the Venezuelan currency. Like, what difference does that make? Do you think that plays a role in why America fucking kidnapped him? No. So it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. And that's why when people say like, well, actually, Venezuelans are celebrating, it's like, well, okay, it still doesn't fucking matter. That doesn't matter at all. Let's see what my goat, Chris Goat Holland, had to say. He usually has some good takes here. Trump and his cronies try to dress this up, but it's an illegal act of war to replace Maduro and grab Venezuela's oil for his billionaire buddies. Good take. The American people did not ask for this act of war to bring about regime change in Venezuela, nor did Congress authorize it. President Trump has put our troops in harm's way, and he has not provided a clear fact-based rationale for these actions, nor the long-term strategy following these strikes. This administration owes the American people and the Congress. I don't really like this part. No, because like I don't think it's a process issue, right? I don't think like if they were to, you're taking Zoran out of context. What do you mean there isn't? It was a quote. What do you mean there isn't space to talk about it? Wait, what? I don't know what you're referencing. Be honest. Would you be mad if China kidnapped Trump and instituted a Chinese puppet state that promulgated socialism with Chinese characteristics in the United States of America? No, I don't think that would be appropriate. I don't think that would be good. Let's be real. Okay, if you want my joke answer, the joke answer is yes, Mr. President, please, Dongfang missiles now, right? But the serious answer is no. Obviously, it's not the right thing to do, and it won't be good either. Okay, it won't. It just won't. Countries need to develop organic movements, and if there is like some kind of material support on ideological grounds, that's one thing, right? But you still need to have like a real interest, a real investment from the peoples of the nation state to develop some semblance of a sovereign socialist movement. You're so fake. It's not. I'm just being real. It's because Chinese style socialism, after a kidnapping of Donald Trump and a puppet state being implemented, would never be defended. Americans would lose their fucking minds, understandably. It wouldn't be successful. You know, it just wouldn't. There'd be tremendous blowback. It just wouldn't work. It would be disastrous. One of the biggest L recipients here has been Machado. Anyway, let's keep reading. This administration owes the American people and Congress immediate answers. This act of war is a grave abuse of power by the president. The Trump administration is repeating the worst mistakes of our past and endangering American lives, and their motive for doing so is a farce. Trump sees Maduro and his wife just weeks after he pardoned former Honduran president. Yes, that's a good line. And notorious convicted drug kingpin Juan Orlando Hernandez. Maduro's a dictator, but his regime did not pose the immediate threat necessary to warrant U.S. military action on foreign soil without congressional approval. This is not about demolishing a dictatorship, as we've seen Trump cozy up to dictators around the world. This is about trying to grab Venezuela's oil for Trump's billionaire buddies. Congress must abdicate its constitutional authority and allow control of the world's most powerful military to fall into just one set of hands. I mean, it's not the best, but it's fine. I mean, it's good. It's a good take. Also, Trump is more unpopular than ever. So if he got kidnapped and disappeared, Americans would celebrate. So does that make it okay? No, that's what I'm saying. That kind of intervention, well, would never happen with America anyway. Hassan hates Zorana. No, what? No, I don't. What are you talking about? They're already spinning the narrative that all Venezuelans are happy. Yeah, I mean, they did the spin in Iraq as well. I mean, that's why that's where they will welcome us as liberators come from. You know, that's unironically where it comes from. Do you see what I mean? The they will welcome us as liberators is a statement from Iraq. That was at a time when the American government was actively trying to propagandize a lot better than this one certainly is doing. It was trying to touch on the cultural attitudes of like, you know, the white savior complex that liberals have. Yeah, Donald Rumsfeld said it. George W. Bush said it. And they also showed the toppling of the statue of Saddam, right? That was like a big deal. They were like, see, this is working. This is working so well. This is working so good. And of course, what ended up happening in the aftermath of that was obviously fucking 20 years of rape, pillage, death, destruction, a torture regime, and just awful. Just overall pain and a power vacuum that came from that led to the creation of ISIS as well, and numerous other issues such as that one that still plague even the Western world, and certainly is a massive issue in the Middle East. So I guess like the only aspect of this that I think is more redeemable in comparison to George W. Bush is that at least they didn't do a shock and awe and full-blown invasion. And instead, they did a kidnapping, I guess, if you want to look at it from like the lesser of two evils perspective. But of course, for me, how about no evil, right? But I do think, okay, why'd you get frustrated whenever people mention that Maduro's a dictator? Because it just gives righteous cause to Trump. Because Americans hear that and they go, okay, so why should I care that a dictator got kidnapped? The fuck? That's why. That's number one. Number two, as far as like the shit that Maduro has done, right? Okay, our fucking leadership, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, like they've done a metric ton worse shit than Maduro, right? Does that mean that they get assassinated, they get kidnapped? Like, what are we talking about? Obviously, that will never happen because America's the hegemonic superpower. But, you know, the notion that like those guys are dictators, but we have process is fucking idiotic. Well, Venezuela isn't overrun with Muslim extremists, so maybe it'll be different this time. Brother, if you think that the reason, first of all, you think what you consider Muslim extremism, do you think it happened because we have consistently destroyed the Middle East and consistently destabilized the region? Or do you think it's because they're just barbaric, backwards people and the Quran made them so violent? Like, which one do you think it is? It's kind of a matter of timing. Yeah, Maduro's a dictator, but when a guy gets shot, you don't pull up his criminal record and the condolences, Lamau. Yeah, it's part of that. But also, it's like the person, when people do that, when people do that, right? Actually, police brutality is a great example of this. When people do that, when they talk about like, well, look at the criminal, look at the track record of this guy. That's the reason why he got shot. Everybody understands, like, you're saying that because you're giving credence to why this person got shot, right? And that's the same principle here as well. Not to say that like Maduro is good or whatever, but it's just not relevant to the conversation. If Maduro is bad, then Donald Trump is worse by a million fucking times, including because of what he just did to a leader of a foreign nation. And that's it. Like, it's not even comparable, It's not even on the same playing field. Do you think this ended with one strike and kidnapping, which are illegal, or it will be indeed another Iraq war? I don't know. I don't think so, but we shall see, because it's entirely dependent on what the transition looks like. Okay? If the transition that comes about is actually with like party hardliners and you're just lying. Wait, what? Backwards, no morals, you're just lying. No morals. I think a lot of people don't understand something about my commentary. I am immoral, okay? I'm immoral in the sense that I don't fucking scream about America being the great Satan every day. Because like the ultimate black and white morality in this situation would cause you to recognize that America is basically the fucking the Fifth Reich with nuclear arms and has been able to dominate the entire planet. If you actually were moral, you would be like anyone and everyone that fights against America, whether it be the devil or not, is still somehow on the right side because of all of the fucking violence that we're dishing out around the globe. So you're right. I am immoral in the sense that I live in America and I do greatly, I do act as though there is something salvageable here. I'm not immoral in the sense that in the way that you think I am, right? I'm immoral in a different way. I'm immoral with any kind of fucking credence that I give to being able to salvage American democracy or whatever. That's the actual immorality. Let's be real, It is also kind of shocking that we were able to do, Panama Noriega shit to a nation state with like 30 million people in it. But I guess it is what it is. I like this chill version of Hasan. Mr. President, do you have a New Year's resolution? Peace on earth is awesome. Like, is there anything that this guy says that's like valid or truthful? Like, I also don't understand it because, like, on the one hand, people will be like, yeah, this guy might be a pedophile. Yeah, this guy is like a bloodthirsty monster. But at least in this circumstance, he's doing right. Like, what leads you to believe that? Genuinely, what leads you to believe that this man that has lied about every single thing actually got this individual thing right? Yeah, he meant peace on earth. We're taking a piece of everything on earth. That's what he meant.
Of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact?
This part was really funny. Major L for Machado, because she basically ran around being like, am Israel high, I love Israel, I'm going to put the Venezuelan embassy in Jerusalem, and also, please come to my country, bomb every fisherman you can, and also on top of that, I will literally give you every piece of natural resource that Venezuela owns for free if you let me be the leader. And then Trump just comes out and goes, nah, she's unreliable. That woman, she stole my Nobel Peace Prize. I hate her. Also, she's a woman. You know how they are. They're unreliable. They're unstable. What if she gets her period? And just cuts her off. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy, dude. I can't believe the rug pull president is rug pulling Maria Machado now. Oh my Lord.
Aware of the location of opposition leader Machado.
To be fair, the VP is also a woman, but I guess the VP is like, the reason why I said this could be potentially like a deal with Russia is because it's not lost on me that the vice president of Venezuela was literally in Russia when this happened, and Donald Trump is Donald Trump is saying like, oh no, Machado can't really do Machado is not popular.
And have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
Mr. President,
Do you have any hesitations about Machado?
Mr. President, on Monday.
Oh, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect to be.
She's in Russia? No, Machado's not in Russia. Machado is the Nobel Peace Prize recipient. That's like the Western puppet. And I think the VP might be a Russian puppet potentially, or at least like aligned with Russia. And that's fake, by the way. Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs disproved. Wait, what do you mean? He's talking about the VP being in Russia, but those are rumors. No. He's talking about Machado.
Do you have any hesitations about Machado?
Mr. President, on Monday.
Oh, I think it would be very tough.
Machado's not the VP. This might be a noticing moment, but I suspect what comes next will heavily feature Minister of Defense Vladimir Padrino Lopez. He's indicted by the U.S., but he's also the head of security forces, which will have to align with what comes next, and most notably was a School of America's graduate. Don Rowe doctrine is imperialism, but in a misogynist way. The VP is not in Russia? Okay. Were officials from China really in Venezuela when all this took place? So what I thought was really interesting was the Chinese element in this story. Telesur claimed that the VP is not in Russia, as some outlets claimed. Okay. What I found really interesting was that there was a Chinese special envoy that landed in Venezuela 2 days ago. Okay. And one of the things that they were talking about was obviously this, right? Like American intervention in Venezuela. And what I find really interesting about that, part of the equation is like doing this as the Chinese envoys are there, okay, that's not, that's giving the game away. Is basically like saying, we don't respect China at all. Like we will actually do this kind of fuck shit, and this is about decoupling Venezuela by force from China. It's a flex on Russia. It's a flex on China, unless it's actually a deal being cut with Russia. Venezuelan Vice President Delcy Rodriguez is in Russia. Four sources familiar with her movement said on Saturday her brother Jorge Rodriguez, the head of the National Assembly, is in Caracas. This is where I got this information from. But now Telesur is saying that's not the case. USA has to have a power structure set up to replace Maduro, which means they've compromised a significant portion of the government, either with Russia or Venezuelans. Yeah. If they've actually gotten... So Russia obviously has a significant influence in Venezuela for obvious reasons. They're a part of the foreign adversary unit. So either they did a separate deal with Russia and said, all right, we're going to put your guys in charge of Venezuela. You can, keep, but you're going to give us a favorable deal on the oil extraction and shit like that. And we're taking out Maduro. And in exchange for that, or like you're going to put our guys, you're going to put our guy in charge of Venezuela. But in exchange for that, you get to have Ukraine, you get to do whatever you want with Ukraine. You could use it like a fleshlight if you want. Or this is also an anti-Russian action as well. I do suspect that they could have done something where they're just kind of like, there's a development of a new attitude in the State Department now that I joked about when Vivek Ramaswamy was one of the first like major Republican politicians that talked about it. And I feel like that attitude is becoming more real now in terms of our foreign policy. And that attitude is prioritizing China. Okay? Drop this Russia stuff, prioritize China. All systems go against China. I think that's kind of where we're heading towards. Do you think you have to become dumber as you spent your roaring 20s? Do you think you have become dumber as you spent your roaring 20s covering politics? Grift goo? I hope so, because I think being stupid is a superpower, especially in this day and age. So I hope that like I gave myself at least some level of permanent or temporary brain damage so I can do commentary in a way that is more effective to the masses. I genuinely, because like being stupid and lying confidently is so OP in this media environment that I don't really see that as a diss at all. Like when someone's like, "Oh, you're stupid," I'm like, "Thank you for saying that." That means that like, more people will be convinced by what I have to say. How is going all in against China going to go, considering people are more China-pilled than ever before? I mean, that kind of stuff obviously doesn't matter. 70% of the country did not want any intervention in Venezuela at all. And Donald Trump didn't stop himself from doing this. He still did it. The question you always have to ask yourself, as I keep repeating over and over again, is how does this make my groceries cheaper? How does this make my rent cheaper? If the answer is it doesn't, then Donald Trump is doing this for his buddies. Okay? That's it. And that's where we're at. So enjoy the show. You might as well, right? Because it's completely out of our hands. There's not really a democratic process here. And I think a lot of people that are posturing as though there is one are just kind of, doing their due diligence, playing their role. But at the end of the day, America's going to do whatever the fuck America wants to do. The government's going to do whatever it wants to do. And that's where we're at. We got a hog. Hassan, where are you from? Let's talk about the politics of your country. You can talk about the U.S., right? Let's yawk about your country. Where are you from? I'm an American. I'm an American citizen. I live in Los Angeles, California. I don't know if you knew that. Do you think I'm not in the United States of America or something? What's happening? Anyway, what's so fucked up about this, though, is that it very well may make our gas cheaper. That alone will sway much of his base. I don't think making the gas cheaper is necessarily going to help. And I don't even think it's going to make the gas cheaper. If anything, it's going to allow the oil and gas companies that will be extracting the heavy crude and refining it to sell it to China and to sell it to Canada, and not to make your gas cheaper. When the fuck have we actually stabilized gas prices in this country by opening up new refineries? That doesn't work that way. The fuck? OPEC is still a cartel. No, they're just going to take the gas. They're going to take the oil and gas and sell it to foreign markets and use it as a leverage point against Canada if they see fit, and use it as a leverage point against China if they see fit. But in the interim, before they ever decide to use it as a leverage point, they will most likely just generate more super profits off of it. And that's what this is. That's it. It's not for you. And if you think it's for you, you're kind of stupid. I'm not going to lie. Okay? No, Hassan, you don't understand. With Venezuelan oil, when they build a data center down the street from my house, my energy prices will only triple instead of quadruple. Yeah, that too. So that's where we're at. Where are you from? It's such a dumb way to cope with the shit going on in the States right now. I know. It's the rallying cry of stupids. Anyway, Congressman Rashida Tlaib says Trump's illegal and unprovoked bombing of Venezuela and kidnapping of its president are grave violations of international law and the U.S. Constitution. These are actions of a rogue state. The American people do not want another regime change war abroad. Let's go. Simple, easy to understand, and correct. That's all you need to say. No posturing. No oh, they're not following process. That's it. No equivocation, no justification for any of this stuff, right? Just straight up be like, this is fucking insane. This is criminal shit. You're behaving like a madman. You're violent. You're irrational. You're behaving like a fucking madman. This is my first live stream, being live for a stream for war crimes. Oh, get ready. There will be a lot more of that. So let's get to it. Let's take a look at what our propaganda apparatus is saying in this moment of incredible crimes taking place.
This morning, the United States launching an extraordinary nighttime attack on Venezuela. Dramatic video capturing the U.S. strikes overnight. Explosions ringing out in Venezuela's capital city beginning just before 2 a.m. local time. The night sky above Caracas turning bright orange, massive flames engulfing the air. Those giant plumes of smoke seen from miles away. President Trump confirming the strikes and announcing the United States has captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Trump writing online, the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Venezuela's defense minister, speaking from an unknown place, calling it the most criminal military aggression from the U.S. in the history of our country. The massive escalation coming after a significant U.S. military buildup in the region. The Pentagon striking more than 30 boats the U.S. alleges were involved in drug trafficking operations, at least 115 people killed since those strikes began on September 2nd. In a memo obtained by ABC News in October, the administration telling Congress that America is in armed conflict and that drug cartels are deemed unlawful combatants. President Maduro facing drug charges, including narco-terrorism conspiracy since Trump.
Another Arab unk black-bagged and arrested. You know what I mean? Typical America.
Trump's first administration, after federal prosecutors alleged he deliberately used cocaine as a weapon. Back in 2020, U.S. officials telling Americans they plan to eventually gain custody of the Venezuelan leader. In recent days,
yeah, you'll see so much insanity from the editorial side of things. Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, New York Times. Washington Post using the kidnapping of a foreign head of state as a veiled threat against democratically elected leaders in this country. Washington Post editorial: for years, Maduro was a symbol of the false warmth of Latin American collectivism. Now he should spend the rest of his life alone in a humane American prison. His downfall is good news. This is the deputy opinion editor of the Washington Post, okay, bringing up collectivism because Zoran Mamdani, democratically elected Democratic Socialist mayor of New York, Zoran Mamdani, said we must get the warm embrace of collectivism. We must bring about the warm embrace of collectivism. These people are just straight up fascists, brother. It's crazy. Straight up fucking fascists. What do you say? What do you do? Have some hopium, King.
On January 2nd, 2020.
Okay, that's crazy, but let's continue. Do you think he's bringing Maduro to New York to distract Mamdani from doing work as well? No, I don't think so.
More signs pointing to this latest attack. The USS Gerald R. Ford, the most advanced lethal aircraft carrier in the world, spotted on New Year's Day, seen in these satellite images, positioned closer to Venezuela's coast than it had ever been amidst the recent bout of tensions just some 200 miles away. And the FAA banning U.S. commercial flights in Venezuelan airspace for, quote, ongoing military activity ahead of the attack. Trump had warned that land strikes were imminent.
We'll start that on land, too. It's going to be starting on land pretty soon.
Saying in a recent interview with Politico that he wants to see Maduro gone.
So how far would you go to take Maduro out of office?
I don't want to say that,
But you want to see him out?
His days are numbered.
Can you rule out an American ground invasion?
I don't want to rule in or out. I don't talk about it.
For his part, Maduro had said just one day ago that he was open to talks with the U.S., and in a separate pre-taped interview released Thursday, described a recent call the two had. Saying, I think that conversation was even pleasant, but the events following the conversation haven't been pleasant. Let's hope. And so that would be the last time Maduro was seen on camera on Venezuelan soil. Now, as for what the U.S. does next, a Republican Senator Mike Lee out of Utah sharing that he spoke with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He anticipates, according to Mike Lee, no further action in Venezuela now that Maduro is in U.S. custody and that he is expected to stand trial in the U.S. Just a stunning series.
A stunning series of developments here. And Matt, I think one of the big questions is, who is running the country now?
And we don't know. That's the simple answer to that question. We heard from Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, who came out and said she wasn't running the country officially, that she still believes Maduro is the rightful president. She's demanding the U.S. show them some kind of proof of life. There is a state of emergency that's been declared in the country, but the simple fact...
Wow, stunning. Stunning. Extraordinary. Incredible. Have you seen the celebrations across the world over Trump's actions in Venezuela? Oh, no, I have not. But oh my God, I'm so happy that everyone is so happy about this. This is, again, more self-soothing behavior from a lot of people who just can't. It comes from a place of recognizing that the actions that the Trump administration took are kind of fucked up. So they have to be like, well, this has got to be for somebody, right? So you just look for anyone that you can point to. You look for anyone that you can point to say oh, well, there's other people celebrating it around the world, right? It's got to be good, right? It's for somebody. You only say that if you can't argue on the virtues of this action on its own, right? Oh, people around the world are celebrating. Are they?
Fact is, these are very tense times in Venezuela right now, and for the people of Venezuela, we should be remembering them always. This is a very difficult time. They don't know, even if they weren't fans of Maduro, they don't know what's coming next.
And that is what we will be watching to see. Matt Rivers, our thanks to you.
Horror, a real degree of fear reflected.
James, I'm just going to interrupt you just to bring this image to our viewers, and you can hopefully see it as well. This has also just been posted on Truth Social on Donald Trump's timeline.
Me as a Venezuelan are very happy because today part of my pain and hate can heal. Maduro and Chavez separated mine and many families. All right, chatter. Excited for you. It's going to be awesome when Exxon and Chevron will separate your natural resources from doing any good for you and the existing family that live in Venezuela still. No, I don't. You guys need to understand. Sent from Israel, all this stuff. No. This is not all like Langley talking, okay? These are people who fucking hate Maduro, that have family members who hate Maduro, that live in Venezuela. There are a lot of people who despise Maduro. Okay, there are a lot of people who hated Chavez. There are a lot of people who despise Maduro. You won't really hear about them in the Western world because the people who they're the people who love Chavez and to a much lesser degree thought Maduro was fine or good. Those people are oftentimes not the ones you're going to hear in Western media. They're not the people that actually moved to the United States of America and gained refugee status, right? This is how it always works. What I'm trying to communicate to those people that are coming in here to be like, no, this is actually good, let me tell you why, is that Trump is not even trying to make this seem like it's for you. Like, Trump is quite literally saying, you are a rapist drug dealer that needs to be sent to CCOT. And you're over here being like, the guy who's saying me and my parents are rapist drug dealers that must immediately be sent to CCOT is actually a good guy who cares about me. Trump cares so little about you that he is, on the one hand, openly stating his actual desire, which is, I'm going to take all the oil, fuck you, while also simultaneously not even doing you the dignity of claiming that this is for you, okay? I don't know why you're still imagining this alternative reality where you're like, no, this time is different than Libya, than Iraq, than numerous other places, right? This time it's going to be different. And also, the guy who's openly saying that people like myself are an ever-present danger to this country that, Trump invited me into if I'm a Venezuelan and I got TPS, now he's using me as a talking point, and he's saying that I'm going to be forcibly removed from the country, but it's actually good, It's actually good somehow. What gives you any indication that this is actually good or that Trump actually cares about your best interest? It doesn't make any sense.
And this is an image that he has simply captured Nicolas Maduro on board the...
Why are you in America if it's so bad? Because it's my home. I live here. And it has great promise. It has great potential. And I hope that one day we can at least change things around a little bit and do what's right by everyone, rather than whatever the fuck we're doing here.
USS Iwo Jima. And you can see there the Venezuelan president with glasses on, with head protections on, what looks to be some kind of safety jacket around him. It's not clear whether his hands are fastened together. I think
safety jacket is a Nike Tech.
I can see sort of cufflinks or something holding his hands together, a bottle of water in his hands. Quite incredible that one president is posting this image of another country's president.
Yeah, fascinating, isn't it? I wonder if that would be a bulletproof vest. Jane, bear in mind that many in Venezuela from the Maduro regime, they have been calling all morning for a proof of life photograph. So, we'd be expecting something like this to be published in due course. But in some ways, it will be a response to that. It looks proof of life.
You didn't blast off Mama Guebo? I did. I've been live for 2 hours now.
To me, certainly there is concealment around his eyes, but that will be him presumably on the American warship making his way in the company of his wife, although she's not seen here, towards New York and towards a New York courtroom. We're hearing that Monday might be the day for the arraignment on that one.
It's 9 a.m. on the East Coast, and if you're just joining us this morning, we have major breaking news. Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro has been captured by U.S. forces. President Trump confirming the large-scale U.S. military operation overnight.
Attorney General Pam Bondi confirming Maduro and his wife face drug and weapons charges in the U.S. And about 20 minutes ago, Vice President J.D. Vance revealing President Trump offered Maduro multiple off-ramps.
All this comes after explosions rocked the capital of Caracas and surrounding states early this morning. President Trump is expected to hold a news conference from Mar-a-Lago at 11 a.m. this morning. But first, he joins us now by phone.
Oh, my God. He fucking called up This is where he said he's going to invade Mexico next, by the way. So was this a leak? Did someone around him turn him in? There's no way this administration were able to pull this off on their own, right? Yeah, I don't know. We'll get more details. I have my suspicions. I'm keeping him close to the chest, okay? But yeah, there's reasonable suspicion around some kind of deal being made. And the reason why I say that is because, I mean, you got no fucking anti-air defenses. Like, really? Really? You got like 30 attack helicopters flying over your capital? You got nothing. No manpads? Nothing. You don't got no homies on manpads. Like, fuck it. Let's say the S-300s are busted, okay? Let's say they blow them up. Motherfuckers in Iraq were taking out helicopters with bolt-action rifles, man. What are you talking about? A helicopter is basically begging to explode to begin with. Helicopters already blow up when they're in distress on their own without any sort of, external factors. So that's the reason why I'm like, this is a strange situation. And by the way, I'm so consistent on this. A Black Hawk literally fell on the way to assassinating Osama bin Laden. Okay, like that's how frequent these things blow up and kill Marines, Delta Force, all that shit. Okay, you can take down a helicopter by sneezing on it, and they often do fall in campaigns such as this one. So the very fact that they were able to just fly into Caracas with nothing, with no pushback whatsoever. To me, it feels like maybe they got, I don't know. It feels like maybe they got a side deal or something. Who knows? Reuters reports that Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro was captured in an operation involving U.S. Special Forces, including Delta Force, with assistance from the CIA source inside Maduro's inner circle, and cooperation from members of the Venezuelan military, according to U.S. officials and people briefed on the matter. A source close to Venezuela's opposition described the move as an inside job. Yeah, that's definitely believable. Oh, so now you're a military expert? No, I'm not. I'm far from it. But I don't think you need to be a military expert to know that, helicopters blow up all the time. You really don't need to be a military expert to know that, actually. It's just something that they do, especially if you're thinking like Ospreys. Oh my God. The fucking Marine Annihilator. New from the Post. Delta Force units established a pattern of life on Maduro in advance of the operation, mapping out his location and daily moves. According to a person familiar, a CIA covert operations unit identified where he and his wife were staying. The U.S. deployed 2 Army Delta Force units, one from the Middle East and one from North Africa in recent weeks, and those forces had established a pattern of life on Maduro in advance of the operation, mapping out his location and daily moves. According to a person familiar with their deployment, Delta Force, known within the clandestine community as Combat Applications Group, is among the Pentagon's most elite units tasked with executing high-stakes and secretive missions, including hostage rescue and kill and capture missions. The Trump administration relied on elite Delta Force and CIA Covert Actions Unit for the operation to seize Nicolas Maduro in a highly secretive snatch and grab mission to force the Venezuelan leader from power, according to multiple people familiar with the deployments. The CIA identified the location where Maduro and his wife were, and Delta Force soldiers sent by President Donald Trump to the Caribbean and conducted the raid. The CIA also provided support to the air, sea, and land operations, according to people familiar with the mission. Those CIA units, among the U.S. government's most secretive, specialize in irregular warfare and other covert action and have regularly worked with both the Army's Delta Force and SEAL Team 6 over the 2 decades of battling Islamist militants groups in the Middle East, South Asia, and Africa. This doesn't actually give us any more detail into whether or not this is an inside job, but I do think that it's something smells weird about it, considering there is no pushback, whatsoever. Yeah, a CIA source in Maduro's inner circle helped U.S. forces track his movements in his final days, right up until his capture, according to people familiar with the matter. The people who were briefed on the operation also said members of the Venezuelan military cooperated with the United States to secure Maduro's arrest, but declined to provide details. One person close to Venezuela's opposition, who asked not to be named, described Maduro's removal as an inside job aided by the country's military. Republican U.S. Senator Mike Lee said U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio had told him Maduro would stand trial on criminal charges in the United States and that no further action was anticipated inside of Venezuela. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk, he would have loved to see the fall of Venezuela. True. The Washington Post is also reporting that the CIA had a human source inside the Venezuelan government who provided real-time intelligence on Nicolas Maduro's movements and location. That intelligence, according to people familiar with the matter, directly enabled the U.S. special operations raid that captured Maduro and his wife. What did Maduro supposed to do exactly? What do you mean in this situation? I don't know. Not have fucking CIA assets in his immediate circle that was directly giving coordinates to the Delta Force that was, 100 miles off the coastline. Like, I don't know. It's kind of, you just kind of have to not get got like that. You know what I mean? What was he supposed to do? Get nukes. Get nukes. Get nukes. That's what he's supposed to do. And that is the same for basically everybody. Okay? If you are a sovereign nation, or you think you're a sovereign nation right now, but devoid of nukes, let's be real. If you're in the periphery, you need to develop nukes. It's just, if you don't have the nukes, you're going to get got every single time. Okay? And the reason why I say this is not because I want to, support my own HasanAbi doctrine, a guide for nation building. Rule 1, get nukes. Rule 2, do not give up the nukes. Rule 3, if you're accused of having nukes, drop everything immediately and find some nukes. Here's the reason why I'm saying that, because this is a piece from the interview that we're about to watch when, Donald Trump was flexing on the morning show. This is what he had to say about Mexico.
Must stop. So was this operation a message that you're sending to Mexico, to Claudia Sheinbaum, the president there?
Well, it wasn't meant to be, and we're very friendly with her. She's a good woman, but the cartels are running Mexico. She's not running Mexico. The cartels are running Mexico. And we could be politically correct and be nice and say, oh, yes, she is. No, she's very, she's very frightened of the cartels. They're running Mexico. And I've asked her numerous times, would you like us to take out the cartels? No, Mr. President. No, please. So we have to do something because we lost. The real number is 300,000 people, in my opinion. They like to say 100,000. 100,000 is a lot of people, but the real number is 300,000 people. And
Claudia Sheinbaum, please develop nukes now. Madam President, please get nukes immediately. Please. You're cooked. Get nukes now.
We lost it to drugs, and they come in through the southern border, mostly the southern border. Plenty come in through Canada, too, by the way, in case you don't know. But they come in through the...
Lula, you need nukes. Brazil, if you want Lula Livre, you got to get the fucking nukes, man.
Southern border, and something's going to have to be done with...
Canada, Cuba, everybody needs nukes.
Mexico.
Why did you...
Everybody get nuclear now. Everybody needs to get nuclear immediately. Immediately. Or else you're fucking cooked.
And let's get right to the President of the United States, Donald Trump. President Trump, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning.
So you've had quite a busy evening. Tell us about it.
It was slightly busy, I would say. It was very dark all over, especially in Venezuela. The team did an incredible job. They rehearsed and practiced like nobody's ever seen. And I was told by real
Open
military
Presence, thank you
people
for the
that there's
25
no other
gifted
country
subs.
on earth.
Once again, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. There are no ad breaks on the Piker Broadcasting Service, unlike many of the other Twitch streams that you watch on this platform. And because I don't run any ads, I don't even benefit from Twitch Turbo. So if you want to support the show, you can voluntarily subscribe for $6 a month with a regular Twitch subscription, or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime, or gift a sub to others in the community as well. Piker Broadcasting Service is for viewers like you. Thank you. Sponsored by viewers like you, and it is for viewers like you. Thank you.
That could do such a maneuver.
Yes, Rewind is enabled for subscribers. That's true. And you can send links. You can send me links. You can rewind. And not only that, but you can also, I guess that's it. You can use emotes around the platform.
Would have seen what happened. I mean, I watched it literally like I was watching a television show. And if you would have seen the speed, the violence, they say that, the speed, the violence, they use that term. It's it was an amazing thing.
Legal Heretic, thank you for the 20 gifted.
Job that these people did. There's nobody else could have done anything like it.
You're at Mar-a-Lago right now. How were you able to watch this?
Well, we watched it from a room.
seemingly on Twitter, actually. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, that's right. The Situation Room, photos came out of it, and they just had Twitter tabs open in the background. That's where we're at. Isn't that wonderful? They're just like us.
We had a room, and we watched it, and we watched every aspect of it. We were surrounded by lots of people, including generals, and they knew everything that was happening, and it was very
Yeah, White House is on OSINT Twitter. Zero OPSEC on OSINT Twitter. They're just fucking sitting around. Breaking. High-level sources in Venezuela tell Breakthrough News that Trump's press conference was an act of psychological warfare and to not believe a word about the leadership collaborating to turn over the country to White House control. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Complex, extremely complex, the whole maneuver, the landings, the number of aircraft, which were a massive number, the number of helicopters, a different type of helicopters, different type of fighter jets. We had a fighter jet for every possible situation. And they just broke in, and they broke into places that were not really able to be broke into. You know, steel doors that were put there for just this reason, and they got taken out in a matter of seconds. I've never seen anything like it. Actually.
And you were able to watch this in real time.
Yeah, and don't forget, I've done some pretty good ones in.
Yeah, bro. Look at this. It just says Venezuela. They have 3 Twitter tabs open, and one of them just has the search bar Venezuela. Okay, they were straight up looking at OSINT Twitter. Like, I was in bed doing the same thing that these fucking assholes were doing. Well, to be fair, it's fast as fuck to find on the ground stuff. Like, they were looking at that classic Arma footage that they play always with like the tracers trying to take out one of the Warthog, and they were like, "Oh my god, I thought they didn't have any air defenses. What's going on?" Warthog, sorry. Shut up. ESL. The classic Arma footage that I'm talking about is always populated whenever something is happening, whenever breaking news is happening, and it's I'm sure you've seen it before, and they're looking at it and they're getting duped by it because that's what the CIA does. That's
in
what
other
the State
parts of
Department
the
does.
world.
The footage you fell for, I love that's my favorite meta, where people were like, Hasan, remember when you fell for that footage? Which is literally me looking at it for 3 seconds and then instantly going, is this Arma footage or is this is fake, right? But they clipped it so that they're like, still to this day, they'll be like, remember when you fell for that? Remember when you fell for that? It's like, no, my job is when someone sends me shit, in the chat, I look at it and I try to make an assessment on whether or not it's real.
Okay, I've done some pretty good ones, but
yeah, I apologize for clicking on random linkers.
Never seen anything like this. I was able to watch it in real time, and I watched every aspect of it, and I listened to the communication between, where we were in Florida and out in the field in Venezuela, and it was amazing to see the professionalism, the quality of leadership, the professionalism. General Raisin Kane is fantastic. Don't forget, we did another one not so long ago. It was called the knocking out of the Iranian nuclear threat, the nuclear power. And that was unbelievable what they did there. And this is something that, I don't know, it's amazing. And to have a few injuries, but no death on our side is really amazing.
Mr. President, critics will say that strong action can risk escalation, but history has shown us that weakness can truly invite chaos. And this military operation clearly sends a message to our adversaries around the world, China, Iran, Russia, that we are no longer the weak administration that we had for 4 years under former President Biden, who tolerated narco-terrorism.
Like, think about this being a good reason to arrest a foreign leader, like kidnap a foreign leader. Oh, we felt kind of insecure. Sorry, we felt kind of insecure for a little bit when Joe Brandon was in charge, and so we had to flex a little bit,
What is next for the United States and Venezuela?
Well, we're very strong, and very importantly, if you look at drugs through the oceans, through the seas, they're down 97%. That's the boats. It's sort of related to this, as you know.
the drugs are way down, and it's getting very, very tough. It's a whole different look. We have a whole different country. We have a country now that's respected. We have a country. I built the military in my first term, and they gave a little chunk of it away, but it was a lot. But it was a little chunk relative to what we built. But they gave it to Afghanistan so stupidly. It was one of the. Compare this to Afghanistan, where we were a laughing stock all over the world. We're not a laughing stock anymore. No, we have the greatest military in the world by far. We have the greatest equipment, military equipment in the world by far. And you had to see this in real time. You had to see this, the professionalism and the bravery, everything about it. And you almost couldn't hold them back. It was like they wanted to go so badly. And most people would have said, I'll take a pass. I know that Charlie would have wanted to go because Charlie's a very brave person. But I know a lot of other people would have said, I think I'll pass on this one. Let's watch it on television. It's been amazing to see how good they were, how professional they were, how incredible the equipment we have is. I mean, the level of equipment and to see how it worked so perfectly. And, you know, if you compare this to attacks on Iran over the years with, you know, helicopters crashing into each other, the whole thing was a mess. The Jimmy Carter situation, which was a mess. And every other situation compared to this, nobody's ever seen like this. Look, the Iranian attack, knocking out their nuclear power was big. We had peace in the Middle East.
Your haters are so fucking brain dead,
without
man.
that,
I mean,
you
who
could
cares?
never have peace in the Middle East. We knocked them out, and look what's happening now to Iran, but we knocked it out. That was, it could not have been better, and this could not have been better. I don't even know which is, these are both really important. If you think about equal and importance, I wonder how it's going to be rated, but knocking out the nuclear power of, think of it, they were ready, they were within 2 months, they would have been a nuclear power. And comparing that to this in a certain different way, I think this might have been actually more complex.
Well, it's interesting.
That was something that was amazing.
It's interesting, Mr. President. We've looked, our own Lucas Tomlinson, our reporter here. I don't know if you knew this intentionally, but the capture of Maduro and his wife coincides with the 6th anniversary of your taking out the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's Qasem Soleimani. Interestingly, it's six years after. But let me ask you a question, Mr. President. Because
by the way, that was the third thing, and we have a fourth. We got Soleimani. We have taken out so many. Look at what we did to the leader of ISIS, who's no longer with us, right? And everybody was after for 20 years, and we got him. We've done a lot, but this was something, maybe because it's fresh in our minds, because again, the Iranian situation was so big, knocking that out, and the B-2 bomber, every single missile hit its target, and the target was an air shaft.
Right.
Dark at night. Think of that. Dark at night, no moon. You couldn't see a thing. And every missile went right through that air shaft and just obliterated the place.
He killed Soleimani on January 3rd, 2020. Didn't the American government also apprehend Noriega on January 3rd as well? What the fuck's up with January 3rd? Hold on. Are you making that up? Soleimani assassination date. Nope, it is January 3rd. Noriega arrest date. Oh my God. Oh my God. What the fuck? What the fuck, bro? What do the numbers mean? What do the numbers mean? That's 3 for 3. Manuel Noriega was arrested by U.S. forces on January 3rd, 1990. Soleimani was assassinated on January 3rd, 2020. Mason, what do the numbers mean?
So that was amazing, and this was amazing.
I wonder, Mr. President, though, I want to ask you because from your Vice President, J.D. Vance, said that the message is pretty clear. The drug trafficking must stop. So was this operation a message that you're sending to Mexico, to Claudia Sheinbaum, the president there?
Well, it wasn't meant to be, and we're very friendly with her. She's a good woman, but the cartels are running Mexico. She's not running Mexico. The cartels are running Mexico. And we could be politically correct.
It's the lowest risk day in all oil markets. All the balancing from end of the year is done. Okay, that actually kind of makes sense. I don't know if you made that up or not, but that does kind of, I don't know. I can't tell if you just like made that up on the spot, but since we're already since we're already being dumb, since we're already playing along with the fucking Illuminati symbolism of January 3rd, I'm just going to go ahead and say, yeah, that's the reason. And not like some Masonic shit.
I can be nice and say, oh, yes, she is. No, she's very, she's very frightened of the cartels. They're running Mexico. And I've asked her numerous times, would you like us to take out the cartels? No, Mr. President. No, please. So we have to do something because we lost. The real number is 300,000 people, in my opinion. They like to say 100,000. 100,000 is a lot of people, but the real number is 300,000 people. And we lost it to drugs, and they come in through the southern border, mostly the southern border. Plenty come in through Canada, too, by the way, in case you don't know.
Yeah. Hey, Canada. Hey, I'm looking right at you. Okay. Claudia, Mexico, looking right at you. Cuba obviously cooked, Just wait. Just wait, dude. Hey, Canada, looking good, looking like you want to be annexed, I think. Looking tasty, like a tasty piece of meat that I will take. Why are you over there looking ready to be plundered, Canada?
But they come in through the southern border, and something's going to have to be done with Mexico.
Why did you decide to do this morning?
Are you talking about calling you people or the shot?
No, taking out
I'm not sure which is worse, if you want to know the truth. I'm calling you. I haven't spoken to anybody else because Charlie Hurd has been a great friend of mine for a long time. He was with me when it was not fashionable. And those are the people I like. He was with me, Charlie, when it was not at all fashionable. So that's the reason I'm doing this. And your show is great. You're doing a great job. What a good team.
But I meant, why did you make the decision?
I need you guys to understand something. This person that's currently talking is the quote unquote the leader of the free world, which is fucking bullshit, obviously. The American president, the person who has control over our nuclear arsenal, the person that just signed off on the illegal arrest and kidnapping of a foreign nation's head of state. And now he's talking about how Charlie Hurd was on my side from the start. That's why I'm making this phone call. That's why. Fucking awesome. They're calling your doctrine Global Iron Dome. Every country on this planet that doesn't currently have nuclear weapons and would like to continue to be a country should probably get on that ASAP. Yep. HasanAbi doctrine, baby.
To take out Maduro this morning. And what was Maduro?
Like they're yucking it up. They're having this like funny conversation, this funny back and forth, right? Only moments after Donald Trump said that Mexico could get the smoke. Mexico also has cartels. They can also get the smoke.
Doing when our guys came in on him.
So we were going to do this 4 days ago, but the weather was not perfect. The weather has to be perfect. And we had just the perfect weather. We had, very good. A little bit few more clouds than we thought, but it was good. We waited 4 days. We were going to do this 4 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago. And then all of a sudden it opened up and we said go. And I'll tell you, it was just amazing. And what was he doing? He was in a very highly guarded, like a fortress, actually. He was in a fortress. That we had nobody killed was amazing. I think we had nobody killed, I have to say, because a couple of guys were hit, but they came back and they're supposed to be in pretty good shape. But that we had nobody killed, that we lost no aircraft. Everything came back. We got it all back. One of them was hit pretty hard, but a helicopter, but we got it back. But it just was the right time to do it. We had to do it because it's a war. We're losing 300,000 people a year. We don't lose that much in a war, okay, if you look. And we had to do it. But he was in a house that was more like a fortress than a house. It had steel doors. It had what they call a safety space where it's, solid steel all around. He didn't get that space closed. He was trying to get into it, but he got bum rushed so fast that he didn't get into that. We were prepared. We had, massive blowtorches and everything else that you need to get through that steel, but we didn't need it. He didn't make it to that area of the house.
Mr. President, your war on narcoterrorism from our southern border and beyond clearly will save American lives. Moving forward for Venezuela, what do you think is next for the Venezuelan people now that you have removed Maduro so that he can face American justice?
Well, we're making that decision now. We can't take a chance on letting somebody else run and just take over where he left or left off. So we're making that decision now. We'll be involved in it very much. And we want to do liberty for the people. We want to, have a great relationship.
Hey, are we starting a war? So that's a good question, right? And that's a question on everybody's minds. And when I went to bed last night, I thought that was what was going on. And then I woke up and I found out that Maduro had been arrested or kidnapped, really. Let's call a spade a spade. And it led me to believe that maybe this is not a full-scale war. I don't know. We shall see. I think it's entirely dependent on how the Venezuelan population reacts. It's entirely dependent on what the deal that they put together looks like. So if there is, like, Trump saying we're at war is one thing, but he could simply be posturing and yucking it up on his favorite TV show, Charlie Hurd, right? Charlie Hurd is my good friend. I'm just going to give him some quotes. It's like, judging by what he said about Machado, I don't know. But in the photo shared by the Interior Ministry, people take to the streets to reject what authorities described as imperialist military aggression and to reaffirm that the president of Venezuela is Nicolas Maduro Moros. Damn, they got live views up in this. Look, they be using the same backpacks I'm using to do the live broadcast. Anyway, VP is not complying. VP is not complying with the United States. Venezuelan VP Delcy Rodriguez says there's only one president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro. I mean, we'll see.
I think the people of Venezuela are very, very happy because they love the United States. They were run by essentially a dictatorship or worse. It couldn't have been worse. It was a terrible thing that was taking place in Venezuela. But look, tremendous numbers of people were being killed through drugs. And what they did to our country in sending prisoners and people from mental institutions and drug lords and everything, they sent them by the hundreds of thousands of people into our country. And that is just
talking tough. Y'all would surrender instantly in the same position. Brother, I'm a Twitch streamer. I'm not the head of a state with command over, a 30 million population and a fucking military. What good is any sort of anti-aircraft defense systems you have if you're not going to fucking use them on a bunch of helicopters that are flying over your goddamn nation's capital? Like, this isn't about like standing up to a playground bully. We're talking about nation states.
It's unforgivable. That's why, he wanted to negotiate at the end, and I didn't want to negotiate. I said, nope, we got to do it. He was trying to negotiate at the end. You probably saw that. And trying hard to make a deal. And I said, this could have been a very...
Macron, the Venezuelan people are today rid of Nicolas Maduro's dictatorship. People can only rejoice by seizing power and trampling on fundamental freedoms. Oh, God, I hate the indignity. God, European leaders are so disgusting. Oh, my God. They're even worse than the Democrats, dude. How can you be worse than the Democrats, brother? Oh, my God. Like, this is worse than Hakeem Jeffries. They're just outright meat riding. Oh, my Lord, dude. The upcoming transition must be peaceful, democratic, and respectful of the will of the Venezuelan people. We wish that President Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia, elected in 2024, can swiftly ensure this transition. I'm currently exchanging with our partners in the region. France is fully mobilized and vigilant, including to ensure the safety of its nationals during these uncertain times. God damn, bro, this is like you might as well put Trump's nutsack on your forehead, every time you open your fucking mouth. Oh my God. Oh my God, this is so pathetic. Oh my God. Oh, gross. This was a fucking empire, dude. This had colonies. I mean, they still kind of have colonies. Not as much, but wow. Wow, dude, European statehood is a lie. Like every nation state in Europe is just so utterly servile, so openly falling over one another to demonstrate fealty. Wow, Keir Starmer is somehow worse. Oh no.
Have you spoken to Donald Trump about what's happened in Venezuela?
No, I haven't, and it's obviously a fast-moving situation, and we need to establish all the facts. What I can say is that the UK was not involved in any way in this operation, and as you'd expect, we're focusing on British nationals in Venezuela and working very closely with our embassy. And so I will want to talk to the President, I will want to talk to allies, but at the moment, I think we need to establish the facts. I think President Trump is doing a press conference later, so hopefully more information will come out then.
What is clear, though, which the White House has said, is that America carried out strikes on Venezuela and captured their leader, Maduro. Some politicians in this country have already condemned that. Do you?
Well, I want to establish the facts first. I want to speak to President Trump. I want to speak to allies. As I say, I can be absolutely clear that we were not involved in that. And as you know...
I'd like Daddy to tell me what to say first. Oh, I dare not speak out of turn. Daddy will fill me in with his delicious... I'm not going to say it, but you know what I mean. Daddy will fill me in with all the facts. And then I'll know what to say.
I always say and believe we should all uphold international law. But I think...
But international law, of course, means nothing when American superiority is called into question. Of course, who's going to stop them? You, not me.
At this stage, fast-moving situation, let's establish the facts and take it from there.
And just lastly, for people who might have family there or the small number of Brits in Venezuela.
He said international law must always be called into question. First of all, not on Israel. Secondly, not whenever America does anything, which is, again, basically saying not on Israel. But there's something funnier. There's nothing funnier than just like having this response in perhaps one of the clearest violations of international law. So clear a violation that it actually directly puts him at harm's way, right? Because, like, think about it like this. Russia decides on Ukraine there's too much British support taking place, okay? The previous established norms in global warfare is that if you're the head of a state, you're kind of protected, right? There is no, like, you know, they're not going to come after you. They're not going to kill you. They're not going to kidnap you. Now America has violated that. Okay, Russia is a regional power. The UK is supposed to be a regional power. The UK is supporting Ukraine. Russia decides Keir Starmer, it needs to be prosecuted and arrested for the illegal seizure of Russian assets. What do? Like, do we just sit around and we go, well, hold on, that's Russia. They've decided that Keir Starmer was in violation of Russian laws. We decided, or Russia decided, that Keir Starmer is actually directly violating Russian laws. They have every right to kidnap Keir Starmer. They have every right to put him through this, you know, mock trial, this sham trial, and then maybe potentially kill him. You know, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Russia has no power over the UK like the US has over what? Venus? You mean Venezuela? My point is these guys rely on the same shit never happening to them. That's why America gets to do whatever it wants. Might is right only works when there is no other big dog. Okay? Might is right all of a sudden is not going to be such a wonderful scenario if there is another mighty country out there.
No, there are some there. It might be a small number, but of course people will be very concerned. What would their advice be?
Yeah, there's about 500 there in Venezuela.
Yeah, also, Russia doesn't have to, like, kidnap Keir Starmer. They got Novichok. They have sleeper cells. It's, you know, they assassinate people in Europe all the time. You know, don't drink the tea. Don't stand so close to the window, Keir Starmer type shit. You know what I mean? Would that be appropriate? Would we go, oh, we have to look at international law and follow international law in that situation? No, you would understand exactly what the fuck that is.
And we're working with the embassy to make sure that they are well looked after, safeguarded, and get appropriate advice. So we're working at pace with the embassy on that. It is a small number, but it's an important number. It is about 500, so that's what we're doing there.
Mer's running the same line. It's not surprising. Nicolas Maduro has led his country into ruin. The most recent election was rigged. Like many other countries, we have therefore not recognized the presidency. Maduro has played a problematic role in the region. The legal assessment of the U.S. intervention is complex and requires, dude, I swear to God, Eurolibs are, it's like shocking to see Eurolibs champion this stuff harder than like the American Democratic Party is. Like I never thought that I would see the day. He ain't a lib, Lamau. Everyone is a lib. Everyone is a liberal. Republicans are liberal. Everyone's a liberal. They just handed Taiwan and China on a silver platter. There's no argument against an invasion anymore. Come on, guys. Do you think hypocrisy matters here? Come on. I mean, we said this after Israel too. That shit doesn't matter. Oh, really? You think European leaders that are saying this about Maduro in defense of Donald Trump are not going to fucking turn around? Like, look at Ukraine versus Israel. Look at Ukraine versus Israel. They chirped and chirped and chirped endlessly about what Russia was doing in Ukraine. Okay. And then when Israel started doing worse shit in Gaza, they shut the fuck up real quick. As a matter of fact, they justified it. They prosecuted naysayers. Okay. So if you think that these guys are going to be like, well, I guess we can't really say anything about China doing any sort of military action, which, by the way, again, is still a hypothetical at this moment. Right. But like, if you think they're not going to, make a big fuss about that, and every single fucking liberal, both in Europe and in America, is going to turn around and make it seem as though that is a totally righteous position, like as though we haven't heard them defend Israel, as though we haven't heard them defend Trump's actions in this regard. If you think that they're not going to, act as though they hadn't said all those other previous things, you're silly. You're silly. I don't agree with bombing or seizing of oil or taking control of them. The one thing I agree with is that Maduro needed to be removed. He stole an election he lawfully lost and put his people through hell. I know Trump most likely didn't do this for moral reasons, but it's still the one positive of this whole ordeal. Yes, dude, we're actually kidnapping people that we're suspecting of like having sham elections. Any day now, Recep Tayyip Erdogan is going to get arrested and apprehended. I don't know if you know this, but America is aligned with basically every dictatorship. And ironically enough, America has actually installed dictatorships in Latin America, not so far away from Venezuela. Okay? Nobody gives a fuck about whether or not, like, this does not play a role in the calculus. Okay? It's not a part of the calculation at all. I don't know if the elections were valid or not. Who gives a shit? What are you talking about? That's not the reason why they're doing this. You already recognize that it's directly a consequence of extracting oil. Imagine thinking Iraq was a positive because a bad guy left power. Wake up, dumb fuck chatter. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, I don't like Gaddafi. I'm glad that, this happened. Okay, look at Libya now. Oh, I don't like Saddam Hussein. Are you defending Saddam Hussein? Look at what happened. Look at what happened in Iraq. It's crazy. Trump was repeatedly lying here, probably for psychological effect. The Russia story was fake too. VP Rodriguez is speaking now, and she keeps referring to Maduro as the president. She's demanding the immediate release of Maduro and Celia Flores. Rodriguez mentions that Maduro left instructions that if anything happened to him, the people should take to the streets, and all the popular power should be activated in their places to defend the national independence and sovereignty, which was savagely attacked today. Yeah, the VP situation is confusing to me. I don't really understand it. General Kane is talking about how amazing the operation was. I'm mostly tuning it out because he does mention that he used over 150 aircraft for the kidnapping operation. Kane, there were multiple self-defense engagements during the withdrawal from Caracas. Incredible way of rephrasing this attack on a sovereign country. Yeah, they put themselves, our soldiers tactically put themselves in a kinetic engagement in a self-defense style situation on fucking foreign soil in a nation's capital. Self-defense? The fuck do you mean self-defense? You kidnapped the leader of a foreign nation. What are you talking about? Self-fucking defense. Trump, we are going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure. It's going to be paid by the oil companies, and they will be reimbursed for what they're doing. Again, openly admitting it. Trump, we are not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to. We had boots on the ground last night. We had to make sure this country is run properly. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We are going to run the country right. Trump on Gustavo Petro, he's making cocaine and they're sending it to the United States. He has to watch his ass. Okay. Trump, we are going to be selling large amounts of Venezuelan oil to other countries. You can't stop talking about how they're straight up taking over Venezuela. Trump keeps claiming that Delcy Rodriguez was sworn in as president of Venezuela and that she's in contact with Rubio. Haven't seen this reported yet. Trump, Cuba is going to be something that we are going to end up talking about. Cuba is a failing nation. Rubio steps up. Cuba is a disaster. If I lived in Havana, I'd be concerned. And the press conference was concluded. It's pretty crazy because it's basically everything we said, like everything I've been saying in the build up to this incident about like what the real reasons are as to why the administration is doing this. It's kind of an interesting predicament because back in the day, I had to duke it out with liberals a lot when I would be like, Venezuela is not about democracy. Venezuela, if I were to say like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, this kind of situation is not about democracy. It's about, stealing the resources, specifically oil, but gold as well. And like all this shit, liberals would argue seriously about how like, no, you're wrong. It's not about that. It's actually about democracy, all this stuff. And what's crazy is when you, nowadays it's just the Trump administration is openly stating it, openly saying like, nope, we're doing it specifically for oil. They're just giving the game away. We're doing regime change for oil. We're doing regime change for oil. They say it over and over again. And yet, seemingly, there are still pliant people or people that are manipulating themselves, I guess, that want to believe in an alternative goal here, an alternative ambition here, that still make it seem as though there is a separate reason for why this is happening. And that reason, as a matter of fact, is not oil, it's just democracy. Yeah, there's also this from Wall Street Journal. Wall Street is already at the ready post Nicolas Maduro captured by the U.S. forces. About 20 business leaders. What did he know? Posted before the strikes.
As a Venezuelan American, I got some shit to say. My family, my parents, my sister, my extended family, all lost everything. Their work, their savings, their investments, gone. Wiped out by a narco dictatorship that has held Venezuela.
Dude, what are you saying, dude? What the fuck are you showing me? God damn it. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. Oh no. What did he know? Venezuela was already invaded? Yeah, he's saying Maduro is invading Venezuela. So Trump actually fucking blowing up fishing boats and potentially blowing up Caracas is good. Anyway, about 20 business leaders, including those from some of the top hedge funds and asset managers, are preparing to go on a March trip to Venezuela to look at investment opportunities there, including energy and infrastructure. Awesome. It's like they're just giving it out for free. It's such a strange world to live in, where for years and years, people like myself, anti-imperialists with my worldview, with my position, had to go through this weird song and dance where we had to like literally explain to people like, guys, they're lying to you when they try to create a just cause for why they're doing this sort of engagement. They're lying to you. The real goal is plunder. The real goal is plunder. Okay? What? Hasan, you are 10 million% right, but I don't think it makes your takes any less right to listen to Venezuelans for a second. I am talking not about the best interest of Venezuelans. I'm talking about American intervention, okay? If you want to have a conversation about that, you can go somewhere else. I'm an American citizen. It's my tax dollars. I'm selfish. I'm an American fucking patriot. How about that for standpoint theory, okay? Ain't nobody gives a fuck about the Venezuelans. This is my point. Donald Trump is not sitting around talking about how he's liberating Venezuelans. He's literally saying he's liberating the fucking wallets, the government of Venezuela's coffers from the burden of having to do the resource extraction and actually sell it on their own. Shut the fuck up. It's so crazy, bro. You got motherfuckers doing propaganda for the administration when the administration is not doing the propaganda. Every day, Donald Trump literally goes, every Venezuelan on U.S. soil is a rapist, drug seller, a drug salesman, okay? The CEO of doing rape and drugs. We must deport every Venezuelan expat. Every Venezuelan refugee on American soil is a rapist, drug-dealing, baby decapitating monster that will inevitably find their way into fucking CCOT, okay? He goes on Fox, and that's what he says on the phone every fucking morning. And then he turns around and says, also, I am going to rape the land of Venezuela. I'm going to pillage it. I'm going to rape and pillage. I'm going to rape and pillage. I love the oil. I want to shove the oil up my ass. I can't live without the fucking heavy crude of Venezuela. It's beautiful oil, and it's mine now. And there are still fucking morons in the chat being like, excuse me, can you take a deep breath and cover the perspective of Venezuelans who are delivering a fucking deep sigh of relief? I don't care, and neither does Trump. Nobody fucking cares. Shut the fuck up. God damn, what is this fucking argument, dude? It's so stupid. It's the same shit with Iraq. It's the same shit with Libya. It's the same shit with Syria. It's the same shit over and over again. This time it'll be different. Why don't you listen to the people that are saying they're doing a deep sigh of relief? Why don't you listen to the people that actually love what Donald Trump did? I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck. Okay? I don't care. I don't care what your perspective is. If you're going to tell me that, like, this time the narcissistic pedophile that is trying to extract as many super profits for his pedophilic elite is actually doing a good thing in this circumstance, even though all the previous narcissistic pedophiles that were doing the exact same shit were actually doing it in the wrong way, but this time it's actually good. I'm sorry. I'm going to treat you like the fucking moron that you actually are. Okay? Sucks to suck. What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? And I know there's going to be hella fucking clips off of this. Oh my God, there's going to be so many motherfuckers who are like, excuse me, I know that America obviously wants to destabilize an entire region as it has done historically under the Monroe Doctrine that they're relitigating at this very moment. But have you considered what my personal perspective is? I didn't like Maduro, and it's actually awesome that it will be an American puppet. Okay? It'll be awesome that it's an American puppet that actually leads the country inevitably that will rape and pillage the land. It's going to be good. Meanwhile, Trump is not even fucking saying that. That's the funniest part. Trump is not even, he literally just keeps saying, I'm doing this for oil. I'm doing this for plunder. I'm doing this for plunder and oil. I'm doing this for oil and nothing but oil, 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 oil. And still there's motherfuckers in the chat being like, well, hold on. The question I have is this. Why are you doing propaganda for Donald Trump in a way where he's not even doing propaganda? Okay? Like, it makes no sense. You're literally arguing a position that the Trump administration is not even taking. Like, they dropped it. They didn't even felt the need to even say those words, and you're still like, nope.
As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure.
It just doesn't make sense. Like, if you are even in any way, shape, or form remotely like a liberal person or invested in like human rights or whatever, why in the ever-loving fuck would you be like, yeah, this psychopath is actually doing this for this? I'm going to imagine an alternative reality where this psychopath is openly stating what his desires are, but I'm going to assume he's actually doing this to liberate me. Right after he called me a rapist drug dealer who needs to be sent to a fucking slave labor colony in El Salvador. Like, at that point, if you still can't understand that this isn't for you, okay, then I guess, have fun in CCOT, all right? Like, what do you want me to say? I'll still fight to make sure you don't go there. I'll be on the streets, but good luck, I guess. It's so wild. It's such a wild situation.
Oil infrastructure and start making money for the country. And we're...
yeah. As always, a liberal is someone who opposes every war except the current one and supports all civil rights movements except the one that's going on right now. Please read my question. No.
Very foolish thing if it didn't work out, but I said, nope, we can't do it. What he did...
It still benefits them? Are they supposed to be sad? No, you're right. No, it's going to be so beneficial. Dude, it's a higher level. It's a higher level of copium than even like the dumb American hogs that think this is good for them. Okay? Because if we're doing Cope Olympics here, right? On the one hand, you have the right-wing hogs, right? The MAGA hogs that are like, America first, America first, America first. And they're coping thinking like, oh, well, you know, Donald Trump's a peace president. He's doing peace through strength. And it's actually good for me that he's kidnapped Maduro, right? And he's like stealing Venezuelan resources. The reason why they think that is because they're weak. They know that nothing is good, but at least America can still project power. It's like team sports for them, right? But if you're Venezuelan on top of that, you're even doubly fucked because there isn't even anything you can point to. There isn't even anything you can point to here that is remotely salvageable. You don't get state repression from Maduro, but instead you get state repression from whoever comes next. Okay? And on top of that, the resources are no longer being the resources are no longer funding government programs, but instead you have that wonderful foreign capital control instead, where you have no autonomy whatsoever. It's ridiculous. All the while, international law is completely done. It's over. I mean, it's been over, but yeah, they will welcome us as liberators. Look, the armed people come out in defense of the government of the President Nicolas Maduro, kidnapped in the early morning by the current government of the United States. I mean, that's, yeah, there's gonna be fucking pro Maduro people that show up. There's gonna be anti Maduro people that are celebrating. It's a fucking massive country. Maduro is not exactly super popular. Okay. And of course, as is the case, there's always going to be a diversity of opinion. People who want to defend the ridiculous kidnapping that took place here will say, oh, well, at least like some of the Venezuelan people are happy. They're celebrating. And the people that want to defend Maduro or are against the intervention will say, no, people are actually very upset. It's just not good for anybody, is my point. It's not good for the Venezuelans. It will never be good for the Venezuelans. It's not good for the Americans, the American population. It's good for ExxonMobil. It's good for Chevron. It's good for Halliburton. It's good for Shell. It's good for British Petroleum. It's just not good for you. It's good for Lockheed Martin, right? But you won't see any of that. You won't see any of that. You won't see any of the profits. You won't see a return on that. And you really didn't have a say in it anyway. That's the other thing. It's not like you had a say in this, right? Did you? I didn't. All polls showed 70% of Americans actually did not want intervention in Venezuela. 70% of Americans. Now, those numbers will change now that the intervention took place. You're wrong. Okay. I guess I'm wrong then.
What he did with a lot of other things is bad, but what he did was sending hundreds of thousands of Tren de Aragua and drug dealers, and they emptied out their jails into our country. They emptied out, if you think about it, they emptied out all of their mental institutions.
There would be people defending it if a foreign nation came and removed Trump. It doesn't mean it in the that way. Okay. You think if Russia did that, people would be celebrating it? You think if China did that, people would be celebrating it? Yeah, liberals hate Donald Trump, but liberals also hate China. You think, like, what are we talking about? That's not how anything works. I mean, this is a idiotic hypothetical anyway. America is the world's greatest superpower. If you think that your fellow Americans would sit there and go, hell yeah, this is awesome, you're delusional. And there is much more reason to, and I mean this sincerely, there is far more reason to do this to any American leader, really, than any other country's leadership, given how much power and control America has around the world.
Into our country. What he did there, and every other thing, is unforgivable.
Mr. President, you're already getting reaction from members of Congress on both sides. One Democrat, Jim McGovern, is saying that you did not get authorization from Congress. And he says Trump just launched an unjustified illegal strike on Venezuela. Wanted to get your reaction to that.
Well, look, these are weak, stupid people.
Yeah, when we see Xi Jinping kidnap the Japanese prime minister, then we can talk. Yeah, it's not even like forceful reunification with Taiwan. The comparison here, not even Japan, because Japan is appropriate because it's like proximity wise, it's like similar, I guess. But yeah, Xi Jinping kidnaps the fucking. Xi Jinping comes out and says, "Hey, just so you guys know, the Japanese prime minister has actually violated our rules that we came up with. So we flew over there and we actually kidnapped the Japanese prime minister. And now we're going to hold him accountable in China." How do you think the world would approach that? How do you think that would look? Yeah, it's good for the Japanese, by the way. The Japanese will welcome us as liberators. I'm low-key hoping she kidnaps Carney. Okay, dude.
And they're trying to save themselves from almost destroying our country. If I didn't get elected, our country would not. I don't even think we'd have a country right now. We were heading down the path of destruction.
If you want to find an even closer comparison, Philippines. Okay, incredible amounts of misinformation. Son of a former dictator, right? Bad leadership in general. Kidnapping the fucking leader of the Philippines. Sorry, he's doing crimes. We have decided to kidnap him. How does that work?
Inflation, we had high prices. They're the ones that caused high prices, not us. We're bringing the prices way down. We have oil now in many places $1.99 a gallon. And, you know, when you do oil, everything follows, but everything is following. But, no, they would have destroyed our country. If we didn't get elected, if Kamala or a Joe type got elected, if that group got elected, but if Kamala got elected, I don't think at this point we would even have a country. We were laughed at all over the world. We were...
Yeah, Eric Levitz is right. In my day, critics denounced U.S. wars of choice as imperialist schemes to seize foreign oil, while the president insisted they were really attempts to spread democracy. Now, critics denounce such wars as attempts to spread democracy, while the president insists they are really imperialist schemes to seize foreign oil. No, literally. That's what I'm experiencing right now, and it blows my fucking mind. And Eric Levitz is a liberal. Like, he's not... Like, Eric Levitz is not exactly an avowed anti-imperialist by any means. But it's become this fascinating phenomenon to observe if you are even remotely intelligent and you watch these people defend the Trump administration on boundaries that the Trump administration is not defending itself. And you just imagine that this is the case. Like, no, you don't understand. You don't understand, silly leftist. Trump is doing this for democracy. There's definitely a democratic purpose here at play. Okay, if there is one, Trump certainly is not saying it.
The money was flowing out. Everybody was leaving. The companies were leaving. The people were leaving. The wealth was leaving. We have $18 trillion coming back into our country, the biggest number in the history of the world. The second biggest number was $3 trillion. We're at $18 trillion. And it's building factories and plants. It's doing things that no country has ever seen before. But as far as last night is concerned, it was really genius. What they did is genius. And the Democrats, maybe they'll take a shot. You know, they'll take a shot. All they do is complain. They don't talk about, they should say, you know what, we did a great job. We're stopping drugs from coming into this country. And nobody's been able to do it until we came along. But they should say, great job. They shouldn't say, oh, gee, maybe it's not constitutional. You know, the same old stuff that we've been hearing for years and years and years. They did an incredible job. These men and women that went out there last night, the courage they had, going into an area where, you know, all the lights were turned off. We turned off almost all of the lights in Caracas.
Yeah. I can think of a few better use of my tax dollars than blackbagging the head of a foreign narco-trafficking organization that enriches itself by addicting and poisoning my fellow Americans. Yeah. The Republican Party is no longer the party of regime change and endless wars. If you want to be a standard bearer, that is a non-negotiable position. Okay. You know what's not a fucking endless war? Nuking every country on the planet that doesn't submit to American wishes. I should not have said that out loud. I just realized that I just said that out loud, and now it's the new American foreign policy position. I fucked up. I should not have said that. The American foreign policy position now is we just nuke you if you don't submit. Isn't this a good thing for us? I like the sound of no more drugs. Yeah, I like the sound of that too. Except the Trump administration is not even going along with they're selling us drugs shit. Ironically enough. Okay, that was already bullshit. That was bullshit. There was no, Venezuela is not a narco trafficking hub. That's not it. And Trump is basically saying it's actually the oil anyway. Chuck Schumer finally gets around to commenting on Venezuela, saying the administration has assured me 3 separate times that it was not pursuing regime change or taking military action in Venezuela. Oh no. Oh no. No, not Chuck. You fell for it again? Oh, come on. And for the record, if you believe that Chuck is being sincere here when he says, "Oh shucks, I got duped again," you are the bigger dupe. Okay? He loves this shit. Straight up, he loves it. Today, Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer released the following statement after President Trump launched military action against Venezuela without congressional authorization in his announcement that he plans for the U.S. to run Venezuela. Let me be clear, Nicolas Maduro is an illegitimate dictator, but launching military action without congressional authorization and without a credible plan for what comes next is reckless. He's like, bro, why won't you let me in on it? I want a piece. He's like, come on. I just wanted a piece of the action, and you wouldn't even let me in on it. The administration has assured me 3 separate times that it was not pursuing regime change or taking military action in Venezuela. Clearly, they are not being straight with Americans. He's mad that he couldn't put a Calci bed in. He's like, why won't the administration tell me ahead of time that they're going to do this stuff? I was going to put a poly market bed in, and it's really fucked up that you didn't do that. The idea that Trump plans to now run Venezuela should strike fear in the hearts of all Americans. The American people have seen this before and paid the devastating price. Yeah, we were the ones who suffered from our endless occupation of Iraq. I mean, it's true, we did, but like also at the same time, I feel like there was some other people suffering there too, but who knows? You know, what do I know? The fuck do I know? Also, Chuck Schumer supported the Iraq war, didn't he? And he's kind of supporting Venezuela too. So what are we talking about? Hey, last time I supported this exact same thing that's going on, but in the Middle East, that was really bad. And this time, it's also not very good, but I'm still kind of supporting it. The administration must brief Congress immediately on its objectives and its plan to prevent a humanitarian and geopolitical disaster that plunges us into another endless war, or one that trades one corrupt dictator for another. To distract from skyrocketing costs Americans face in the historic cover-up of the Epstein files, Donald Trump is attempting to throw Americans into more international chaos and uncertainty. Oh yeah, here. People did make big bets and won big, okay? Some war-related insider trading, a brand new account in Polymarket only invested in the U.S., going to war with Venezuela, and Maduro out by January 31st, up 13K so far, was spending thousands on Maduro out at bargain prices as recently as 4 hours ago. Now it's at 50 cents or 0.50. This account, Burdensome Mix, has existed for only 1 week and quickly became the biggest yes holder in the Maduro out market. Seems pretty suspicious. Pete Hegseth making some beer money on the side, question mark. Now that Maduro is at 0.99 following the Trump announcement, this account has in 1 week realized nearly $150,000 in profit and has hundreds of thousands more in unrealized profits. Great. Thanks for reminding me that I need to bet on the Seahawks game. Okay, guys, the point here is not that you should go and also fucking gamble.
I mean, this thing was so organized, and they go into a dark space with machine guns facing them all over the place, and then you hear from a guy that I'd never even heard of him, but you hear from some congressman saying, oh, this is so terrible. We're saving lives. And by the way, the boats, every boat, because that's sort of related to this, every boat that we hit saves 25,000 lives.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get any hosannas or thanks from certain Democrats in Congress, that's for sure. But one of the things, you've already obviously cracked down on these drug boats. You've also cracked down on these illegal oil shipments coming out of Venezuela. The countries that negotiate with Venezuela for that illegal oil are already starting to suffer. What do you see as the future of Venezuela's oil industry?
Well, I see that we're going to be very strongly involved in it. That's all. I mean, what can I say? We have the greatest oil companies in the world, the biggest, the greatest, and we're going to be very much involved in it. We can't do something like this, and we're prepared. We were prepared to do a second wave. We were all set, and this was so lethal, this was so powerful that we didn't have to, but we're prepared.
We're so collectively desensitized the U.S. empire that we're not even registering the absurdity. The U.S., a country where guns are sold at Walmart, has just kidnapped the president of a sovereign nation and head of army to charge him with possession of machine guns with the intent to distribute to a fake cartel that doesn't exist that we invented whole cloth. Like, that's how you know the enshittification has already completely calcified in the American administrations, because the Cartel de la Rosas thing, or Cartel of the Suns shit, was one of those attempts in, like, I think like the early 2000s that they just shelved, right? Because sometimes the American State Department will like come up with fake reasons whenever they want to justify intervention, right? Cartel de los Soles, not roses, my bad. And that was like a fake justification, which doesn't even fucking exist. A Spanish law professor and author spent several years trying to track down evidence of Cartel de los Soles existence and its connection to the Venezuelan government. This was his conclusion in 2020. The Trump administration, the DEA, the Department of Justice, and the intelligence services are the architects of the myth of the Cartel of the Suns. In fact, they are the main and only source that feeds this myth by leaking information from anonymous sources without verification. At the same time, they are the main actor of political destabilization of Venezuela with their unrestricted support of the self-proclaimed interim president and encouraging all kinds of adventurers, including terrorist invasions. If the unfolding events is not stopped, it could lead to devastating consequences for the region. Let's hope that this piece accomplishes the generation of a serious debate about the non-existent existence of the Cartel of the Suns, and that the organizations, media institutions, and people directly identified in the study as biased and not very rigorous will respond, offering arguments and evidence that prove them right, and that I, in the best case scenario, am wrong, or in the worst, am a mental moron. However, I have a sense that the aforementioned will respond, as always, with silence, hiding in the fact that they possess the hegemonic media and therefore have dominion over the truth, which exempts them from giving any kind of reason to my allegations. In fact, replying to me would mean exposing themselves, and that would blur the halo of truth in which they disguise themselves, and which is nothing more than an outright lie. This is the American version of, or the previous relitigation of the WMDs, but not even like as, like they didn't even go as hard defending this bullshit this time around. Yeah, now is a good time to remember that the Cartel de los Soles doesn't exist, and it isn't even being determined by the U.S. government's own assessment, that Maduro has nothing to do with Trendaragua. The charges are bullshit, and that's why they had to add machine gun conspiracy charges. It's pretty crazy. And it's also very funny, I guess, not that it matters, but it is very funny to see all of these guys who were like, yeah, base, Donald Trump is going to be the peace president, turn around and be like, actually, this was awesome. Isn't this so sick? Aren't the libtards malding? Because you know that's happening. Because for a lot of these people, they have no like real goals or anything like that. In the next few hours, all your mutuals and pages you follow will turn into geopolitics experts, historians, and journalists all at once. I like that he's saying this, but he's doing that as well. Glenn tweet, I'm sure you know which. One reason all leaders love wars. Yeah, this guy fucking sucks. But, you know, nailing Glenn on this is perfectly valid. One reason all leaders love war so much is that it unites the population behind them. From Dem Party, from AOC to Manchin, fully supports Biden's war policy. Also does the pro-war GOP wing of Marco Rubio and Lindsey Graham. The only candidates opposed are Trump, RFK, and Vivek. Yeah, Donald the Dove, Hillary the Hawk. That was in 2016. That's what's so stupid about this entire process, is that like none of this shit matters. Like so many right-wingers were like, oh, I love that Donald Trump is a peaceful dove. He's no new wars. He's awesome. He's the peace president. He's awesome. He's the peace president. Only to now turn around and be like, actually, it turns out war is awesome. It turns out this is perfectly fine. We love that. Yeah, maybe you just like Donald Trump, man. I don't know. And I hate this shit because, like, for me, this is very frustrating. This isn't war. This is terrorism. I mean, it's war and terrorism. Okay? It's both. And also, one can say all war is terrorism. But you need to remember something. This was a big part of the reason why I was so fucking critical of Kamala Harris, who presented a narrative that she would be actually more militant. Okay? This is why I lost my mind when she went on stage at the DNC and said, we're going to have the most lethal military. So if you're wondering how a lot of these guys were duped so aggressively, okay, a lot of these guys were so duped. How could they have been so duped? Well, you played a role in it. The Democrats played a role in it. Yeah, this is the other type of cope. Yep, the Iraq war was famously over when we got Saddam. Me and my buddies fought in a 20-year war because Bush and Obama didn't get done in 4 terms. What Trump just got done in 4 hours. I voted for this.
Venezuela plummeted from one of the richest countries in the Americas to a total pariah state in just a couple.
You can't say Kamala would be the same as Trump on this one. After she glazed Cheney, she'd at least play into the democracy and not the oil. Oh, for sure. For sure. The propaganda would be better. For sure. If liberals were responsible for this, they would be really hitting the lines like girl boss Maria Machado wants to liberate Venezuela. They'd be propping up every like Venezuelan expat, every Venezuelan living on U.S. soil, celebrating, you know, Maduro getting arrested, all this shit, you know?
Couple of decades, hyperinflation, starvation, millions fleeing, all because Chavez and Maduro imposed radical socialism, seizing industries and crushing freedom in the warm embrace of collectivism. But today,
damn, they're so triggered about the warm embrace of collectivism line. They all, oh my God, they keep referencing the Zoran warm embrace of collectivism line over and over again. Dude, you can't be this much of a fucking anti-communist, brother. I don't understand. Like, who is this for? The USSR is dissolved. Like, it's 2026. Capitalism is fucking you, and you're recognizing it to a certain degree, and yet you still are like, you know what's the problem, though? Imagine if this was communism. Like, what is happening?
January 3rd, 2026, justice has finally come. President Trump ordered a precise professional operation. Nicolas Maduro and his wife were arrested by U.S. personnel and are now headed to America to stand trial on serious charges, narco-terrorism, flooding our streets with deadly drugs, and more. No endless war. No unnecessary American bloodshed. A clean arrest of an indicted dictator. Trump could have killed this man in his sleep, but instead, he's giving Maduro a fair trial, something Maduro never granted his opponents who were jailed, tortured, or killed.
Okay, let's keep it real. I think it's one of the most consistent L's for Venezuela that they didn't do that, actually. Look, listen, repression of protesters, absolutely. A lot of that took place, especially under Maduro. But if we're being fucking real, even under Chavez and even under Maduro as well, they did not properly take care of political dissidents. Okay? That's it. You had to have seized the entirety of the Chamber of Commerce, the first coup. After the first coup was implemented, you should have taken over every single asset that the Chamber of Commerce in Venezuela owned and put it under the control, the stewardship of the state. And you had to have arrested every single collaborator with the CIA. Major L for Venezuela, kept consistently suffering from the repercussions.
13.3 says, for rulers are not a terror to good conduct, but to bad.
And before people get mad about this shit, before people get mad about what I'm saying here, if you think that there was a serious plot, a real coup that took place in the United States of America, led by an active foreign nation, a foreign adversary, not like the Russiagate shit, I'm talking straight up. Actually, you know what? Russiagate is a good analog here. Look at what happened when Russia kind of put their finger on the scales a little bit in terms of pumping up a fucking leader. And then the opposition party didn't even fucking prosecute or arrest the people that ended up doing January 6th. Okay? The actual leaders, not the random people that were doing the January 6th shit. Okay? But the actual leaders, the actual politicians that played a role in January 6th. That's what happens. That's what fucking happens when you don't prosecute people, when you don't punish people for fucking around. We have it. His name is Donald Trump. He's the president right now. Hasan wants to be a communist so bad, but would never sacrifice his earnings to get it. He will just keep preaching it and doing nothing and taking donations while being a millionaire. Yeah, except the real counter argument that you're supposed to present here is that communism is when one guy has all the power and all the money and everyone else is suffering. And that's precisely what I'm doing right now, right? Like I'm the communist dictator already. That's a much better way to if you're going to make a stupid counter argument, you might as well go full stupid. You don't have to go half measure stupid. So I'm full communist already. Are you seeing Mr. Base takes on the strike? No, I don't know what that is. Who's Mr. Base?
For far too long, Nicolas Maduro was a terror to good conduct, destroying lives in Venezuela and helping kill hundreds of thousands of Americans through the fentanyl and drugs his regime enabled. Today, a righteous authority stepped in and removed that evil without starting another war. And just as Proverbs...
Donald Trump literally is like, we did it for oil, and also it is a war. This guy's like, no, listen. This is righteous authority. This is righteous indignation. This is Donald Trump. Not doing a war, but instead, like, what authority, brother? What do you mean? You can't just like decide someone is a fucking criminal and violate all norms and all international law. Like, what the fuck?
Verse 29:2 declares, when the righteous thrive, the people rejoice. When the wicked rule, the people groan. The Venezuelan people groaned for years under wicked rule. Now, go check social media.
Wait, is this I don't even know if this is a real live stream. I think there's an old video. Did this guy go through all the different copies of old videos? All the different copies of old videos to post it to be like, see, they're
everywhere of Venezuelans leaning out of their windows, cheering in the streets. USA, USA, pure rejoicing in the streets. Pure rejoicing in their homes, and even among the diaspora. Liberals are melting down, of course, but where was their outrage over hundreds of thousands of Americans who lost their lives to fentanyl from Maduro's regime? Or the millions of Venezuelans.
Fentanyl from Maduro's regime, where, like, no, the government has not even offered an iota of fake evidence even, okay? They didn't even do the WMD shit with fentanyl, okay? They didn't even do that. Like, they just said, yeah, I think they have fentanyl coming from Venezuela, maybe. Like, how can you be so ready to swallow the boot whole and regurgitate talking points that the government is not even fully invested in? I meant, did you see Asman's take on this? Oh, Asman is Mr. Based. No, I didn't. But let me guess. Yeah, we're back, boys. America is back. Yeah, peace through strength. Yeah. I mean, Asmongold's take is basically this exact same take, I suspect, as is the take from every single fucking right winger, with a couple base in there for, you know, for extra seasoning. He can't stop talking about Asman. Did you not see? I have not brought Asmongold up one time. That chatter said, have you seen Mr. Base takes? I said, who's Mr. Base? He said, Asmongold. And I replied to him, calm down, okay? You were here. You were here. You saw this take place. You saw this back and forth happen in real time. I finally baited you. You did. Take an hour off. Anyway, add it to the comp. Yeah, add it to the comp. By the way, yes, this guy showed an old clip. Posters of President Nicolas Maduro being torn down across Venezuela. This is an old video from 2024. Every right-winger in this situation cannot just like rest on the laurels of this action. So they have to actually imagine or invent a liberal that's being owned. Imagine an oppositional figure that's being owned. Okay? That's it. Because they can't just like, because deep down inside, I think they also understand that this is not really going to make their lives better. It's the same reason why when asked, a lot of Trump supporters will openly admit like, yeah, things are not too great about the economy right now, but they're going to get better, right? And that's basically an admission that things are not great right now, okay? You're just admitting it. And I think many people also recognize that. Many right-wingers also recognize that. So they have to just like hold on to anything they can to feel better about themselves. Oh, I've imagined that we've like dominated an enemy. Why do I think this guy's an enemy of mine? I don't know, because someone told me so, right? They really cut their Somali fraud story short with this kidnapping. I would have waited a month. This is such a clown take. A successful regime change in Venezuela would be amazing for both countries. This is such a clown take. A successful regime change in Iraq would be great for both countries. This is such a clown take. A successful regime change in Libya would be great for both countries. This is such a clown take. Successful regime change in Syria would be great for both countries. This is such a clown take. Successful regime change would be great for both countries in Chile. This is such a... I love that the comparison is Panama. Japan? Do you... Cope harder, my man. This is such a clown take. Successful regime change would be great for both countries in Vietnam. This is such a clown take. Successful change would be great for both countries in Afghanistan. This is such a clown take. Hey, notice how I have a million examples and you said Japan. Notice how I gave you virtually every single example post World War II and you said Japan. We nuked Japan. We wrote their constitution. And when they were doing too good, we shut off their economy, and it worked. Yes, he used the suicide country that's killing itself with its anti-immigrant policies currently as the example of a country that's doing all right. Also, Japan's leaders stayed the same, like literally the same people. Also, yeah, we didn't even do much change. Also, Panama, the only one that you could point to, okay, the only one that you can point to as a comparison that is like, I guess, successful, was literally a CIA asset to begin with. So that's it. The only example that you can use is again, not exactly great, but was already a fucking CIA asset. So no, I don't think there are many good examples. I know he's a lib, but I can tell the chat is a lot younger on average because people in here just aren't aware of the historical events of the last few decades. The Franco chat has people who actually remember Iraq, whereas this chat is unaware there's been a precedent set for this sort of nonsense. No, I think it's because we have a lot of hogs. None of your takes matter because the Venezuelan people have spoken. Oh, this is going to be the line, huh? We're just going to have to consistently bring up images of the Saddam statue being toppled over and over again until people kind of understand. It is pretty funny. It's not even the Venezuelan diasporoids, right? But it is funny that the Venezuelan diasporoids who are saying that this is objectively a good thing are basically 5 minutes away from being deported to CCOT. And they're like, no, you don't understand. This is really good, actually. Okay, well, have fun at fucking CCOT, I guess. I don't know. Trump is calling you a rapist drug dealer and a decapitator of children. So, and is using you as a pawn. What makes you think you're safe on U.S. soil with this administration that has not even remotely entertained your humanity?
We're out there with an armada like nobody's ever seen before, and we're prepared, and frankly, probably thought we were going to have to do it, but we were prepared for a second wave going in.
Mr. President, sorry, Nicole, could you follow up on one thing? And that was when part of Vice President Vance's tweet about an hour ago said that you offered several off-ramps to Maduro that he didn't take. What did those off-ramps look like?
Political citing sources. Trump administration recently contacted American oil companies that the Venezuelan regime seized their assets decades ago. And they ask oil companies to invest heavily in Venezuela if they want compensation for their seized assets. It's going to be really funny when we just have to subsidize the oil companies even further for even entertaining the high profit margin crude oil extraction that they will engage in Venezuela, that they will not be selling to the American market. Of course, they're going to continue selling it to China, Canada, and many other places. But it's going to be great when we subsidize them for stealing Venezuelan oil at a much higher profit margin. It's great. Every single thing that the American government engages in is just a fucking scheme to line up the coffers of CEOs and the big shareholders. Okay? It's great. It's awesome. But no, it's fine. It'll trickle down to you one day, okay? No, I promise.
Like.
Well, basically I said.
So, that's leverage against China then? The world runs on oil. Come on, don't do this anarchist oil bad grift. Wait, what? Yeah, it is leverage against China. I know that. I recognize that. Okay. And Trump will continuously sell. Trump will continue to sell oil at bargain bin prices to China as the good lapdog that he is. What an interesting analysis that I don't even disagree with. I'm asking you, dumb fuck, how does this help you? Okay. America posturing aggressively against the largest manufacturing hub on the planet. How does that help you? Explain to me how, right now, that is going to immediately improve your material conditions. Right now, consistently saber rattling against our largest trade partner. How does this benefit you, chatter? Please enlighten us. Oh, it's great. We're decoupling Venezuela from China. It's going to be awesome, actually. Go ahead. Explain to me how this helps anyone but elites. This is the point. A lot of people refuse to recognize, like a lot of Americans think that they're hyper individualistic, right? And in some respects they are. But what they don't realize is they've been duped so aggressively by propaganda that they don't even realize that this shit doesn't even benefit them. Like half the time when the American government is engaging in this kind of action, it doesn't even help them at all. It tells China that they have to respect U.S. interest, trickle down isn't real, but industrial benefits helps everyone. What industrial benefits are you getting? What industrial benefits are you getting? What industrial benefits did you get from American companies actually taking out oil from Iraq? What were the industrial benefits of plunder in that regard? What industry do we even have? You are going to work your gig economy slave labor job and you're going to shut the fuck up. And you're going to watch YouTubers on the side that tell you that it's actually good that America is doing this stuff. Okay? You're going to eat the bug, you're going to rent for the rest of your life, and you're going to fucking enjoy it. And you're going to continue deluding yourself into thinking that these sorts of actions are actually beneficial for you because we're all part of one big team. China is on the opposing side. They're anti-America. We're pro-America. We're on one big team. And you're going to keep eating the bugs, and the bugs are going to get shittier and shittier, and you're going to enjoy it. More cheap oil, leveraging it. Yeah, I already described it. It's not cheap oil for you, dumb fuck. Okay? It's not helping you. Unless you are literally the CEO of a fucking oil company or like a major shareholder in a oil company, that cheap oil is not going to make its way to the American markets. That cheap oil is actually going to be sold elsewhere. Okay? That cheap oil is not going to cheapen your oil. And cheap oil does not make every product cheaper. If that was the case, we would already have cheaper products right now. Donald Trump fixed the oil prices. No? Did it make anything else cheaper? Gas at the gas pump is cheaper. Did that make the groceries cheaper? No. So what the fuck are you talking about? We're already living through this process. Corporate consolidation is already set in. It doesn't matter. The prices of other commodities are not pegged to the fucking oil and gas industry in the way that people presented. Okay? Holy fuck, this dumbass is like paying triple the premium prices for healthcare that is not even going to end up saving his life when push comes to shove, because the healthcare companies are so further deregulated at this point that they can get away with just denying you care of coverage that you paid for. And you're over here thinking, nah, actually everything is going to be cheaper eventually. Not today, but maybe tomorrow. Okay? Less immigration crisis if they make a stable government Venezuelans don't have to run from. Oh my God! I didn't even read the second part. More cheap oil, leverage against China for better deals for companies based there. Fucking, I don't even know what you mean by this. Okay? Better, no, chatter. The NatSec argument is totally separate from this, okay? You are inventing stuff because I put you on the spot. This is not the correct argument. The real argument is this. America needs to be the hegemonic superpower in order to continue dominating the planet, and China is making significant gains in its One Belt, One Road initiative, and China is actually gaining a serious foothold. China also controls the extraction, basically the damn near entirety of the extraction, and certainly the more expensive and more difficult part of the process, refinement of rare earth minerals. Rare earth minerals are necessary for all commodity production, specifically in national defense. Okay, so any kind of leverage point against China that shuts off their access to energy or cheap, affordable energy before they are able to permanently move into the renewable space is a good thing. So that if they ever actually turn around and try to hit the nuclear option and say, oh, if you want rare metals, you can't actually receive those rare metals because we just stopped you from receiving said rare metals, we can turn around and say, okay, well, you don't get oil then, or you get oil at a much higher price point. That is the actual NatSec argument. You fucking moron. You don't even know the actual appropriate arguments to make. You're just fucking fantasizing about dumb shit because you got put on the spot and you went, oh, the leverage against China for better deals for companies based there. What the fuck does that even mean? All the companies that are based in fucking China are already half owned by the goddamn government, with the exception of Tesla. What are you talking about? What do you want me to do? Do you want me to make the argument for you so I can fucking steel man it first and then destroy it? What the fuck is this? Oh, it's also not cheap oil. It's not. Venezuela has heavy crude. I know. It's expensive to refine. There's no infrastructure in Venezuela to extract this oil, so it'd be expensive to set up. No, but we have refineries in the United States of America, in the West Coast. We have the refineries to extract and also refine the heavy crude that comes out of Venezuela. Okay? Well, thank you for a better argument. Yes, I'm on the spot. Okay, but you don't understand. If you're on the spot and you just made up a stupid fucking argument that doesn't even make any sense, then one must ask the question, what is the motivating principle? Why am I so readily available to defend America when it actually doesn't even defend my best interest? Because my goal here is to explain to you that the American NatSec argument, or any number of different arguments that they fucking present, is actually stupid. It actually doesn't benefit you at all. And it's all a game of resource extraction so that the super wealthy can continue fucking driving up imperial super profits. That's all this is for. And they're doing it, and they're not even hiding that they're doing it. They're openly stating it. So much so that even Matt Iglesias, a dumbass, had to come out with the dumbest statement of all time. Trump's whole foreign policy approach feels to me like a guy who read some bad leftist takes about how Western prosperity is all downstream of violent imperial exploitation and decided to use that as a playbook for growth. Yeah, I wonder I wonder why it comes across like that, Matty Iglesias. Perhaps because that is the fucking truth. And Trump, unlike his predecessors, is not shy about saying the truth, saying exactly why he's doing these things. But of course, leave it to Matty boy over here to somehow make this about the left again. Yeah, it must have been it must have been imperialism, the final stage of capitalism, that is the reason why Trump actually arrived at this conclusion, and not because he just looked at the situation and realized, yeah, why can't we just steal this shit and openly say it? Why would it be more likely that Trump was influenced by leftist takes about history of violent imperial exploitation rather than by history itself? The idea that the right has to get ideas like, what if we take resources from other countries by force from leftist takes is so absurd that you'd have to be seriously deranged to think it. Anyway. Law, I like Hassan, but I just think it's objectively good to remove Maduro and stabilize Venezuela. Brother, there is no stabilization of Venezuela that is coming. This is the problem. And I gave you a million examples of how that stabilization never comes after American intervention, specifically violent American intervention. And you just chose to say, lol, cope. Or maybe that was another chatter I was responding to. What are you looking for? Yeah, it's outside. Kapının dışında, dış kapının dışında. That's it. So you have to ask yourself why you're engaging in the cope, okay? Not me. You have to ask yourself why you are personally engaging in this cope to immediately rush to try and defend the Trump administration. Even if for some reason you like Machado and the opposition, well, yeah, who would ever do that, by the way? I don't even know. But let's say you like Machado. Trump said, fuck them, and Marco and Pete are in charge of Venezuela. Exactly. Does no one care about international law? No. No one cares.
Global Affairs correspondent Martha Raddatz and ABC News contributor retired Colonel Steve Ganyard. Good morning to you both. Thanks for joining us. Martha, I do want to start with you. I know you've been talking to your sources this morning. What more are you learning about how this operation was carried out?
Well, Whit, I think we have to go back to just those scenes in Caracas with U.S. helicopters, Chinook helicopters, and attack helicopters sweeping over the city, those explosions likely at airfields and military facilities, and Delta Force, that elite Delta Force going in and grabbing Maduro and his wife in the dead of night. You can imagine
in academic international relations, I get the realist idea that there's basically nothing but forceful states and the international order is inherently anarchy. And I get the liberal idea that the international order is based on contracts and agreements and that appeals can be made on the basis of shared rules, trade, etc. But in reality, there's an even intra-sentence switch between one register and another to justify any and every action. Yes, the liberal approach here around global established order is just a justification for the actual way that this works, which is might is right. That's it. It's always might is right, up and down, and it's always been that way, okay? And Donald Trump is not doing the second thing. And that's why it's so funny, because, like, it's almost like he's gift wrapping my argument for me. But because people have gotten dumber and dumber in some ways, they don't even care that Donald Trump is just openly being like, Donald Trump could come out tomorrow and literally be like, I'm doing this for the oil companies, stupid. It's not going to help you at all. This is actually so that they make more money. They're my best friends. We do pedophilia together, okay? Americans will still be like, well, it's all right. My president, he's still trying to do this for democracy, I think, okay? I don't know what to say to people that just want to be, I don't know what to say to people that want to hear this lullaby, okay? I don't know. I can only keep repeating the truth over and over again. And Trump, in many ways, does make this a lot easier for me because he says it out loud. And if you still can't fucking shake yourself from the stupor and you still find yourself desperately grasping on to ridiculous notions such as establishing democracy in Venezuela at a time when Trump is not even invested in establishing democracy in the United States of America, okay, then good luck, I guess. You're never going to fucking wake up.
Were probably asleep, and how this operation was carried out exactly, we do not know. They were clearly well prepared. They knew exactly where to find Maduro and his wife. We are told by sources that the CIA had perfect intelligence as to where they were, and that clearly was the case since they did capture them. We also don't know whether others were involved on the ground, whether the CIA perhaps had assets, whether he called in and said, I'm going to surrender. We do not know those details at this point. But Delta Force had a successful mission. They went in, they grabbed Maduro. Whether he surrendered or not, we do not know, but it certainly did seem a great surprise. And with those military assets, it tells you that Maduro did not know what was coming, and he was flown out of the country. I think it's highly unlikely there are still forces on the ground. Generally, these missions are done, and the Delta Force and the others are out of there. But those scenes from Caracas and those explosions and the smoke rising from that city are remarkable indeed, Whit.
Yes, they are, absolutely. Let's bring in Colonel Steve Ganyard. And Steve, President Maduro, as we noted there, and his wife both captured. Where could they be taken, and what happens next?
Yeah, Whit, probably, you saw in the video there, you saw those special operations helicopters, so they probably would have put them on one of the special operations, the Army Delta Force helicopters, and flown.
Why is this woman gushing over this shit? Because they all do, bro. This is the entirety of the otherwise supposedly liberal mainstream media. They love this shit. I'm reminded of the first bombing campaign that Trump did in 2016 when media was like way more anti-Trump, and they were like, this is the first moment that Trump has become presidential. They love that, dude. They fucking love war. They love it. They can't get enough of it. They're like, oh my God, please do more illegal actions. I fucking, I have unlimited appetite for bloodlust.
Him offshore. Now, whether they had enough gas to get all the way out to where the USS Ford, the aircraft carrier, is, that's a question. But from the Ford, they can fly him all the way to the United States, perhaps stopping in Roosevelt Roads in Puerto Rico, where the U.S. buildup has been most apparent. But right now, it becomes a law enforcement issue, and he will be tried based on those the indictment back in 2020.
Like, this is already off of a completely faulty premise that was established here, and the completely faulty premise that was established here is like whether there is any serious law enforcement taking place. Notice how they've moved beyond it, where they're like, well, you know, this is a act of law enforcement or whatever. Bitch, what do you mean an act of law enforcement? Like, this is literally, law enforcement needs to be apprehending us. If there was any sort of like serious international organ of justice, they would be apprehending us. They would be like, excuse me, we need to prosecute you for this severe war crime that you just did. This is illegal under American law. This is illegal according to the American Constitution. This is illegal according to international rules. It's fucked up by every metric. Okay?
20. So this may be, as Secretary Rubio said, this may be the end of the military action or what was necessary. No doubt the U.S. will keep the forces offshore to make sure that probably the next step is going to be free and fair elections. Remember that one of the opposition leaders was just awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in Oslo. And so the hope here is that the Venezuela...
I'm sure there's fabrication. Oh my God, he's literally, but to suggest there's no major drug activity in Venezuela of all countries seems asinine to me. Brother, what you are doing currently is no different than what you got called out for earlier. You're making shit up, okay? So at a certain point, you got to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and think internally, why am I so aggressively defending this action? Okay, if they did this to Bibi, would you support it? Fuck yes, would I support it? Are you fucking insane? Benjamin Netanyahu is literally an indicted war criminal for doing a fucking genocide. Are you stupid? What is the fucking comparison here? Do you just think anyone that America decides is bad is the equivalent of Benjamin fucking Netanyahu? Are you that brain dead? Are you looking for a hypocrisy gotcha that hard that you can't comprehend that there is a difference? Well, that's also my take then. Maduro isn't as bad, but he's still very bad. Oh, my Lord, that's not your take. Your take is there's probably drug deals happening. There's also a good argument to be made about resource extraction from Venezuela. No, that's not your fucking argument. That's the argument that you have basically positioned yourself into because you got backed into a goddamn corner. And even that argument doesn't stand on any fucking legs whatsoever because there is no comparison between an internationally indicted war criminal that is conducting a genocide and fucking America's foreign adversary that we don't like. You can't just say, oh, these guys are bad, so they deserve to be fucking kidnapped. That's not how this works. Okay? You could have at least used it for Vladimir Putin or something, and that would have been at least a little bit more reasonable, but you chose to defend this one. Okay? And even with Vladimir Putin, obviously, he has fucking nukes, so America's not going to do shit. Oh my God. It's like comparing someone being prosecuted for jaywalking to a mass murderer. What are you talking about? Or like fucking assault.
Venezuelan people could actually have an elected leader.
And Martha, a foreign leader captured, flown out of the country. Just how unprecedented is an operation like this from the U.S. perspective?
Well, I think we remember back to 1990 in Panama. Manuel Noriega was taken
the greatest political mind of our time. Trump won't go into Venezuela. I said Trump won't invade Venezuela, and I was wrong. Even though he technically hasn't invaded, he did a special military operation. Okay? I'm done making predictions about invasions, okay?
Of Panama, however, and Manuel Noriega was not ever really the elected president. He was a military dictator. He eventually surrendered. He went to the embassy.
This is not once, but the second time where I have assumed that someone would not be an absolute fucking psycho. Another right-wing psychopath who I thought would have at least follow, I don't know, logic or reason. Nope.
See, the Holy...
Yeah, Trump won't invade Israel is what I'm saying next. Trump will not invade Israel.
The embassy, the Vatican embassy, and hid out there for about 10 days before he surrendered. I also want to bring up Juan Hernandez, who was in Honduras, and he was convicted of drug trafficking. In fact, the Justice Department said he was at the center of the largest and most violent drug trafficking conspiracy in the world, helping to bring 400 tons of cocaine into the U.S. He was recently given a full pardon at the end of November by President Trump. So we have that convicted criminal who was released by President Trump, and now overnight, this arrest and capture of Venezuela's president.
Yeah, we've seen a number of people pointing out that contradiction. And Steve, the Trump administration also has accused Maduro himself of narco-terrorism. Why then has there been this recent escalation?
You were wrong from the start. CIA was already there in 2025, so that was a dumb prediction from the get-go. No, dumbass. I know that the CIA was there. What the fuck are you talking about? Donald Trump literally admitted to bombing Venezuela already, like Venezuelan landmass. There's a difference between that and what I was talking about, which was like Iraq-style shock and awe, boots on the ground military warfare, which it hasn't gotten to at this point yet, but it very well could. So if you want to be serious about the thing that I'm talking about, that's what I mean. But to be fair, I did not think that they would also be insane enough to go in and do a kidnapping of the fucking head of state. Yes, that chatter is right. Yes, last year, the CIA was already inside of Venezuela, as Trump openly admitted. And not only that, but they also blew up I don't know if it was a refinery or not. They blew up something on Venezuelan soil already, which the Venezuelan government was trying to hide. And then the Trump administration, well, not even the Trump administration, but Trump basically admitted it on a fucking phone call.
With Venezuela.
Well, the Trump administration has an idea that they call the Trump corollary, and that is an extension of the old Monroe Doctrine. That is a re-emphasis on security in the Western Hemisphere. And so the White House sees Venezuela as the source of many problems, not only in South America, not only in the Western Hemisphere, but around the world because of their connections to Hezbollah, to the oil that gets shipped offshore and helps keep the Russian war machine going in Ukraine. And so given the connection between drugs and illicit oil transfers, the administration says now is the time to stop this, because the next step is where does the Cuban...
Dude, the media is fucking going crazy over this shit. I'm telling you right now, it is... I mean, look, liberal outlets are saying this is a good thing. obviously every right-wing reactionary is saying this is an incredible thing. And you know, I guess some Democrats are pushing back, like some Democratic leadership is pushing back a little bit, but not really all that much. Like, here's Graham Plattner's statement from Maduro's kidnapping. The government of the United States of America has illegally invaded a foreign country and kidnapped its leader. This is what happened in Venezuela today. This is not foreign policy. It's international gangsterism. There are going to be a lot of people on, frankly, both sides of the aisle trying to convince us that this was somehow justified. It isn't. Our behavior against Venezuela over the last few months has been illegal. None of it has been authorized by Congress. None of it is being done in accordance with international law. Just 1 month ago, there was a vote in the Senate that would have required congressional input on any military action against Venezuela. It got voted down 49-51 because Susan Collins cast the deciding vote against a resolution that would have blocked President Trump's illegal actions today. So in the coming weeks and months, wherever this goes, just understand that this is a failure of the American political system. It's an absolute failure of our government and another crack in our fragile democracy. We are allowing an out-of-control rogue government to invade countries and kidnap their leaders. And Republicans in the House and Senate are doing nothing to stop it. Holy fuck, this is... God damn it. Why did it have to be Graham Plattner? I mean, this is damn near perfect. Actually, not even damn near perfect. I'm going to be honest. This is a perfect statement. This is a perfect statement. From Iraq to Venezuela, you can count on Susan Collins to continue to enable illegal foreign wars. And we need to all turn out in opposition to this egregious failure and our government to stop it. We have a lawless administration. Deploying American military to kidnap foreign leaders and a Senate that refuses to do anything about it. This may soon breed chaos on a scale we can only imagine. At least the last time the United States went to war over oil, they sent the Secretary of State to lie to lawmakers and sought congressional approval first. This is not the behavior of a government that cares about the American people. This is the Trump administration lashing out with military force because Republicans are afraid that its domestic failures are going to result in political failure in the 2026 midterms. Yeah, not only that, not only is it a perfect statement, none of this like, well, Maduro is a bad guy and I hate him and he is worthy of being owned or whatever. But also on top of that, it just straight up ties it back to Susan Collins. It ties it back to like the power of your vote, because it directly just says unconditionally that the false framing that the Republicans are half-heartedly leaning into is just false. And it's good that people are saying it, you know? It's good that someone is saying it. His Blackwater brain chip must be malfunctioning. Yeah. Anyway, is CGTN a trustable news? I mean, it's a fucking Chinese state broadcaster. I was on it. You know, state broadcasters are going to be good on international news, but bad on domestic affairs. It's the same as like Al Jazeera. Or I guess Al Jazeera is a little bit better than BBC on international news, let's be real. Or at least Middle Eastern affairs, but it's like that. Anyway, this is not the behavior of a government that cares about the American people. This is the Trump administration lashing out with military force because Republicans are afraid of its domestic failures. I condemn these illegal actions completely. No blood for oil. In solidarity, Graham Plattner.
A little over 48 hours into 2026, around 2 a.m. Caracas.
What the
Fireworks had lit up the night sky for New Year. But now the place illuminated by a series of never-before-seen U.S. strikes on military bases and airports. Military helicopters, including Chinooks, a U.S. Special Forces operation caught on camera phone. Their mission, capture the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife, Celia Flores. Chances are the couple were inside one of these helicopters. The U.S. was forcibly deposing a Latin American leader for the first time in this way in over a quarter of a century. Just hours before his capture, Maduro presented with a vase by a Chinese delegation at the presidential palace, Caracas.
Año nuevo, porcelana nueva.
Yeah, this is the real nutty part. It's honestly incredible that they didn't have any handheld anti-air ready. They could have destroyed those choppers. I know. Which leads me to believe that there is more to the story than we think, specifically with respect to like who gets to be in charge once the exchange of power takes place. Because not even manpads, really. I mean, not even fucking manpads. We're talking about Chinooks. Like, dude, those things literally already explode on their own. Like, no one was shooting at the helicopters. Like, what are we doing? There's a video of a helicopter on top of a building, and it's just standing there. It's just hovering over a building as they're like getting out of the helicopter. As they're like, are you kidding me? You're not even gonna shoot at that with like small arms. You know? So I don't know. I think there's something suspicious about it. They had anxiety. They had performance anxiety. That's what it was. They had performance anxiety. They were shy.
Año nuevo, vida nueva.
Not long after this, Maduro and his wife were being bundled into a helicopter by U.S. Special Forces. They were brought to an American amphibious assault ship.
Like they showed it. I think they showed some of the helicopters flying. Like there's no way that they didn't have any fucking manpads. They didn't have any fucking rifles. There are stories of people taking out helicopters with like a bolt-action rifle. It's crazy.
The Iwo Jima, which was docked off the coast of Venezuela. Trump posted this picture of Maduro on board the vessel, blindfolded and handcuffed. As we speak, him and his wife are being brought to New York City, a journey that would typically take between 3 and 4 days by sea. Today, Donald Trump framed the operation in terms of U.S. dominance in the Western Hemisphere.
Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea was used.
Can't blame me for taking the Reuters word on it. Yeah, I talked about it. The Reuters literally said that sources revealed that like I didn't come up with this on my own off of Twitter. I was showing you the Reuters coverage. It's right here. That also leads me. That also is like suspicious because like Trump is also talking about the VP. Like Trump was making it seem like he was in contact with the VP or something. And it was strange because like, what are they trying to do? Are they trying to like invite suspicion? You know, they were saying that she was in contact with Marco Rubio, which I think is odd.
Used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II.
During the address, Trump made it clear that this was about more than deposing a leader. It was, in effect, an occupation.
So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about.
Although he gave no clues as to what that would actually look like in reality. Although no one thought it would culminate in this way, Washington has been ratcheting up pressure on Maduro's regime for months now. Thus, the targeting of dozens of boats off the coast of Venezuela and the build-up of U.S. warships. Trump has described him as the head of a narco-terrorist state, blamed him for enabling the industrial-scale movement of drugs and immigrants into the U.S. When Maduro and his wife arrive in New York, they'll face charges similar to an indictment opened against them in 2020 on corruption, drug trafficking, and other charges. But there's much more going on here also. Venezuela has the largest oil reserves in the world, and according to Trump today, the U.S. is going to take over the country's oil business.
We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country.
Dawn over Caracas and the questions. What role will Venezuela's exiled opposition leaders now play here? What of Maduro's intact inner circle? And what does a US-run Venezuela actually look like?
So how is all this being viewed on the ground in Venezuela? Earlier, I spoke to Mary Trinimino, who's a freelance.
Here we go. Now, the rest of the piece, first they talk about how illegal, how ridiculous this is, and how Donald Trump is openly saying this is for oil, and nothing but oil. And then the second part comes in where they're like, well, actually, it's still good. Look at how much they're cheering this on. Look at how much the average Venezuelan is celebrating this action that we just described to you as like patently absurd, illegal, in violation of numerous laws, both international and also domestic, and just, you know, what did Grant Plattner say? International gangsterism, which I really like as a good take. I'm sure someone in here, while we're overlooking this, can send me some footage from 2003. Okay, I just got to see the pants you're wearing. Please be serious. What? I'm wearing American Eagle pants. Yes. My pants got the American flag and eagle on them. Anyway, I'm sure there's you know, looks no different than Baghdad in March 2003, another capital city massacre for war for oil, and we're supposed to believe that America only recently became evil. It was always like this. I mean, that was shock and awe. That's a little bit different. This was a little bit different. Let's be real. Like The operation conducted in Caracas was significantly more precise, and there isn't like an immediate deployment. Okay, but the way they're selling it in the news is identical. The way they're selling it is the way they're selling it in the news, as far as like they will welcome us as liberators type shit, is identical. Even Zoomers can see what's going on.
So is he basically gonna like be like, yo, we got your president, give us oil? Is that what his game plan is? Is he running some 1990s like spy movie? Like, yo, we kidnapped your president, give us all your oil if you want.
True. Okay, this gives me a little bit of hope. Unless he just followed that up by being like, well, that's kind of based. I like that. I like oil or something. New HasanAbi just dropped. Yeah, dude, I walked so Lacey could run. He just like you.
Oh, actually, what I'm thinking is we went in to Venezuela, kidnapped the president, and honestly,
shut the fuck up. He put up.
The presidential election in the nation coming together as the Electoral College unit is not responsible for the transition into.
Is that what I sound like to a person who is just watching from afar? To the uninitiated, when they tune into the stream, they're like, oh, there goes Hasan again. How do I make based, but for like leftism and anti-imperialism? How do I basetify this the arguments that I'm making? You sound far worse. Now you repeat yourself like 2 to 3 times first, and then you pause and stare at your second monitor. I pause and stare at your mom. She's sending me nudes. You have 0 TikToks out, slow ass editors. That is also true. That is actually true. I should tell my editors to pump some TikToks.
To Venezuela. Someone in the chat just said, we've been tracking him since August. So I'm here to tell you, it's W. You don't know this. Why? Because you are not in the Electoral College. You are not in the Electoral College. You're not in the congressional system, right? So you don't know what you're talking about. So all the uneducation needs to get out of the chat.
No! You're not in the Electoral College. Oh my God. As a non-chatter and a non-watcher, yes, lol. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna dumbify the commentary. I do need to dumbify it. It's true. We are going into Venezuela because we want the oil. Okay, that's it, right? I mean, that's a good. Oh, this is timestamp from the Daily Show segment.
I'm not even gonna play around. Hit me works. Around.
No. This is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for like one piece of the Saddam statue being toppled. That's all we need. Lacey said the Electoral College. We need all you need to see is one news hit from 2003 about how Iraqis were celebrating. Oh, here it is. Iraqis across the world celebrate the arrest of Saddam. Paul Wolfowitz.
One of them even told of getting a call from a friend of his who's a son of a minister in the Iraqi government. They are just unanimous in their hope that we will help to liberate Iraq. These are Arabs, 23 million of the most educated people in the Arab world, who are going to welcome us as liberators. And when that message gets out to the whole Arab world, it is going to be powerful counter to Osama bin Laden. The notion that we're going to earn more enemies by going in and getting rid of.
Such a silly take, right? I mean, who would assume that we would garner hatred by destabilizing a country?
What every Arab knows is one of the worst tyrants, and they have many governing them, is just nonsense. To the contrary, we'll have millions of people witnessing on our behalf, and we will finally be able to stop bombing Iraq every day, which we've been doing for more or less the last 12 years. It'll be a great step forward.
There's more.
For the regime of Saddam Hussein, this was darkness at noon. Behind a statue of the man they called the Great Uncle, a building burned. This was the Iraqi Olympic Committee headquarters, an organization run by Saddam's son Uday. Perhaps the only Olympic building with a prison in the basement. The flames were carbonizing a hated symbol of the dictator and his family.
In this carnival of liberty, the first form of celebration was economic. This massive and anarchic transfer of resources, that's looting to you and me, was defended by almost everybody in the same terms. For 30 years, they said, Saddam Hussein had been looting them.
Some took time out to express a
This
violent
is-
view of their former leader. Even in defeat, his face dominated his people, and his legacy dominated their thoughts.
Saddam Hussein killed my family.
At some point, you gotta be like, all right. I guess we're just like fucking. I guess we're just straight up just doing a reboot, right? Like, isn't this kind of ass? Like, who wants to watch the same movie again? We're hitting the same classic.
My three uncles and my cousin and my son uncle. He is murdering. He is killer. Must you are save me from him.
The new masters of Baghdad pushed quickly into parts of the city they had not secured.
I'm just gearing you up for what you're about to see with the news coverage that Channel 4 did when they're, what do the Venezuelans think about the deposition and arrest of Nicolas Maduro?
The welcome they received was one of gratitude. Thank you, people from.
For the record, if you spoke out against this at the time, as some people did, you were called a Saddam lover terrorist. You wanted terrorism. You wanted more 9/11s to take place, even though, once again, Saddam had nothing to do with 9/11, ironically enough, right?
The Americans pushed on, approaching the Palestine Hotel, where journalists covering the war in Baghdad were lodged. Crowds surged into the streets to applaud them and their work. As the afternoon ended, a crowd gathered at the foot of the last great Saddam statue to be erected last April on the occasion of his 65th birthday. Their intent was clear, but their means were meager. Once again, the Americans came to the rescue. An armored vehicle equipped with crane and chains took center stage. Within half an hour, all was ready for the symbolic execution.
What Americans did in Iraq made Saddam look like fucking child's play, brother. Okay? Was Saddam ruthless? Abso-fucking-lutely. No question about it. Okay? But when you're a foreign occupation, you don't even have any people that you care about. You don't have any care or consideration for the population at all or the resources because it's not your home. So that's the reason why there are pieces like this. This is from July 5th, 2016. I toppled Saddam's statue. Now I want him back.
أتألم وأنقهر أقول ليش يعني سقطت هذا الصنم أعيد الصنم
I'd like to put it back up to rebuild it. I'd put it back up, but I'm afraid that I'd be killed.
رجع
Khatim al-Jabouri used to repair Saddam Hussein's motorcycles, but then he fell out of favor and was jailed for a year and a half. More than 14 or 15 people in my own family were executed by Saddam. So I was happy the day that the Americans came and got rid of Saddam's oppressive regime. Venezuelans from Doral, are you watching? Are you watching? Are you paying attention, Venezuelans that are in the chat being like, yo, you don't understand, dog. You need a Venezuelan's perspective on this, okay? And it's even crazier. Well, I guess it's not that crazy because like Americans also were mistreating Iraqis in America at the time as well. So if you were Iraqi and you were like, I fucking hate Saddam, bro. Saddam sucks. You probably were mass surveilled and then might have even found your way into Guantanamo Bay or at least knew someone that got fucking, pee-pee poofed. Same shit. Same shit. Different flavor. Same shit, different flavor. Meanwhile, you got the Trump administration being like, we are going to literally put every Venezuelan living in the United States of America in CCOT. Another fucking Spanish-speaking country that we're sending people to because technically it's better so that they don't have any sort of domestic legal system to protect these people. Oh my God, is it a fucking Guantanamo Bay? Now we're sending motherfuckers to El Salvador. Literally, it's like 1-to-1. And you got motherfuckers in here being like, nah, it's different, dude. Dude, you don't understand. It's so different this time.
سمعت بأن الأمريكان دخلوا ضواحي بغداد ففرحت واخذت المطرقه هو الهمر شاكوش وطلعت بسياره بديت اضرب بالصنم لان نيتي هي اسقط الصنم. قبل ما انسقط صعد احد الجنود من شرق اسيا خلى العلم الامريكي على وجه التمثال فعلى مقبلي حطيت علم عراقي. حقيقه سنه عن سنه للاسوء. وبعدين كشفنا ذول الحراميه.
There was corruption, infighting, killing, looting, ISIS.
قتل صدام بس يعني مش
Saddam killed people, but it was nothing like this current government.
راح صدام وجانا 1000 صدام. احس كانما احنا العراق مؤخرا عندنا وبغداد يعني بصوره عامه هم كانوا يدعون بها سقوط بغداد. وهاي الكلمه يعني تاثر من الهواي. لا شيء اكيد كذابين. اي كذابين لانه هم دمروا العراق ذول الاثنين. بلير وبوش. هم رجعونا للصفر. يمكن اقول لك رجعنا للقرون الوسطى واكثر. انا لو مجرم يعني اقتلهم بدايه.
Socialism has never worked. Motherfuckers so hype right now. Oh, dude, they're so up. They're so up.
Is the scene in central Baghdad.
Earlier today, we saw this crowd, this small crowd that has swelled to this now, taking off their shoes, throwing them at this statue, which is a deeply...
What happened after the removal of Saddam? Did the U.S. just pillage the place and piece the fuck out? Wait, what? No. We didn't. We pillaged the place and we didn't piece the fuck out for another 20 years. Actually, we're still there, you know? What? Chatter. You know we still got, like, a base in Iraq, right? Like, we still got soldiers in Iraq and shit. There's still U.S. troops in Iraq. We never really fully pieced the fuck out. Anyway, here, let's get back to this.
Journalist in Caracas. She told me when she first became aware her country had been attacked.
It was a couple of nerve-wracking minutes for many of us. We heard a loud noise, and geographically, Caracas is surrounded by mountains. So it was a hard noise that we can hear. And it was for several minutes, about 45 minutes.
And when you saw the announcement on Donald Trump's Truth Social account that Nicolas Maduro had been captured, how did you react to that?
It was something expected in a way because the Trump administration began this campaign about 4 months ago, and the government was bracing for something like that. Even Nicolas Maduro, he said that if something happened with him, the people of Venezuela should know how to behave, how to do, to go to the street to protect the sovereignty of the country.
How do people feel about what's unfolding?
It's history in the making. It's a story that continues to follow. We don't know exactly the situation. The next couple of hours will be important for the country because so far loyalists to Nicolas Maduro, they say they are in control of the country, but that could change.
And how would people feel about the opposition leader taking over? And there's a lot of speculation, obviously, about her whereabouts too.
There's no information if that is going to happen, actually, because the main opposition heads are outside of Venezuela. And right now, representatives of Nicolas Maduro say they are in control.
Is there much support for Donald Trump and what he's doing, despite the fact that it is an attack on a sovereign state?
When you ask people in the streets, they prefer not to say anything because they fear of reprisals from the Maduro government. It is a new situation, a different situation, an unprecedented situation for Venezuela. We haven't lived this in our entire history.
Well, let's get the latest from Kate Fisher, who's at the White House. Kate, what exactly is the American plan here?
Well, it's still pretty unclear. Donald Trump speaking to reporters just a few moments ago, and really there are still more questions than answers. He was asked that as his first question, and he suggested that the group of people behind him, which included Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, would be part of the group running Venezuela, along with people inside the country. He said that Marco Rubio had just come off the phone with the Vice President of Venezuela, who Donald Trump said.
How would you react if Trump took out Erdogan? Great question. The American government already tried to do that, okay? And it was fucking awful for Turkey. And every Turk that hates Erdogan that's in my chat right now will tell you how bad that actually ended up being for Turkey in general, because it only solidified. One, it failed. Two, I would not have preferred Fethullah Gulen to be in charge to Erdogan. If you're asking me sincerely, Do I prefer Fethullah fucking Gulen, a CIA asset, he's dead now, over Recep Tayyip Erdogan? No, I hate Recep Tayyip Erdogan. I can't even go back to Turkey, and I absolutely prefer Recep Tayyip Erdogan to Fethullah Gulen. That's number one. Number two, what happened in the aftermath of that? What happened in the aftermath of that is that Erdogan was able to thwart the coup and pull a referendum and change the Turkish constitution, turning the Turkish system of governance from a parliamentary structure to a presidential one. And he did that with 51% approval. One might even say that the failed coup actually gave a lifeline to Recep Tayyip Erdogan.
Would do whatever the Americans wanted, which is interesting because she was also on state TV at the same time denouncing what the Americans had done. Donald Trump also said that he was not afraid of putting boots on the ground in Venezuela, although he suggested that the U.S. presence will be largely to do with the oil reserves in the country and that American oil companies will be heading into the country as soon as possible to start running things there, and that the money they generate would pay for any of the U.S. actions there. He said we are going to run this country, which of course is a very different statement from the one he ran his presidential campaign on, which was to remove the US from foreign wars and not to intervene abroad.
Well, there's been a lot of international outrage.
It's funny. So Shadow said, at least they're being honest this time. It's about it's about the oil. Yeah, but like, it doesn't really matter. Because all the fucking basters, the hogs, the you know, MAGA dickheads are going, yeah, based, we love the oil, as though they're going to see a fucking piece of the profits somehow. And then all the liberals are refusing to hear Donald Trump openly say it's for oil and are still coping in my chat saying, no, this is for the liberation and the democratic revolution of Venezuela. It's kind of crazy. It turns out it doesn't really matter. It's not like you needed to manufacture consent to get to this point. And seemingly, not only did you not need to manufacture consent at all, okay, but it turns out people will do it for themselves, whichever way they slot ideologically. Liberals will say, no, this is actually to make Venezuela more gay or something, you know? They'll be more feminist and more gay now. Maduro was a misogynist.
Is any of this legal?
Well, if you read the indictments against Nicolas Maduro, his wife and others, it suggests that...
Also, we bombed... Is it true that we actually bombed Chavez's tomb? The mausoleum? Bombing Hugo Chavez's tomb is just for the hell of it is petty, spiteful, and awesome. Awesome, dude. Fucking awesome, yeah. Bombing Chavez's tomb wasn't just about spite. Chavez was literally producing fentanyl in this tomb and sending it to the U.S. Some recent U.S. intelligence reports said he ordered the tomb scientists to develop chemical weapons and give it to Hezbollah to attack the U.S. What an idiotic comment. The issue is to exterminate a pilgrimage site of a dictatorial and totalitarian regime. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. I feel like Gen Z has severe video game disease where they view people they can't interact with as thoughtless NPCs facing consequences so far removed from us that they don't process. Nah, people have always been selfish and shitty about victims of colonial plunder. There's just no shot.
It says that Nicolas Maduro is the de facto but illegitimate ruler of Venezuela. And I think this is one of the ways the Trump administration is going to suggest that they have the legal authority to do that, because they say that Maduro was not the official head of state. And essentially this was a law enforcement, an arrest warrant for a drug trafficker, and not the removal of a head of state. And Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, said essentially just that. This was largely a law enforcement operation, and therefore we did not need congressional approval.
Kate, thanks very much. Well, joining me live now from Washington is Elliot Abrams. He was the US Special Representative for Venezuela and Iran during Donald Trump's first administration and also held foreign policy positions under Presidents Ronald Reagan and George W. Bush. Elliot Abrams, how can kidnapping effectively a sovereign country's leader, no matter how deplorable that leader, and then running his country, be justified?
Well, he lost an election in a landslide last year. He is not, in the eyes of any democratic country, the legitimate leader of Venezuela. He is an indicted drug.
And here's what's happening right now. Both the White House and the Pentagon are cautioning the war in Iraq isn't over yet. They point out that while much of Baghdad has been liberated, some important northern cities remain under Iraqi.
I just want to point out some similarities that I'm seeing, you know? Y'all feel
Everyone's focus fell on the statue of Saddam.
Will you bring this statue down?
The Americans brought in a
From the Iraqi Freedom Report, a remarkable scene in Baghdad today as U.S. tanks rolled into the center of the city and were greeted by Iraqis celebrating their own freedom after decades of oppression under Saddam Hussein. Perhaps the greatest symbol that they toppled the giant statue of Saddam Hussein. The scene has been compared by Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld and others to tearing down the Berlin Wall. Sounds like the Venezuelan foreign minister was watching you react to Macron. The Venezuelan people... Wait, what? The Venezuelan foreign minister, we must strongly reject the insolent statements made by Macron, which constitute an unacceptable interference in the internal affairs of a sovereign state and the demonstration of a profound ignorance of the country's political, institutional, and social reality. Stop edging us and show us the statue falling.
tank recovery vehicle. One over-exuberant Marine couldn't resist a bit of flag-waving patriotism first. The stars and stripes were taken down and replaced by the Iraqi flag. Then the moment of history. Saddam's regime could finally be said to be at an end.
There it goes.
Fucking taste of freedom, baby. Taste of freedom for everybody. Isn't that fantastic? Dude, they always keep welcoming us as liberators everywhere we go.
Drug trafficker. So arresting an indicted drug trafficker.
How are things now in Iraq? Prosperity. Unimaginable prosperity. Things are so good. When I think of like a country that simply works, I think of Iraq. That's what I think of. What do you guys think of? I think of Iraq when I think of awesome. Afghanistan.
It's something that happens all the time. The fact that he called himself the president of Venezuela, I think, should not be of particular concern to us. I think the question of what happens now, as your reporter said, is the big one. I mean, what does it mean we are going to run Venezuela? I mean, the phrase doesn't even have any meaning.
Right.
I thought it was particularly unfortunate that the president said the administration had spoken to Maduro's vice president, but had not spoken to Maria Corina Machado, the Nobel Prize winner, who actually won that election last year with Edmundo Gonzalez. So all of that is pretty, to me, it's pretty disturbing.
Yeah, and disturbing because, you know, Donald Trump talks about watching this like a TV show. We know how this movie ends, don't we? When we look at what happened in Afghanistan, in Iraq, it's chaos, isn't it, that's coming?
No, I don't believe that. I think that's wrong. This is not the Middle East. Venezuela has a homogeneous...
Dude, no. Dude. That's wrong. That's so wrong. It's so different. Why won't you consider that it's so totally different? Wrong. It will be different this time. They will actually welcome us as liberators. It will be different this time. It's just, God, you guys are so silly. Just trust me. Just trust me. Just one more regime change. Just one more fucking regime change, man. Come on. Can I have a little bit? Can I have a little bit? Just one more.
Population. There are no Sunnis and Shias in Kurds shooting each other. They are surrounded by democracies in the Western Hemisphere. So I think the analogies to Libya or Syria or Iraq or Afghanistan really have to be proved. And I don't think you're going to see that.
But you admit there isn't a plan. And you talked about the arrest of a leader. But I mean, it goes far beyond that. The fact that America is now in charge of this country, Venezuela. The US Constitution requires Congress to approve any act of war. That hasn't happened here. Is this illegal?
Look, some years ago, Barack Obama spent 2 months bombing Libya and claimed this was completely constitutional. Congress did nothing about it. So there is a long track record here, and it is bipartisan. And when I hear some people, particularly in the Democratic Party, saying, oh, this is so terrible, who were dead silent on Obama, that's just politics.
Yeah, but I mean, is what's really going on here that Donald Trump wants to get America's hands on some of the largest oil, well, the largest oil reserves in the world. He's already sending the US oil companies in there.
Well, Chevron, one of the largest, is already in there. This is a very strange thing because, truthfully, we don't need that oil. They can produce maybe another.
You see, we actually don't even want it. We're doing them a favor, okay? Famously, rich people hate more money. Okay? Like if you got an oil and gas giant, they famously hate more free oil. This is a thing that a lot of people don't understand. It's a different kind of oil. It's heavy crude. It's heavy. It's just too difficult to refine. Yeah, we have the refineries for it, but it's too difficult. We just don't like it, actually. We don't want it at all. Ugh, it's ugly oil. It's icky. It's too thick. It's too thick. Hard to refine, really, and no one wants it. No one wants it at all, which is why we should actually give more money, more subsidies to the oil and gas giants to even take this oil out of the hands of the Venezuelans, honestly. Yeah.
500,000 barrels a day, maybe 1 million barrels. The world oil market is 105 million barrels a day. So I expect that Venezuela will have very little impact on the world oil market or the price of petrol in the United States. It's very odd.
Yeah, the last part of that argument is correct. It will not. It will not. Because why would it be? Why would it be? I mean, you can just improve your profit margins if you keep the prices in the same at the same level, but now you have more supply. You can just sell it elsewhere, right? Keep the price at the same level, and now you can sell it at the same price point to other places.
And you say that there is, you're disturbed that there is no plan. How do you think the Trump administration is going to salvage this? And it says it's prepared to go in again with a second, much more devastating wave.
I think if they can salvage it, if they let the Venezuelan Democratic opposition that won the election in a landslide take over the government and lead the country as the people of Venezuela asked them to do by voting for them last year. If we try to substitute Americans, or worse yet, people from the Maduro regime, that will be a disaster.
But Trump says the people don't trust her.
That was a very bizarre remark. And I am asking myself, where did he get that?
Oh, that's classic Trump, baby. He just says what comes to mind, okay? Yeah, he's fucking it up. He's like, we already set this plan in motion. We had the fucking Nobel Peace Prize. Give her a goddamn Nobel Peace Prize, the Nobel Peace Committee. And this motherfucker came out and was like, nah, she sucks. Where the hell is he? Where's he getting that from? That's not how it's supposed to happen. Also, apparently, Maduro is landing in New York right now. Do we have footage of this? Do we have footage of Maduro? Yeah, he said, China, Russia, and Iran have interest in Venezuela. How does this operation affect their relationship with them? In terms of countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We'll be selling the oil. Yeah, as I said.
China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them when it comes to the oil
China
and drugs?
And Russia, Russia when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil.
Zoran is going to release Maduro. Zoran Mamdani is going to release Maduro and send him back to Venezuela so he can continue being the leader of his country. And then Donald Trump is going to do another special military operation to extract him once again. The refineries in Southwest USA are equipped to refine heavy crude from Canada, but given Canada's reactive trade policy to Trump, he may be looking at alternatives. Otherwise, these refineries operate at 40% capacity. So there's a possibility that this action in Venezuela is a reaction to Carney seeking out new markets. What is this?
Listen to everybody. Nobody believes in you. What you prepared to do about it? No one coming to your house. Take your meal. Do what you need to do today. I'm not nervous. I'm just telling you.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I would like to see Mayor Mamdani help Maduro escape to custody of the New York Southern District, or at the very least confound his transfer. Mayor Mamdani, sir, you have a wonderful opportunity here. You have an opportunity to do right. You have an opportunity to strike a blow at the heart of empire. Do it, Mr. Mamdani. You said you want to protect refugees. Maduro is a refugee. Some might even say an illegal immigrant currently on U.S. soil. Mayor Mamdani, your people yearn for freedom. Live plane footage, Maduro flight, stairs attached to a plane and door opening, deplaning momentarily, police boarding flight right now. What is this, NBCNewYork.com? All right, let's see. Let's check it.
Terrorism charges following
my sources
the
are telling me Mayor Mamdani will be saving
Right now,
Maduro.
this is Chopper 4 live over Stewart Air National Guard Base in Orange County, New York.
Why are they doing it? Wait, why are they doing it in New York? Because it's the Southern District of New York that does all the high-profile international cases.
Opened. We're watching this on Chopper 4. And agents just went on to the airplane. I saw FBI, DEA agents entering that airplane before
what
Maduro
can
and his
do?
wife
Nothing.
will be
What do you
transferred to the
mean?
Metropolitan
We're joking.
Detention
He's the
Center
fucking mayor.
in Brooklyn. We have Terry
it's a
Monahan
joke, chatters.
on the phone for you. He is our former NYPD Chief of Department, a News 4 contributor. Terry, thank you for being with us. We're watching this unfold right now live from these images on Chopper 4. Walk us through what's happening next. I saw DEA, I saw FBI going onto this plane. What's going to happen in these next few hours?
So right now, the federal agencies are talking to him. They're getting ready to transport him from Stewart Base into New York. U.S. Marshals should have the ultimate custody of him right now. They're the ones who transport prisoners. He'll be taken off of that plane, and he will be put on a chopper to be transported into the New York area, at which point, once he lands in New York, he will be taken over to the special Southern District Courthouse over on Pearl Street, where he will be processed as any other prisoner would be at this point in time. He will be fingerprinted, photographed. He will go in front of a judge where they will unseal his indictment, at which point the judge will make a determination that he needs to be sent to the Metropolitan Detention Center. He will be transported out of there and quickly taken to the detention center. I am sure all the transports are going to be highly protected. The NYPD's role in this would be to lend support to the federal authorities who have him in custody. I'm sure emergency services will be on the scene when he lands in New York.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Terry. I want to pause you here because we want to stay with us here. We're going to take a moment, pause, and let our viewers who are watching on our main channel join us.
Live from News 4 New York, this is a special report.
This is a special report from News 4 New York. I'm Rana Novini. Right now, we are watching the arrival of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife to New York, here to face narco-terrorism charges following their capture by the United States. Take a live look. This is Chopper 4 live over Stewart Air National Guard Base. This is in Orange County, New York, about 60, 70 miles outside of Midtown Manhattan, where they have just arrived by plane. They will next be transferred to the Metropolitan Detention Center of Brooklyn. We want to bring in on the phone former NYPD Chief of Department and News 4 contributor Terry Monahan. Terry, thank you for being with us. We have been speaking about this moment. Terry, we're watching DEA agents. You said U.S. Marshals, FBI entering the plane here. We're watching live on Chopper 4. Walk us through what's going to happen next in the next few hours here in New York.
As he walks through, obviously he's going to be taken off. He's in custody. He will be transported via helicopter into the New York area. Once he gets there, I'm sure there will be heavy security, emergency service, the NYPD lending support to the federal authorities who have him in custody, making sure there's a safe transport from wherever he lands the helicopter in New York till he gets to the Southern District Courthouse on Pearl Street. Once he gets to Pearl Street, he will be processed like any other prisoner that walks through those doors. He will be fingerprinted. He will be photographed. He will go in front of a judge where the charges against him, the indictment will be unsealed, and he will face those charges in front of a judge, at which point I'm sure the judge is going to remand him over to the Metropolitan Detention Center over in Brooklyn. At that point, again, he will be transported under guard from the U.S. Marshals, federal authorities, and the NYPD emergency service units, and I'm sure others from Intel will make sure that there's a safe route, and he will be quickly transported from that courthouse where he will be lodged within the Metropolitan Detention Center, where a lot of other famous individuals seem to be lodged at this point in time.
Right. We have Sean Diddy Combs there. We have Luigi Mangione there. Obviously, a high security facility prepared for something like this. Walk us through the preparations the NYPD and other federal agents are doing right now in New York City to prepare for all of these transfer points. It seems to be quite a few transfer points.
The judge has the funniest thing, the funniest thing, vacate the charge and order Maduro's return to Venezuela. Yeah, ain't no fucking way, big dog. But yeah, I mean, one can dream, one can hope.
It's from the NYPD. Intel has worked closely with the federal authorities, with U.S. Marshals, the DEA, the FBI, to secure the area. I'm sure that area has been completely frozen off at this point in time, where the helicopter can land safely. There will be no one within a close distance of him. He will be put into a vehicle that I am sure is going to be bulletproof, heavy armored vehicle with heavy armored vehicles from both the federal authority and the NYP, the emergency services unit, all be on the ground there. It'll be a caravan, a very large caravan that will transport him into the garages over at Pearl Street, where then he will be brought up to be processed.
And then after he's processed there, he will head to the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. Obviously, you mentioned there's other high-profile inmates at that facility. What do you imagine? Where would he be in the ranking of, high security? Talk to us about the security measures that would be in place there at the facility.
Obviously, at the facility, he's going to be one of the highest security.
I seriously despise both the USA and the American people, including these shadows. Everything is an entertainment for you guys. Go out. You guys have insane accessibility to guns. Use them for a good cause. The global population has had enough of the complicity of the American population regarding the crimes and horrors that their terrorizing fascist capitalistic country imposed on other sovereign nations. You need to do better, guys. All right, buddy. Yeah. What kind of terrorism have you done recently? Like, what kind of Fed posting is this shit, dude?
He gets to face justice here in the court system. The guards, I am sure, are going to have extra guards assigned.
What if they grab Maduro's body double? Yeah, that's what happened.
And his lodging goes without incident. It's something they've done before. Like I said, Pablo Escobar, that same sort of high-level drug trafficker that there was a lot of fear about when he went into that facility, and the guards over at MDC were able to secure him without an issue.
Bro drafted that post on the flight back from Venezuela. Yeah, he's in the plane right now. He's like, come on, comrades, it's time for armed revolution now.
Nicolas Maduro and his wife have just been brought to New York. They have landed here on U.S. soil. We're waiting to see if they walk out of that plane. We have Chief Investigative Reporter Jonathan Dienst joining us now. Jonathan, walk us through how we got to this point. What has happened up to this point?
Well, overnight, there was that military action where U.S. troops using aviation and troops on the ground went in and, according to U.S. officials, caught.
I like that the third worldist attitude here is to just do decentralized terror. Like, as though that is going to accomplish any fucking agenda here, okay? Like, I love when third worlders will unironically be like, yeah, fuck organizing, fuck awareness, fuck looking at, like, what the average American's attitude is. Just do terrorism now, stupid. Okay, dude. Surely this will overthrow the America empire, dude. You got it. Yeah, just topple the government, stupid. Just throw a Molotov at a fucking military base or something, and then magically, I don't know, step 3 is magic dissolution of America. It's awesome.
He is expected to be loaded with his wife onto a helicopter and sent here to New York.
The goal is to weaken the U.S. empire, you agent.
Before he and
Dude,
his wife.
if you think, first of all, if you think instances such as that, decentralized acts of violence such as that, was so effective in bringing about socialist revolution, why the fuck did America use that as a part of their fucking Gladio operations to literally create instability in countries like Italy? If it was so successful, why was it the Americans using stay-behind networks and fascist terrorists to present themselves as like socialists doing exactly the kind of decentralized violence that you think is going to successfully implement revolution? And then instead, it turned into unlimited control for fascists by way of NATO. If that kind of adventurism was successful in fomenting revolution, why was it that the American government was actually making it seem like that was happening in an effort to bring about fascist control? Like, sure, it's good in movies and stuff, and it's fun to watch it, but you're out of your fucking mind if you think that this is how anything works.
Like this.
I think what's unprecedented is the nature that the U.S. military was used in, as the president and others at that press conference earlier today said that they had used the military to go into a foreign country to arrest the head of state there and bring him back, that the military was used in what they said was an assist mode to enforce an arrest versus what critics say that this has been a regime change effort by the Trump administration. President Trump announced that he will see to it that the U.S. for now will be running Venezuela. Exactly how that will be carried out remains to be seen and is causing quite a bit of controversy on Capitol Hill as, again, the former President Maduro is on that plane, and we are awaiting his escort down those steps formally into U.S. custody here at Stewart Air Base in upstate New York.
Talk to us about their first court appearance, or what we expect to be their first court appearance. You're hearing probably Monday?
Possibly Monday. We are waiting once this processing gets done.
There is a higher likelihood of undermining American empire by going to supposed liberal democracies in Europe and trying to, by way of especially because there's like better organizing capabilities there, stronger labor unions there, even though they're also liberal capitalist countries. But by literally identifying the stress points and trying to demand that their politicians slowly but surely move away from being vassal states, being servile vassal states to American empire, you have a better chance of putting a dent in American hegemony that way than you do by demanding that like the fucking Treatlerites with all the guns basically fucking do an armed revolution all of a sudden out of nowhere when there is no class consciousness to begin with amongst most of the fucking Americans. You do realize that while there's 52,000 people in here, there's 76,000 people
They
in
should have given him a red carpet. They should have. It would have been
based and nutting over how fucking awesome this this action was, right? Like I just want to give you guys a brief snapshot just to help you arrive at like a frame of reference about where Americans broadly are at. Okay, just so you understand. Most people are looking at I mean, there are plenty of people who are looking at the Maduro situation and thinking it's like a criminal enterprise. It's like totally fucking ridiculous and all this stuff. But there's always plenty of fucking dumb fucks that will celebrate shit like this. Does Trump being so open about this being oil right in the beginning of the media coverage have a significant impact on the public perception? I think so. I think it's actually part of the it's part of why like a lot of liberals are coming up with takes that I'm actually shocked by, where they're going, well, he's saying the quiet part out loud. Obviously, this is ridiculous. It's very clearly not for nothing but oil. And it's also a narrative that Americans are used to. It's a narrative that Americans have heard before, right? They've heard it with the failed global war on terror. And at the time, it was much more difficult to present a counter argument against the American global war on terror being simply for oil and for nothing else, because even the Republicans and the liberals alike were consistently presenting this as a democracy operation, as a way to create democracy, right? Now the cover story is not even there. They're just very openly stating their desires. They're very openly stating that it's actually not for democracy at all. It's just for oil. And obviously there will be people that, you know, are sycophants who are dick riders of Trump who will unconditionally support him, like this guy, right? Who will go, oh, yeah, it's good. Trump is not doing intervention. Yeah, based. Only to, you know, at the first sign of Trump doing intervention, turn around and go, yeah, this is also based. I love this intervention now. This certainly won't cause tremendous instability that will have reverberations felt across the entire continent, and certainly will have a negative impact on Americans as well. If you don't care about like the humanity of the Venezuelans, you should probably care about the impact that it will have in America. But basically, you know, they don't want to see that. They don't want to see that at all. They just want to go, yeah, based. And plenty of people want that kind of commentary. That's the reality. So you understand, like a lot of these guys are just pure reactionary.
Indictment under this administration with additional charges and additional allegations. And they are going to eventually bring the president and his wife off this plane.
Why are you assuming what Asmongold's chat opinions are? Okay, has Asmongold actually presented any serious criticism towards this unjustifiable and outright illegal criminal action from the Trump administration? Or has he been going, yeah, based over and over again? I'm sure there's plenty of people who go over there and watch what he has to say as well. I'm sure they can fill us in. I don't have to watch why are we talking about Asmongold? There's more to the world in political commentary than him. Every now and then I will briefly bring this up, considering that he is, the largest political content creator on this platform with, once again, now 78,000 people watching. After pretending he never supported Trump, Asmongold jumps back on the Trump train to back regime change in Venezuela. Asmongold used to be against foreign intervention. Now he accuses Hassan Piker of mental gymnastics for opposing it, though Hassan's position is consistent. Asmongold's analysis is pure nonsense. He claims that Venezuela is a cartel government, but they have no cartel connections and are not a significant exporter of drugs. He claims Venezuela is an existential threat to America, even though Venezuela has never threatened the United States. He claims Trump's bombing of Iran is a great success, which wiped out Iran's nuclear program and changed the geography of the place to the point that you couldn't even see the building. This one is especially stupid. There was never, ever a building to see at Fordow. The facility is underground. The geography didn't change at all, but the bombs left a couple holes in the ground. And according to U.S. intelligence, the strike failed. Iran's nuclear program is intact. Only now they've kicked out the International Atomic Energy Agency and don't allow inspections. Their stockpile of enriched uranium, which was preemptively moved out of Fort Howe, is now unaccounted for. He claims Iran did nothing in response. In reality, not only did Iran shower Israel with missiles, but they bombed America's military base in Qatar. The Iranian strike destroyed a critical communications array on the base. Additionally, Iran was preparing to mine the Strait of Hormuz, through which a third of the world's oil supply travels. This could have caused a global economic collapse. Finally, Asmongold thinks bombing Iran and kidnapping Maduro has ended both conflicts. In reality, the U.S. and Israel are already threatening to resume war with Iran because of their first failed attempt, and nobody has any idea what will happen in Venezuela. The same government is still in power. It's only Maduro that's gone now.
Nobody that has the capability that we have. When I watched that war in Russia.
You have more active users in your chat, 44,000, than Asmongold right now, 43,000. His view count is slightly lower than yours. Yeah, I mean, botted or not, it doesn't matter, okay? At the end of the day, that's still a sizable amount of people that are watching him, like sizable amount of real people that are watching him. You need to understand that. And that's actually how the botting stuff works anyway, because like most people just like click on the top profile. That's the problem with botting in general.
These are people like, it's like that guy, right? The guy was like mainly joking around,
Asmongold used to pretend he was against regime change and foreign intervention. He was a no new wars, we have problems here guy. Now he supports occupying Venezuela to take their oil and calls those who oppose it un-American, unpatriotic, and pro-dictatorship. Iraq 2.0. You have more bots. That's so funny. I like that people say that kind of stuff because you can literally see, like, there's no perfect way to analyze whether someone is botted or not, but the reality of the matter is, you can still tell when someone has enough active users in their chat.
Fucking around about how like I don't care about Russia, Ukraine, or whatever, but like that essence is accurate. I think that's the way that a lot of people feel, is that they don't give a fuck about any of these countries because they can't afford food, they can't afford rent, right? And so when they see that we are signing up, we're basically writing a blank check to a foreign country to help them fight off Russia, this is going to rub a lot of Americans the wrong way, because Americans want the American government to operate in their best interest. And I understand that you can maybe make an argument that like foreign, diplomacy and foreign intervention has like a long-term positive impact, but that argument doesn't work on a person who can't afford their rent. It just simply does not work on. A quick victory lap is all well and good. Now we have to contend with the extended occupation, like Trump said we'll have to do. It could cost hundreds of billions of dollars. All we get is oil for the oil barons.
That's sick. Okay. I mean, I don't agree with the whole kidnapping and Maduro thing, but we shouldn't do an extended occupation. It's just oil for the oil barons. That's a good take. It's correct. It's the correct take. I'm glad that someone in that community is bringing this up.
Sure, maybe it
Let's see what his defense will be on this one.
Costs a lot of money, and it depends on how much we're doing and what we get out of it. You're right. Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see how that evolves. I think that's just common sense.
So this is Nicolas Maduro, and right now online you're probably seeing a lot of people saying, I stand with Venezuela. Some of them are even saying that they're standing with this guy and they're against his illegal kidnapping. And the question that should be asked to all of these people is, what exactly are you standing with and standing for? Nicolas Maduro is not...
I can take this approach in a million different directions, but I think the best approach here, the one that Americans do understand, is I don't want my tax dollars going to benefit Exxon and Chevron. Okay? That's it. If you don't care about the life and livelihood of Venezuelans, right, then you should at the very least do the America first thing. And the America first thing in this circumstance is non-interventionism in Venezuela. Venezuela does not present an ever-present danger to the United States of America. Venezuela's never threatened the United States of America. Venezuela is just there. As a matter of fact, in spite of Venezuela never really seriously threatening the United States of America, that'd be ridiculous. They have no power here, right? We are the United States of America. We're the most powerful nation on the fucking planet. What a laughable notion this is. But in spite of the lack of threat that Venezuela has ever actually shown the United States of America, we have endlessly tried to destabilize their economy, endlessly tried to coup their leadership over and over and over again. And the big part of the reason why we're doing that is because Venezuela actually nationalizes oil production in the same way that Norway was able to nationalize their entire extraction industries, not just oil, but their forest service as well. Having said that, that was unacceptable for our foreign capital. And we wanted more control over their oil, something that Donald Trump has actually personally admitted to. As a matter of fact, he's said it over and over again. He keeps saying it. We want the oil. It's my oil. I will take that oil. Now, if you were to ask me, why should I be in support of this or why I'm against this, there are a million different reasons why. But the most pro-American reason, I would say, is because who does this benefit? Well, who this benefits is, as a matter of fact, just the oil barons and nobody else. This doesn't actually trickle down any sort of wealth to the average American citizen. It doesn't do anything for the average Americans at all. As a matter of fact, it's actually an allocation of resources to permanent war for no fucking reason, as opposed to spending that money on ourselves, as opposed to fixing our broken infrastructure, funding our schools, funding healthcare, and numerous other initiatives. And instead of doing that, we are basically subsidizing the for-profit oil and gas giants here. Now, I will finish the Asmongold clip in a little bit, but before I do that, Maduro's getting off the plane. Let's take a look at what they're saying.
Whether you would back that in any way, the president says he's going to spend billions of dollars to do this for a time. What does that mean to you in Congress? And will Congress step forward in some way? Does it have the leverage to do anything about all of this that has happened?
Well, I think
if I want to listen to intelligent discussions and analysis, I listen to you. Occasionally I watch Asman, but more for a comedy take, as I think he either makes up facts or just selects the most inflammatory ideas to get views, keep up the good work. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't think that Asmongold is actually just making up facts or arriving at the most inflammatory conclusions for views. They think he's actually offering sound analysis.
The country of Venezuela, and what we know is that there is a power vacuum that's already been created. We've heard from the vice president, who President Trump says has been sworn in as president, but he's basically turned over one authority.
I will be honest, as a former Asman viewer, the flip-flopping was always troubling, but I just sort of dealt with it because I liked him. He's funny, entertaining, etc. This was before the scales fell from my eyes. I imagine many of his viewers are experiencing a similar amount of cope. I think he's able to bring in a new steady flow of viewers by just constantly pumping the dial up on the reactionary takes. So it doesn't even matter. Bro, is this a bit? Talk about the news? I mean, there's not really much. We're just waiting for fucking Maduro to come out.
He said, we want the oil. He said, we're going to address drug trafficking. He said, we want to keep criminals out of the United States. But none of that. He keeps changing the explanation for why this is so critical at a time when we have a lot of
But the legitimate leader invited Trump in? What about invasion by invitation? Wait, what? No, that's not the case.
We have millions of people who have just lost their health insurance, and the president is focused on something that's happening thousands of miles away from the United States.
I do want to lastly ask you about what we're hearing out of Venezuela from Venezuelan Vice President Delcy Rodriguez. The New York Times reporting now that Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, said he was reserving judgment on her comments. She said that she has demanded the United States
This helps because it shuts down the drug and criminal operations that affect everyday Americans. That's just copium, brother. Not only did they lie to you, but they didn't even lie to you that hard. I guess you were willing.
The United States, and now Marco Rubio is saying, look, we're going to make decisions based on.
You basically were willing to entertain that. That's not what's going on here. This is not a serious narco trafficking hub at all. And there's no evidence that there is no evidence whatsoever that Maduro was doing some significant narco trafficking, especially to the United States of America. And not only that, but how do you match that up with the fact that Donald Trump literally last week pardoned the previous, yes, Asmongold plus 30K, yes, he's botting, okay, have fun. I hope that makes you feel better. I hope that makes you feel smarter about the takes that you're getting from him. I don't really care about this. As I was saying, last week, Donald Trump pardoned the Honduran president for trafficking metric tons of cocaine into the United States of America. If you think that he's actually sincere about combating drugs that are actually being trafficked by heads of state, he probably wouldn't have done that, right? But it doesn't necessarily matter because there's no evidence for this, and that other incident was actually was actually prosecuted successfully, and the person was convicted, and yet Donald Trump pardoned him because he doesn't give a fuck about narco trafficking at all. It's also not the best way to deal with narco trafficking anyway. Like the way to stop drug trafficking into the United States, or the way to combat opioid overdoses, as the Biden administration did, was through mass availability of Narcan, you know, safe injection sites and things like that, things that Republicans objectively hate, and not like continuing the silly war on drugs or the war on terror / drugs now.
Everyone wants to know more about what the plan is, although the president, lay out some of the plan, saying the United States will now run Venezuela for a time. Give us some sense of what you're hearing, if you're getting any updates on this as you cover the administration during this time.
No, and you know, the president was remarkably vague about what exactly he meant when he said that the U.S. was going to run Venezuela going forward. You know, we heard so much from the briefers today about what went into this operation, you know, the months and months of planning that was.
I agree the situation is messed up, but stating that there's no evidence is just stating something you don't know. Really? They might make up some evidence later down the line. But yes, in relation to the narco-terrorism charge, reminder that there's no mention of the Venezuelan government or Nicolas Maduro in the DEA's 2025 drug assessment report. As a matter of fact, the only time the DEA has ever brought up Venezuela in previous reports as a narco-trafficking hub was to basically say that Venezuela is not a significant narco-trafficking hub at all. So yeah, no, I do actually have evidence. And it's not even that crazy because this administration is very incompetent. They didn't even like fake it. This is actually one of the major pieces of information that I kept hammering over and over again as we surrounded the waterline of Venezuela, the coastline of Venezuela, and they kept pushing this idea that they were blowing up narco traffickers over and over again. The reality was, even back then, we knew that there was no evidence whatsoever from any of the official organs of the government and any of the official agencies that actually are tasked with combating drug trafficking, that there was any significant drug trafficking into the United States from Venezuela. So that's the reality. But one must ask the question why you instantly thought, actually, there's probably no truth to this. From Trump's own 2025 DEA National Drug Threat Assessment, Venezuela does not appear once in the report in the fentanyl section, and briefly appears only to highlight Trendaragua as a low-level street traffickers who specialize in human trafficking. Trendaragua is also a prison gang with no real connection to the Maduro administration either. We can go into detail on that one as well. The Trump administration, as a matter of fact, utilized a completely made-up, totally separate criminal element that has never actually existed. There's no evidence for its existence, called Cartel of the Sun. Cartel of the Sun has never been in operation. It was a totally made-up thing that the administration put together. Not even the Trump administration, former administrations had, and they were like, this is so silly that, this is so silly that we're not even going to use this as a point of propaganda to justify intervention in Venezuela. And the reality is they're still not really using it. They basically keep repeating over and over again, this is for oil, this is for oil. The drug thing is just for, I would say that the drug argument is for the dumbest Americans, the biggest of the stupids that surround us, right? Like it's almost like a separate filter for either demonstrating your loyalty to Donald Trump or to just showcase how fucking unimaginably stupid you are, because they haven't really tried to present this drug argument that much. They haven't shown any evidence for it. They just keep saying it every now and then, but they are far more open about their ambition when it comes to extracting all the oil, right? This is for oil. This is for oil. We want the oil. This is my oil. And yet there are still people who are stupid enough to believe that this is actually for drugs.
The DOJ has brought against him, and what will happen in the next moments as they take him down from this plane?
Well, he's facing
But fear
charges
not.
of narcotics.
For the hogs that believe in the drug narrative, there's an even dumber narrative out there. And that dumber narrative is that this is for democracy. This is somehow to give liberty, to offer liberty to the Venezuelan population. Because the Trump administration has not even fucking said that this is for liberty at all. And yet liberals seemingly are adopting that position despite all evidence pointing to the exact opposite.
The Venezuelan DEA, their narcotics enforcement federal agency, and the head of a drug cartel, basically to make sure that he would have free passage for his drug shipments. He is charged with receiving payments of up to $100,000 per plane load that flew into and out of Venezuela from the Colombian drug cartels run by people like El Chapo, and then through Mexico for cocaine distribution into the United States, and dealing with the Mexican drug cartels. He is charged with allegedly providing drug traffickers with diplomatic passports so that they could pass through Venezuelan ports and other ports under diplomatic cover so that their bags and possessions could not and would not be searched. And then there are shocking charges beyond the simply outrageous charges that that President Maduro and his wife arranged for the kidnapping, beatings, torture of drug traffickers who either were behind in payments in bribe money or refused to pay because they were paying other people. So when you go through this 25
so when they were arresting and prosecuting drug traffickers, they were actually doing it because they were like, you're not drug trafficking hard enough. Continue drug trafficking for us harder, please. That's what was going on. That makes sense.
In her own right, Celia was a government official who held a number of posts over the years, including a congressional post, other influential jobs where
I'm sure they'll inevitably come up with some fucking fake evidence, right? You can't hold this up in a court of law. You need to build something in the case.
I'm sorry.
You know,
thousands of
I'm sure they'll have some complete fucking bullshit
through Venezuela from Colombia.
You have
stopping
to.
in Venezuela.
They can't be that incompetent, right? I don't think even this administration is that incompetent. I suspect that at a certain point, even an incompetent administration such as this one will find something to point to. Israeli-style CGI video incoming true.
Facility in New York City where they're going to be booked. And the process of booking someone, as actually President Trump learned himself, for a major criminal or a minor criminal is the same. You know, they're going to have a mugshot facing forward, then facing sideways. They're going to be fingerprinted. They're going to give various biometrics and, you know, fill out the forms, and then be taken to jail awaiting the arraignment, which will likely be on Monday. But what is not routine, even though they'll go through the same routine as any other pair of prisoners.
Yeah, I told you this is old.
How they were arrested. This is a process where the U.S. brings.
Okay, this is so fucking boring. They're just like describing how the arrest works. In 2005, Hugo Chavez explained how the U.S. would use bogus narco designation to justify toppling Venezuela. He was told they're going to end up accusing you of being a drug trafficker, you directly, Chavez. They're going to implement the Noriega formula. 20 years later, the U.S. has accused the successor of running a drug cartel, parked a massive armada offshore, and threatens to start another regime change war over so-called narco-terrorism. So the thing about this is that's why I said the whole like cartel of the sun narratives actually came out against Chavez initially. And then they just like shelved it. They were like, yeah, there's probably better ways to attack Venezuela. And Trump tried to, in a half-hearted way, claimed that was the reason why he was doing this. You need to open this for stream. Billionaire, answer to drug war is legalization. Billionaire New York developer Donald Trump said Friday that legalizing drugs is the only way to win the war against what he considers one of America's most serious problems. Oh, there's movement happening? Oh, they're moving?
To tell, given the lighting conditions. But it does appear that they are about to bring him from the doorway of the government airplane there on the ground.
Abi, talk to a Venezuelan. It would be good to see our opinion.
Now, is there a helicopter waiting for him?
Isn't the situation similar to Panama 1989? Oh, I didn't know that Maduro was a CIA asset.
I don't think he's going to have to wait long. If it's not right
Shit,
there,
my bad,
it's
Chatter.
not far, and you can.
Hey,
see
you know what's actually a closer comparison than Panama? You know what's actually a closer comparison? Iraq. Perhaps it's a comparison that you don't want to see, and unfortunately, you will recognize eventually.
Jail garb.
Now, in terms, no, go ahead.
And the irony, of course, is that like the fucking Maduro, while bad, is not even as bad as Saddam was.
Right to perhaps photograph or document the moment that Maduro stepped from the plane and is being taken in the clutches of American
So it's not
law
even a
enforcement
question.
down the steps, now in federal custody after a dramatic and, as the military called it, audacious overnight operation involving more than 150 aircraft taking off simultaneously from 20 different bases, helicopters flying at no more than 100 feet in order to extract Maduro and his wife from their hiding spot on the presidential compound in Caracas.
Aaron, what happens tonight when he gets on that helicopter and he's brought to Manhattan? What's the next step?
He'll be processed as a criminal defendant, and that means in all likelihood a photograph, a mugshot, will be taken. We may not see it. They are typically not released in the federal system. Also means fingerprints and any other brief medical screenings that need to be done. If there's medication that he takes or needs, that could be arranged for him as well. And then it's another short ride to jail where a similar procedure could begin again. But it appears now that Nicolas Maduro, under the cover of dusk and now dark, has been taken from the plane, escorted down the steps by American law enforcement, largely with the DEA. And we can tell you, Ike, the DEA administrator, Terry Cole, made the trip from Washington to be there on the tarmac to personally place Maduro under formal arrest now that he's on American soil.
All right, let's bring in former Caracas chief of station for the CIA.
In general, we know why Megaphonics. We now know why Megaphonics hasn't been here.
A little bit of
Megaphonics was actually Madurophonics, brother. It turns out Megaphonics is actually Nicolas Maduro. Yeah, that's why he hasn't been in here. He was like, "Oh, it's me and my wife are going on a trip. That's why I can't actually watch the stream." Turns out the trip was to a federal prison in New York.
What exactly is going on at this moment?
Well, I think what we're watching is process and procedure playing out. They're not going to...
Madurophonics, dude. All right, what's the CNN legal analyst
There's
saying?
an important concept in federal prosecution called venue. And what that means is you have to charge a case in the right federal district out of the 94 federal districts in the United States.
I'm still mind blown that our president
This is, of course, the
successfully
Southern District of-
kidnapped the president of another country and no other force has done anything to combat it in any meaningful way. Yeah, that's just kind of how it is now. I don't know. I mean, he also did it without like any popular support whatsoever, which is even crazy. Like out of Venezuela just came out of nowhere. It wasn't like a big American, like outside of like American foreign adversaries, like it's never been like one of the major ones. You know what I mean? One day he just overnight decided we're sending the ships out there. They started blowing shit up. And then he turned around and was like, this is my oil and I'm kidnapping you. It's pretty wild. Like no false flags, no nothing. We used to be a country. Our intelligence community used to do things, okay? They used to at least try to do false flags, you know? Our CIA has fallen off, but I guess maybe they don't even need to fall off. They can just do things and people don't really offer any pushback.
Remarkable moment where we're seeing him walking on U.S. soil flanked by more than a dozen federal agents. This is moments ago. I know it is very dark, hard to see, but eventually you will start to see it lighten up just a bit, and you'll see most people surrounding him are wearing black clothing, but he is not. He is wearing something that is lighter, a gray color, or it looks like gray, potentially light blue, but similar to what we saw in the pictures that were sent out by the administration. You are seeing him there there, flanked by so many agents, and taking steps very slowly as they take him to the next
I genuinely
position.
don't know what the fuck China's doing, brother. I know that
back with us to give us
all the China dick riders will turn around and be like, Latin America needs to save itself. Why are you demanding that China save Latin America? And it's like, that's not even the point. The point is like, I don't know. I feel like they have a pretty solid approach overall in terms of long-term resilience, in terms of like their long-term initiatives. Having said that, however, I feel like this is just a straight up fuck you to China. They did this literally while the Chinese special envoy was in Caracas.
In U.S. policy here.
No question. Let's talk about the ripple.
Yeah, the foreign ministry condemned this action. What the fuck does that mean? They condemn every action. Who cares? That's nothing.
So the first one, the most obvious one, is in Venezuela. Who leads the country now? Who runs the country? How does the U.S. run it if the president is true to his word here? Does that involve military forces on the ground, a long-term political engagement with that country to set it on its way to elections the president seems to be referencing here? That's an enormous task. Then go out from there, because there is a direct connection between Venezuela and Cuba, because Cuba depends in large part on Venezuelan oil money to run itself. Is Cuba the next target? In what way? Just economic pressure or military pressure as well? There's a whole host of U.S. forces in the Caribbean now quite close to Cuba as well. We know that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has an enormous interest there. Is that potentially a next target? Then you emanate further out from there to how do Russia and China, both of whom have direct interests in Venezuela, Russia in particular from a security standpoint. There have been Russian forces on the ground there in the past, but also direct financial and economic interests there given oil ties. How do they react? Do they attempt to stand in the way of this going forward? Could they cede an opposition to, let's say, U.S. forces are on the ground to disrupt the aftermath of this? It's possible. There's precedent for that. But also then how do they read the U.S. approach to the other countries where the U.S., Russia, and China are coming into conflict? Ukraine, Taiwan potentially. Do they read this as the U.S. being less interested in those conflicts, therefore perhaps more amenable to Russian control of or progress in Ukraine or Chinese threats to Taiwan? You know, those concentric circles of the ripples, Sarah Seidner, go out quite far from Venezuela and, of course, what we're watching right here in Newburgh, New York. And goodness, I was writing down on a piece of paper here a rough list of other U.S. operations to remove the leaders of other countries. Put Iraq there, right? That was messy, to say the least. Panama worked out. It was relatively, short. Minimal cost, but a much smaller country. Grenada, again, got to go back to the 80s here, much more.
Dude, Grenada? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, my God. Okay. Dude, it's so funny that every liberal writer right now is just going, la, 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 I can't hear you. Trump will be like, it's for oil, it's for oil. Every liberal writer is like, here's why this is actually a very reasonable and just military operation, albeit a little bit messy, okay? Not sure what's difficult to understand about this. Controls a key resource about geopolitical power. Venezuela has the largest oil reserves on Earth, and the U.S. control of it, and Russia and China being iced out is about power projection. It's not about short-term U.S. energy needs. They keep going. Quite funny that during Iraq, when the U.S. was still a massive net oil importer, it was at pains to say it wasn't about oil. Now it's a net exporter. An abundant global oil supply isn't obviously in U.S. interest. The government says it is actually about oil. I don't understand why these guys keep saying this. Okay? Like, there's no such thing as too much oil. Why are we acting like there's a point where people will say, oh, God, I hate having a monopoly. Well, it's not even a monopoly, but like I hate having more ownership over oil extraction around the globe. That's not a thing. Excuse me, sir. Why aren't you abiding by normal market conditions? What the fuck? It's very convenient that Trump keeps making this abundantly clear. Nevertheless, our media meddling class keeps spinning on his behalf. It's just, why are you propagandizing against the narrative that the president is setting?
Ability of the entire region.
Now, in a speech earlier, Venezuela's Vice President Delcy Rodriguez demanded the immediate release of Maduro and his wife and said Venezuela has a, quote, duty to safeguard its sovereignty that has been savagely attacked, and they are ready to defend themselves. Let's bring in ABC News Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katersi with me here in New York. Aaron, Maduro is in the U.S., so what happens next?
Nicolas Maduro touched down a short while ago, about 15 or so hours after U.S. Special Forces exfiltrated him from the presidential compound in Caracas so that he could face federal drug charges here in New York. A 4-count, 25-page indictment charges him with narco-terrorism conspiracy and also names his wife, who's in custody along with him, and his son, who does not appear to be in custody, along with 3 other Venezuelan officials. Maduro descended that staircase at Stewart Air National Guard Base in Newburgh, New York, in the company of the DEA, and is now on his way to Manhattan for formal processing as a criminal defendant before he spends the night in jail, at least one night. We expect that his first court appearance in a U.S. courtroom could occur as soon as Monday, Ike.
Yeah, stunning images here that are coming out of Newburgh, New York. What more do we know about how this operation was carried out?
This was, to listen to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, an audacious operation carried out under the cover of night. It was dark and it was deadly, according to Donald Trump. 150-plus aircraft simultaneously took off from 20 different bases, the military said. Helicopters flew no more than 100 feet off the ground in order to get elite Delta Force troops into the presidential compound at about 1 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time. 2.5 hours later, Nicolas Maduro, the now ousted president of Venezuela, was on the USS Iwo Jima in the custody of the United States, and President Trump celebrated what he called this incredible and flawless operation. We know that U.S. forces took fire during the entire time, Ike. There were a couple of minor injuries, but we're told for the most part all U.S. troops are going to be okay. And once the operation ended, it was clear that Venezuela was free from the clutches of dictatorship, but in very short order seemed to be in this sort of neo-colonialism, as President Trump announced the United States would run the country for a period of time until a new suitable government is established. And he didn't quite explain how all that's going to work.
Right. I believe we have live pictures right now from Stewart International Guard Base. They were just on your screen moments ago. You're seeing a lot of law enforcement. There we go. A lot of law enforcement presence at that base, obviously getting ready to transport Maduro. Aaron, I want to talk to you again. Once he gets to Manhattan and he starts to get processed, what does that look like moving forward?
That looks like fingerprints, which are no longer dipped in ink and put on a piece of paper. It's an electronic process by and large now. And also a photograph, a mugshot is going to be taken of Nicolas Maduro. For the United States, this is a long time coming. Maduro was first indicted here in New York, in the Southern District of New York in Manhattan in 2020 on narco-terrorism conspiracy charges. And the updated indictment expands the timeline of his alleged crimes to bring it up into the present day. For 25 years, the United States accuses Maduro of sitting atop this narco conspiracy that flooded the U.S. with cocaine, that also accused him of colluding with violent and dangerous drug traffickers.
Okay, he's gonna get a lot of pushback from fucking Donald Trump Jr.
The Sinaloa cartel.
Because I love that they're no longer doing fentanyl. Now they're saying it's cocaine.
Similar trip into the clutches of the United States not long ago, and himself was convicted. Now Nicolas Maduro is going to face, as the Attorney General Pam Bondi put it today,
Venezuelans want to know where Maria Machado is. Where's the statement from the so-called Nobel Peace Prize winner who talks about peace when her country, Venezuela, has been attacked by American imperialism?
White House correspondent Selena Wang traveling with the president. Selena, what did President
I will give
Trump
you an
tell
answer
you
to where she
about
is.
How this...
She is in Oslo, I believe. She escaped the country, so that's where she is.
How does that work? How is that person chosen? What happens?
Maybe she went to Tel Aviv, actually, probably.
So there's two ways this could go, Sarah. He could, of course,
it is
hire
pretty
his
funny that
own
Donald Trump
private
said
lawyer. needs to be a person who is licensed to practice
Machado
in federal
is
court
boring
in the
and
Southern District of New
unpopular.
York. However, if he, let's say, gets a lawyer who's not licensed to practice in that district, you can get what's called waived in, meaning you can get permission for that lawyer to come in for purposes of a given case. So certainly Nicolas Maduro, I don't think, is going to have any financial inability to hire a lawyer. So he can choose to hire a lawyer, whoever he would like, whoever's willing to take the case. If for some reason any criminal defendant, I can't imagine how this would be the case with Nicolas Maduro, but if any criminal defendant cannot afford counsel, then one will be appointed for them.
He said she doesn't have the
At times that could be
respect,
federal
which is
public
true. And
defender,
neither did Juan
or other
Guaido.
times there's something called the CJA panel, the Criminal Justice Act panel, which is a panel of experienced New York-based criminal defense lawyers who will take the case at no charge to the individual. So I think it's very likely that Maduro and his wife and the other defendants in this case.
Nicolas Maduro is going to be judged by a jury of his peers. So 12 heads of different nation states will be shipped out to New York that haven't heard about this case and don't have any biases prior to the case. They will judge him.
On the ground in the United States.
He will have his day in
the dark.
court.
They're flanked by dozens of federal agents on his way to, as the president put it, face justice in the United States. I want to go now back to Jim Shooter. You have been on the phone, working those phones as you always do. What are you learning?
I've been speaking to the Venezuelan opposition about their reaction to this, and I'm told that the opposition leader, Machado, has been in touch with governments across the world following this operation.
Israel.
That includes the government of France, President Emmanuel Macron, but also, and this is crucial, governments in Latin America, Argentina, Ecuador, Panama, Paraguay, who I'm told have shared with the Venezuelan opposition their shared desire in, quote, restoring the will of the people. I think this is important, Sarah, because here is the
low key, it is true. I think Trump just wants to run Venezuela himself. Like, he's doing the same thing that he did with like the Gaza peace plan, where out of nowhere he just added a clause where he would be in charge of the Gaza, the new Gaza Foundation or whatever. And it's like, and everyone was like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Wait, what do you mean you're going to be in charge of it? He's like, nah, let me do it. I'll do it.
He raised some questions about the degree.
He's like, I'm doing so well here in America. I think the people of Venezuela will truly, truly appreciate my wisdom and my experience running a state.
And certainly in the eyes of many countries in the region and around the world, legitimacy to her claims to leadership in any sort of post-Maduro government. But the opposition saying here that they are in touch with governments around the world and getting that kind of support, right, as I said there, for restoring the will of the people in the country of Venezuela. But at this point, remains very much an open question as to what the process will be to decide who leads the country next and where the U.S. will be in that process. Who will it support, right? And does that include the opposition?
Yeah, really great reporting from you. I just want to recap that you...
Like, I'm hearing a lot of, like, how this process will take place, how process initially was not even barely some criticisms about how process was initially violated and stuff. But I'm not hearing a lot of how fucking insane this is from the supposed liberal mainstream media. Like, how objectively insane it is that we can just go in the dead of the night to a totally separate random country, okay, that has done nothing to us, and decide to kidnap its leader. What the fuck? And this, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, this is how you manufacture consent. This is how you normalize what's going on. You talk about all of the good that this will do. You talk about what the next steps are. You talk about how the Venezuelans are actually totally in love with this move, okay? And even if there are a shit ton of Venezuelans that are like, nah, actually, this is pretty awesome, that doesn't mean that it's actually going to be awesome, right? How is there not a single person that's even remotely invested in the alternative vision here? The vision that dictates that maybe we should have some rules. Maybe we should be a nation of rules and laws. Maybe we should follow some semblance of international rules and not like normalize this kind of gangster attitude.
Done a great job of commenting on, okay, Maduro's gone. Who's leading Venezuela? And we don't seem to know. And when President Trump says that the U.S. is going to be running Venezuela in the short term and seems to have no idea what that means or
You
how
get
to
mad
achieve
when we
that,
do it to
that's
ourselves in America.
concerning.
You get mad when
Because
we
if
do it to others
Venezuela
outside of America.
descends
There's
into
just no
further
pleasing
chaos,
you.
That's not
Yes.
in the U.S. interest, and we don't seem to have a plan to fix that. And what U.S. interest is being advanced here exactly? It doesn't seem to have a lot to do with stopping drugs from coming into the U.S. And again, we don't know what the future is. And the president basically has decided that the U.S. has the right to simply remove another country's president by force when we feel like it. That has enormous implications, certainly for the Western Hemisphere and Trump's vision of us in the U.S. being able to dominate it, but also for Russia and China. You know, what do we say to Putin if he says, well, I'm going to go in and remove Zelensky? So President Trump is taking us in what I think is a very dangerous direction broadly in terms of policy, and then specifically in Venezuela. Where is this going? We don't know, and that could lead to all manner of different dangerous outcomes.
I'm curious to get your response. We just heard from Jim Sciutto with some great reporting. He's talking to the opposition in Venezuela, who says, look, we have gotten express support from several other countries, France, Argentina, Panama, Paraguay. But he did not mention the United States in that. What do you make of that?
Yeah, well, again, it goes back to what is Trump's goal here. And I think the easiest way to sum up Trump's goal is he wants the oil. He wants U.S. oil companies to have greater control over Venezuelan oil. Now, there's all manner of problems with that. To begin with, what's the infrastructure like to even get after that? And also, what's the legality of the U.S. asserting that level of control? But he hasn't seemed to give much thought to what comes next. The stated purpose behind this for a lot of people was that Maduro was not legitimately elected. He lost the election to Machado. And she should be the legitimate president of Venezuela. But if that's the case, we've removed Maduro. And now, as I understand it, the vice president, who's no more legitimate than Maduro, has now taken over the presidency. Well, what are we going to do about that? Who should lead Venezuela? And what's the process for getting there? So as I said, there's a lot of very troubling unanswered questions about where this policy goes past the, okay, we snatched Maduro. Great job. But where does that leave us? And what is the policy behind it?
Are you pleased with the way that this was executed? Not obviously, you are not pleased that this happened, but do you give the administration credit for how it happened? No deaths, and the president managed to do what he had planned on doing.
Well, from a technical standpoint, yeah, we've got a great military. They perform tasks incredibly well. They have for decades now. And yes, that is very impressive. But this is what sort of has gotten us into trouble. And remember, this was part of Trump's argument for getting elected president. He was going to stop us stumbling into these conflicts.
Dude, the glaze is out of control. The glaze is out of control. They're like, no, Trump actually did the fucking damn thing.
Saddam Hussein, terrible guy. Muammar Gaddafi, terrible guy. You know, our military did a very effective job of removing both of them from power. It didn't end well. That's the problem. That the military is really good at doing what it is assigned to do, but it's not in the nation building business, as we learned. They can take people out. They can kill people.
Bro, this line is identical to what Nick Fuentes' cope is. It's identical to what I'm hearing from far-right figures as well. They keep saying, oh, it's awesome that we actually fucking kidnapped Nicolas Maduro. But what's this nation-building stuff? I don't know if we should be permanently occupying Venezuela. First of all, you're going to fucking eat the bugs, okay? Know your position. You're going to eat the bugs, you're going to rent for the rest of your life, and you're going to fucking like it. And just as the liberals on mainstream news is saying like, oh, well, this is a precise military operation and it was fantastic, not exactly certain as to how we're going to be, controlling the country, you're going to say the exact same things that CNN is saying. Just because every now and then you say the N-word with a hard R doesn't change the reality that you are just as much of a fucking liberal and an American chauvinist as these dipshits are. None of these people are actual isolationists. None of these people are actually, the dude is on your side. You do not understand. You do not understand my perspective if you think that liberals are on my side on this issue. I do not want intervention in Venezuela. I do not think intervention in Venezuela is appropriate or good at all. Okay? That's the major difference. So no one on fucking CNN no one that they're going to have on CNN is actually going to be on my side. At most, I'll entertain someone that says this is unconditionally unacceptable. But rarely do you ever hear that this is unconditionally unacceptable. Okay? You don't hear that at all. Bro, what liberals are saying this intervention is good, they are tackling the issue from process. They keep saying that, oh, well, they didn't follow process. They didn't follow process. It's actually a spectacular military operation. They just simply didn't follow process. They should have just, like, you know, told the Democratic Party, for example. Their coverage is justifying this by calling up 20 years of Venezuela being a drug dealer. Exactly. Anytime they bring up any of that fucking faulty justification, any of that bullshit justification, bullshit reasoning, is a opportunity to normalize this shit. Okay? Everyone should be in unison saying this is completely unacceptable. This is completely illegal. It is basically opening up an even worse future for America and everybody, foreign allies and adversaries alike. It's just ridiculous. Like, it's the law of the jungle. It is the law of the jungle. It's might makes right through and fucking through. It's also the same exact shit that Israel was doing that people were frustrated with. Not necessarily just like the violation, not necessarily the violation of the rule of law or whatever, but because everybody gets to do that in war to a certain degree, but also doing it in this like open, arrogant way where you were just saying like, what are you going to do about it? There's nothing you can do about it. When people lose, when people lose confidence in our institutions, okay, they're less likely to rely on them. It's more, things get more unstable. I don't think you guys are good at listening. Sometimes, yeah, the CNN guy is annoying and way too laudatory, but he also did say that this is not okay because this isn't just how things are supposed to be done. How can we criticize Russia when it does stuff like this? This specific CNN guy said exactly that. Okay, maybe I misunderstood and got too fired up because of what he was saying about the military operation being, solid or whatever. The point is that we are destroying what remains of how like civilized society is supposed to operate. Okay. The new order that was designed post World War II was obviously very beneficial for liberal capitalists. It was aggressively pursued to beef up. American interests, Western capitalist interests. It was a sham through and through, but there was still like some semblance of respect for the institutions that were propped up. It's completely gone. It's pure chaos from this point on. Basically, the only stability you can ever have is if you just say America is the God King and they are the leaders and they do whatever the fuck they want. And God forbid one day they get mad at me. I don't think this is going to maintain stability. You're wrong, Hossie. It's always been the rule of the jungle, Iraq, Vietnam, Korea, Latin America. I agree. It's always... I understand that. Might makes right has always been the modus operandi of the American government. My point now is that we are unwinding even like the liberal massaging of narratives in a way that is basically undeniable, where we're basically going out and saying we are the villains, right? There's a difference between doing villain shit and saying we're not the villains and teaching people that doing villain shit is wrong, right? When we come out of the gate swinging and say we are the villains, a lot of you are going to say, well, at least the mask is off. The facade is gone. You can make up your own minds about it. But what you don't realize is that for a lot of people, they hear that and they think, oh, I have a permission now. I can openly say I'm the villain. It's a good thing. That is going to have downstream impact on not only culture, but on societal development, on the way we look at these institutions, the way we treat other countries. It's devastating. It's the principle behind. It's the difference between someone being like subtle in their racism versus someone openly saying the N-word, right? One might think that openly saying the N-word is, I guess, more favorable than hiding behind language while simultaneously advancing like white supremacist values. But when you're openly saying it, when you're openly saying the slur, you're creating permission structure for other people to also say it, okay? And you're normalizing the saying of the N-word. That's not good. Because what you guys fail to recognize is this. Well, some of you will go, okay, well, there's no more facade of civility and soft power, right? And therefore, people will actually finally see the truth. What you are failing to realize is, no, this actually normalizes the villainous behavior, okay? Paul Bless says, 5 hours ago, the U.S. created a permission structure to invade any country and arrest any head of state for the crime of being an obstacle to Trump's agenda. Can't emphasize enough how your personal opinion on Maduro should be 1,000 yards away from this conversation right now. Yeah, that's it. That's why I don't even entertain that shit where they're like, what are your thoughts on Maduro? But people are cheering on Maduro. It's like, I don't give a shit what people are cheering on. Okay, I care about my country. I care about international stability. I care about cooperation. I care about human development and advancement. And every single thing that Donald Trump did here goes against that. So no, I don't give a fuck what short-sighted Venezuelans are saying on television right now. I've seen that fucking game played out over and over again in 2003 in Iraq. I've seen it in Libya. I've seen it all around the world. It's not new to me. It doesn't fucking matter. It plays no role in my conversation. It plays no role in my assessment or my analysis.
Information. This was Nicolás Maduro and his wife just a few days ago, looking relaxed and smiling.
Un acuerdo de combate contra el narcotráfico. Estamos listos.
He tells his interviewer he's open to closer cooperation with Donald Trump. He has now, it seems, been deposed and is on his way to an uncertain fate.
Not war, just peace, forever, forever, forever.
Whatever the future brings, Nicolás Maduro may be remembered most for pictures like these. A leader who danced as Venezuela's...
Yeah, screw the Venezuelans and what they want. Listen to Schumer. Yes, unironically. Yes. Yes, what you think is going to happen is wrong. And if you don't want to fucking hear it, then, you don't have to. But yeah, what you think, what you want to hear from me is, oh, this is great. They've deposed this tyrant, this ruthless tyrant. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't give a shit how you feel about the situation. First of all, it's my tax dollars going to implement this stuff anyway. So yeah, even from that perspective, your position is irrelevant to me. And it's not like the American government is even making an active effort to make it seem like you're a human being. They don't think you're a human. It's so crazy that people are trying to do this at a time when the Trump administration is openly saying every Venezuelan on U.S. soil is a fucking enemy of the state. And there are still dumb fucks in this chat being like, yeah, this administration that has presented every Venezuelan as an ever-present danger to American national security actually has my best interest in mind. They're not even saying that. So why are you doing that propaganda for the administration that's not even saying that? You're just making it up. You're just entertaining a false narrative, a false reality, one that the administration is not even presenting. It's utterly ridiculous. At least the dumbfuck MAGA people, and I suspect many of you are dumbfuck MAGA people that are trying to justify this action. So you're looking for like a liberal ass attitude around this action being justified. So that's why you're like, no, but the Venezuelan people, why don't you listen to the Venezuelan people cynically? It's all the dumbfuck MAGA people LARPing as though they are tuning in from fucking Caracas or some shit. Good response, guys. Surely this time they will welcome us as liberators, okay? Yeah, it's Reddit liberals that are fucking brain broken with NatSec shit. And it's also Trump supporters that are obviously aware of the inconsistency here with their previous position of Trump being a peaceful dove president. So they keep consistently saying like, oh, well, what about the Venezuelan people? We've already seen this song and dance play out in Iraq, okay? They welcomed us as liberators. None of this shit matters. Motherfuckers say America first, then go America last, actually.
The economy sank deeper and American warships advanced on his country.
Not war, not war, not war. Just peace, just peace, just peace. Forever, forever, forever. Peace forever.
His brazen swagger was with him till the end. Here a few months ago claiming he was bigger than Taylor Swift.
Soy más famoso que Taylor Swift en Estados Unidos ahorita.
But Nicolás Maduro will go down in history as the man who took a nation with enormous oil wealth and potential and left it ruined. For much of his life, though, he was in the shadow of this man, revolutionary socialist firebrand Hugo Chavez, who upturned Venezuela with radical changes in the early 2000s. Nationalizing its oil industry and reducing poverty. Before Chavez died, he made Maduro his successor. But Nicolás Maduro had none of his mentor's charisma or popularity. He was despised by many in Venezuela's elites as a poor substitute. to maintain power, he would rely more.
This is funny because there is truth to this analysis, but it's pretty funny that, like, in order to shit on Maduro, they're hyping up Chavez. And at the time when Chavez was alive, they would say way worse shit about Chavez. Like, they're literally being like, oh, well, he doesn't have Chavez charisma. Bitch, you didn't think Chavez had charisma back then. Fuck you mean?
Or more not on competence, but repression. And his policies were disastrous for the economy. In elections in 2015, Maduro lost his majority in parliament, but he refused to stand down. In 2016, Maduro's fortunes took a turn for the worse, when the man who had become his nemesis was elected US president. Donald Trump imposed swinging sanctions. The Venezuelan economy went from bad to catastrophic. 7 million people would flee its collapse. In widespread protests in 2017, more than 100 people died. Opposition groups claim thousands were also killed by the secret police and in jails. But Nicolás Maduro appeared unmoved. Even after this, an attempt on his life with exploding drones in 2018 blamed on rogue elements inside the country. Behind the scenes, opponents were plotting, hoping for his downfall, led by this
rogue elements. Yeah, I wonder who did that. Also, the irony is, identifying that as rogue elements in the country actually justifies mass fucking crackdowns. Like, there's a country that's, like, constantly under the thumb of the CIA. Of course they're going to be fucking paranoid.
This man, Juan Guaido, who declared Maduro illegitimate and himself acting president instead. He was recognized by the US and others around the world. The Maduro regime reacted furiously, running down protesters and shooting at them in the streets. Guaido believed mistakenly he had enough support to remove Maduro from power. But a coup attempt that looked close to toppling Maduro ended in failure. The unpopular dictator clung on. His fortunes turned again, thanks to events halfway around the world, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. When the West stopped buying Russian oil, it turned to Venezuela and its vast reserves instead. Maduro was allowed back in out of the cold. That may have emboldened him to pull off one of the biggest election frauds in Latin American history. In elections in 2024, the opposition is thought by most observers to have won a landslide. But Maduro again refused to give up power, declaring victory unconvincingly. Then, in America, Donald Trump was re-elected. He branded Maduro a narco-terrorist and sent a seventh of America's Navy to threaten him, the latest of America's neighbors to face the belligerence of Donald Trump.
It's just Venezuela. It has started with Panama, then with Canada, then with Greenland. It seems that President Trump, although he appears to be a pacifist, at least at the Western Hemisphere, he has a very, let's say, peculiar understanding of the role of the United States as a kind of overlord of the area.
Trump's campaign against Maduro has been unrelenting. A massive naval build-up aimed at first at Venezuela's narco-trafficking operations. At least 30 small boats destroyed, allegedly for drug running, but with little evidence to prove the claims. Then oil tankers were seized.
It's so funny that, like, half the shit that they're talking about Trump doing against Maduro is up to par with the same crimes that they're accusing Maduro of doing. Like, Maduro's worst instances, Maduro's worst moments are literally, bro, what? You sound slow? Maduro's worst moments fall flat when you think about the actual crime that took place in terms of kidnapping him.
Accused of breaking international sanctions. There was little doubt, though, the bigger prize was regime change. Donald Trump's rhetoric against the Maduro government showed no let-up.
We consider it.
Also, a week prior to this, he straight up pardoned the convicted drug trafficker, the former Honduran president, who is actually a convicted drug trafficker. Just saying.
Venezuela to be not a very friendly country. They sent millions of people, really, and probably a number in excess of that. And a lot of those people shouldn't be in our country, from jails, from gangs, from drug dealers, from all of the people that came into our country shouldn't have been in our country.
Hey, Venezuelans, y'all think this guy's gonna save you? I mean, good luck. He's gonna fucking, did you blast off on IG? What? I didn't. Why do you care? What the fuck? Chat, Chatter, it's been 6 hours and 22 minutes since I went live. That's an insane question to ask me right now. I don't think I went blasted off on IG, but who gives a shit?
Causing a lot of problems and drugs.
The coming hours and days will be crucial for Venezuela wherever they lead. Maduro's years of rampant kleptocracy leave the country racked with massive economic inequality. Its resources robbed, its institutions dismantled. Whoever takes his place faces an enormous challenge, putting Venezuela back on the road to recovery. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News.
That was terrible.
Nicolas Maduro's more than decade in power came to be defined less by governance than by defiance. Even as the drums of war intensified at his borders, Maduro was still singing a different tune. The leader was one of Latin America's most polarizing, loved and loathed both at home and abroad. But few foreign leaders opposed him as openly as Donald Trump, who accuses Maduro of being the leader of a drug cartel.
Venezuela's been a very bad actor. They've been, as you know,
The first time Trump was in the White House, he went after Maduro in the courts for narco-terrorism. Trump 2.0.
What is going on? At least try to be professional. Can you stop the eating noise or at least swallow before you don't speak?
Looked more like this. At least 35 strikes since September on boats allegedly carrying drugs from Venezuela, and an offer of up to $50 million for information leading to his arrest.
Yeah, who gets that $50 million
Maduro
now?
rose through the ranks from bus driver to vice president under late socialist leader Hugo Chavez. Even then, relations with the US were tense. Chavez had nationalized the country's oil industry, kicking out American companies like ExxonMobil, cutting his citizens' poverty in half. Maduro inherited this legacy when Chavez died in 2013. He took the reins of a country with the world's richest oil reserves, something its people would scarcely have guessed from the poverty he led them into. They faced shortages in food and medicine while suffering under hyperinflation.
It's not enough. It's really not enough. So what I do is go to the store and buy a couple of things, and then you see you spend all of it. Money flies away rapidly.
A video of Maduro eating steak cooked by the famed chef Salt Bae added to the criticism back home. Nearly 8 million Venezuelans voted with their feet, fleeing the country in the last decade. But his grip got tighter. The 2018 elections marked a turning point regarding...
I like that the sanctions just never play a role in this conversation at all. Like, they're just not... Like, the intensity, the direction. They also make it seem like they didn't try to coup Chavez, too, on top of Maduro. Like, I wonder why there's instability in a country that's constantly under fucking mass sanctions. I wonder. Oh, people left with their feet. It's like, yeah, I wonder what happened there. It's just so, it's such a stupid way to make this argument. Like, you can talk about political repression, all this stuff, but if you leave out, like, giant parts of the story, no one is going to get educated on this.
It is neither free nor fair. Maduro refused to stand down, cracking down on protesters, calling on him to resign. Opposition leader Juan Guaido had declared himself president and was backed by the US and other countries, but he eventually fled to the US. And Maduro's political opponent in the 2024 elections was barred from running, Maria Corina Machado. She escaped in a secret mission in December to collect the Nobel Peace Prize for her work in promoting democracy in Venezuela.
I am very hopeful Venezuela will be free.
This is who Machado now wants to take interim control. Edmundo González Urrutia, the man who ran in her place in the last elections, while Trump says America will run things instead. But today, inside the country, where the streets are empty, many are waiting to see who, if anyone, emerges from the ruins of Maduro's regime.
Well, earlier I spoke to Phil Gunson, a senior analyst for the International Crisis Group, who's been based in Caracas for more than 25 years. I began by asking how he thought President Trump running Venezuela would work.
I don't know how it's going to work because what we can see, or what we appear to have witnessed since the early hours of this morning, when we were woken by loud explosions in Caracas, what appears to have happened is fairly significant operation, clearly, to blow up a few military installations, snatch the president and his wife, and take them out of the country. But so far as we know, there are no, U.S. forces left here in Venezuela. So it's not clear to me what Mr. Trump means when he says that they are here. I don't know who they are. The CIA is probably here, yeah.
Well, presumably the plan is to install Maria Corina Machado, but I suppose that what remains of the regime might have other ideas.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that Trump has it clear. He's been very unclear in the past as to exactly who Maria Corina Machado is. He doesn't seem to be able to remember her name. And when he was asked this morning in Washington about the possibility that the US would be backing, the arrival of Maria Corina and Edmundo Gonzalez, who won the election in 2024, he was very vague about that. And he said, well, we'll have to see. And he mentioned the fact that there is, of course, a vice president in Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, who under the constitution here takes over in the absence of the president. So I don't think that the US, or at least Donald Trump, has very clear in his mind exactly what is happening or what's going to happen.
So what does the Venezuelan military do now, in your view? And what do the people of Venezuela do?
Well, the people of Venezuela are very prudently staying at home because not only do they realize that they can't guarantee there won't be another strike, but also because, the government here has cracked down very severely on any forms of protest. So nobody is rushing into the streets to celebrate, particularly because everybody, I think, here is well aware that it's only Maduro who's gone. They may be popping corks in South Florida at the moment, but I don't think anybody's rushing into, celebrations on the street.
Living there as you do in Venezuela, do you feel a sense of anxiety, really, about the next few days and weeks?
Yes, I worry that the violence may not be over. The possibility that the military might split has always been.
I need you guys to understand. This is precisely the reason why China does operates the way that they do. Okay, like the reality of the matter is, you got Westerners in your country. They're in fucking Caracas. They get to talk openly about, like, they get to do propaganda from the heart of your fucking capital. You can't do stuff like this in China. Now, you can do stuff like this in America, but America was playing a very different ball game, right? If you want to understand where, like, state repression comes from, it's for this reason. And it's ironic because, like, Venezuela has never really done it the way that the way that most liberals present it. Unless you criticize Israel and the US, I mean, yeah, but you can still say some stuff about Israel, right? I'm just saying, this is breaking New York Times about a Venezuelan official, at least 40 people killed, including civilians and soldiers in the strike. Wait, I thought they did a fucking perfect strike with no casualties. How'd that happen?
One of the objectives of Washington, the other possibility is that doesn't happen, that Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president, takes office, that the government goes on more or less as before, and possibly even worse, because it's quite conceivable that things will get worse for Venezuelans rather than better. And it seems to me that the path to what we all would like to see, or most of us anyway, which is a peaceful transition to a more democratic and humane society in Venezuela, political system, the path is very, very narrow and strewn with obstacles, much as it was before the bombing.
Might the military have already split, given that Trump has been boasting about turning the lights off in Caracas? That there could be some help being given already.
We know that US special forces are extremely skilled, but to come in and to snatch the president and his wife without apparently sustaining any casualties, or at least any fatalities, it seems very unlikely that could be done without some form of internal complicity. But I think it would be unwise.
Like, no country that has experienced this kind of thing would ever allow a person that is aligned with the other imperial superpower that just did this illegal act to continue doing propaganda inside of their nation boundaries. And I mean, no country, like America wouldn't either. Like, think about how much Americans lost their minds about, like, Russian interference and stuff in their elections, when that was marginal in comparison to what the fuck's going on here, right? The reason why I'm bringing this up is not to say, like, it's good that there's, like, censorship and repression of different sorts in many of these countries. It's more so to help you understand where these guys are coming from when they actually engage in this kind of action. And no, I don't actually believe in like a country that has intervened in the affairs, like Russia coming in and fucking killing Donald Trump would not be something that I favor at all. Okay? The Tendi man says, wow, eating at a time like this, you're right, I should kill myself. How dare I eat?
The implications here are really great for the Israel.
Wait, what?
The implications here are really great for the Israel. The Venezuelan people. 27. The implications here are really great for the Israel. The Venezuelan people. 27.
I mean, he ain't wrong. Is he wrong though? Yeah, I think the implications are pretty great for the people of Israel. I mean, Venezuela. What did he even say? He said the implication here is pretty great for the people of Israel. I mean, Venezuela.
The vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, has not said that she is now the president, but I suspect there is a lot of discussions going on behind the scenes. We do have ties and diplomatic relations with these people.
Oh my God, it's fucking Brett McGurk again to glaze Donald Trump's foreign policy.
But a lot of open questions. So, you know, you can have mixed feelings. Commend the professionalism of our operators. Commend the execution of this operation by the administration, done with secrecy and efficiency, but also have real questions here about what comes next.
Yeah, I think it's interesting how you say that that's where it really turned was during that press conference when we heard from the first time from President Trump in person since this had happened. And he did say that we, the U.S., in his words, will be running Venezuela. And that did start to open these questions about what comes next exactly and how might that work. And I think that's where a lot of people are now is how might.
Another servant of Israel, Brett McGurk, doing the same exact output. Oh, it's a brave, brilliant, incredible campaign. I mean, we have some questions about what comes next.
Going in for the to work in the oil industry. What might that mean as well?
Well, I sure hope we don't. I sure hope we don't put American forces on the ground to kind of occupy Venezuela. I do not think that would be wise as someone who spent a number of years in Iraq. But look. There is a government in Venezuela, and the first thing you want to do in a situation like this is a lesson from Iraq. You want to try to make sure the security services remain intact. You do not want to see a fragmentation of the entire state. That is how you get civil wars breaking out, and you have a basically implosion, a massive power vacuum. So I think it's wise to work with the elements of the Maduro regime who are still there and try to work through a transition. But, you know, there is a legitimate government in Venezuela that we recognize, that most of our allies and partners around the world recognize, led by Maria Machado, which President Trump basically said she's not prepared to take power in the country. There's some truth to that because she probably does not have the loyalty of the security apparatus, which I just mentioned. Bottom line, Jessica, this is now extremely complex, and it's going to require deft management, a lot of quiet diplomacy behind the scenes, and we'll have to see where it goes. But I do think it's worth pausing to just commend our operators who carried out this extraordinary mission. This is difficult to do. I've been in the Situation Room in operations like this, not as complex as this, but they always carry massive risk. So commend the professionals. I think it's a good day for Maduro not to be in power in Venezuela and in an American jail. But now some serious questions about what comes next.
Yeah, I have one more question for you, but I do want to note for our viewers that we know you're seeing how
Biden's guy, by the way, if you want to understand what I mean when I say this shit is uniparty, if you want to understand it, this is it. That's Biden's own guy.
To confirm that for you, but that is what we are seeing right now. We are certainly seeing helicopters in the sky. We are just working to confirm if they are or are not on that. So we're going to keep watching that. But Brett, I want to ask you before I let you go, because again, I think this is a broader question that is at the heart of this, because the president and the administration have talked a lot about drugs and stopping drug trafficking. Obviously, a lot of these the charges that Maduro is facing are wrapped up in all of that as well. There's also the issue of Iran, Russia and China, as you noted. And what is the connectivity there? If people are looking at this, again, from a global perspective, what should they know about those three countries and how they connect to Venezuela and how these pieces might fit together?
Well, on the one hand, if you do disconnect that trade between Venezuela and Iran, that'll have a real impact on Iran and kind of their economy, which is completely imploding. And Iranians are taking the streets to protest that regime in Tehran, and rightfully so. We need to support those Iranians in the streets. That'll have an impact.
Yeah, looking at what's going on in Venezuela, I think you guys understand, a similar thing that we have been attempting for decades in Iran. And you get to understand why some of these governments are a lot more repressive than they otherwise would be if we had like a free and fair society that did not consistently try to destroy and attack and kill and maim and murder and steal. How strange. Another oil-rich nation.
There is no country more powerful than the United States and its military forces. On the other hand, is the president perhaps now saying, we're going to focus on our hemisphere and not be as concerned in other parts of the world? And again, this is going to unfold over the coming year. I've called 2026, which we're in now, a hinge year of history when it comes to global power. And that's what we're seeing play out. Venezuela, Taiwan, Ukraine, Iran, it's all going to play out here over the coming months.
It's kind of chicken or the egg, though. The people might not be susceptible to trying to overthrow their government if their government wasn't so repressive.
We're 3 days in now, so we'll see.
Okay, why is the Chinese government not running into the same issues? Because the Chinese government has more economic power and have been able to actually materially improve people's lives. And therefore, people understand that while there is some level of social repression, political repression, they don't necessarily give a shit. Yeah, they deliver the goods. The only difference here is that you can't really sanction China and cordon off China from the rest of the world in the same way that you can for Iran and Venezuela. And when you cordon off China, or rather, when you cordon off Venezuela and Iran, you end up causing them not to be able to deliver the goods for their population. And in that process, people get more and more mad. The repression for protection, like the political repression to protect sovereignty, would be endlessly permissible in these countries if these countries were actually improving people's living conditions and living standards. Americans know this, and that's precisely the reason why Brett McGurk turned around and said, well, you know, you see the same thing happening in Iran. The sanctions are working in Iran. The economic pressure is working in Iran. America understands this reality. That's precisely the reason why we sanction people. Okay? We sanction them, which is collective punishment, and the reason why we sanction them with collective punishment is so that we can cause instability. So that we can cause instability and have the population yell, get mad, get angry, revolt, riot, and have the government even implement further repressive forces in an effort to stop the riots from taking place. That's it. It's kind of like, I mean, America's been doing this, and America will continue to do this. No one is ever going to stop America from doing this, let's be real. But like even in Venezuela, the greatest example of this is like you saw a faster paced version of this with Donald Trump. Donald Trump surrounds the Venezuelan countryside, right? The Venezuelan sea line or the Venezuelan coastline, sorry. And then he says, I'm going to bomb the fuck out of you, right? And then he turns around and says, okay, well, I'm either going to bomb the fuck out of you or you can escape. You can just give up control over the country. That's not a real negotiation. That's a threat. And sanctions work in a similar way, where basically they'll go, hey, either liberalize your economy, allow foreign capital to come in, and also, you know, establish a puppet leadership, or we're just going to make your economy scream. That's not a real negotiation at all. There's just demands, and the demands are being pushed at gunpoint, basically. And after years and years of doing exactly that to Venezuela, obviously there was a lot of instability. A lot of people left. 8 million people or so left. And eventually we got to this point. And now people use the instability born out of the sanctions first and foremost, and some economic mismanagement as well, to justify that this guy needs to fucking be assassinated, executed, whatever, to justify the actions that we're taking in Venezuela. He has also openly stated, Donald Trump has also openly stated that he's just going to run Venezuela and that the oil is ours. It's bullshit.
The U.S. has carried out a series of airstrikes in Venezuela, capturing President Nicolas Maduro and his wife.
President Donald Trump has said his threats against Venezuela, the U.S. military buildup in the region, and the destruction of civilian boats are about alleged drug trafficking. But there's another issue Trump has been talking about.
The oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money.
Yeah, it's true. His biggest gripe about Iraq was that the U.S. didn't get to keep the oil. The idea of an open society with less repression is that people can voice their discontent via legal means by shutting off pressure valves people have for discontent speech, organizing, voting. You channel what might otherwise be moderate demands into subversive attempts. This is the mistake China made at Tiananmen, changing a reformist protest to overthrow the state protest. Repression doesn't work. Okay, but China is also literally a success story. And also, Venezuela is a story of having more liberal speech rules being an abject failure. This isn't to say, and for the record, I'm not saying this is my perfect design. You guys know what my opinion is. I like free speech. I think free speech is awesome. I will try to do everything in my power to preserve free speech in the United States of America. I'm just simply giving you an alternative perspective as to how these governments that we understand as repressive engage in acts of repression. Because between China and Venezuela, if you think that Venezuela is far more repressive in terms of stamping out discontent, stamping out dissent, allowing fucking any sort of like Western press to exist and operate within Caracas, you'd be wrong. Venezuela allows Western think tanks to operate in Caracas. Venezuela allows Western liberal journalists and Western right-wing journalists to operate inside of Caracas. Venezuela is an open society in comparison to China. Okay? This doesn't mean that Venezuela is as open about free speech as the United States of America is, but the reality of the matter is Venezuela is far more open in terms of its free speech, in spite of the ridiculous conditions that they're experiencing. They are far more open in terms of free speech than China is, right? And not only that, but they've maintained that. Are you honestly sure about this, though? Yes. That Venezuela is more open than China? What are we talking about? How many fucking Western news outlets operate inside of China, chatter? What the fuck are you talking about? Jesus Christ, I get it. You guys all want to fucking talk about, Maduro being the Latin Hitler or something, but Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Yes, Venezuela, in spite of its repression, which is far more repressive than America, is still far less politically repressive than China, okay? But this level of control, this level of repression has actually been successful in China, and the openness has been unsuccessful in Venezuela. In any case, my point is that there is no country that is under serious threat or under serious warlike conditions that would ever allow political dissent to exist, okay? Especially when there's like active attempts to thwart the political process in the country. Venezuela's issue, in my opinion, in some respects, aside from Maduro being not the best and currency mismanagement and things like that, Venezuela's issue was that they were unironically far too liberal in terms of prosecuting people who were straight up attempting to do coups over and over and over again. Okay? It is insane to me. You can say it's a crazy take all you want. Machado is not a new figure in Venezuelan politics. Salvojum. You know that, right? If you think the United States of America would have, let if you think that the United States of America would let another country get away with doing to it what it has done to Venezuela, okay, and would allow opposition figures to completely exist in free society, despite openly and outwardly consistently fucking working alongside the CIA, consistently trying to thwart the regular political process. You don't have to agree with Maduro's ideology or whatever. I'm not saying that at all. But if you think that America would allow someone like that to survive, then no, they would kill him for treason. 100%. Like Machado, like people think about the people winning elections like having to flee or whatever. Machado was the opposition figure inside of Venezuela who won a Nobel Peace Prize while demanding that Donald Trump keep fucking bombing Venezuela. What are we talking about? That's insane. That's insane. Like, what country would ever be like, no, this is great. Totally. This is totally fine. Go ahead. If anything, and the reason why I brought this up is because, if anything, we're experiencing what happens when you don't actually prosecute former political leaders that align themselves with American foreign adversaries like Russia, who then actually foment so much discontent that they actually have race riots in the country, Charlottesville, and then they turn around and actually lose the election. But They don't want to give up power. So they also then do January 6th, an insurrection. That's what happens when you don't actually prosecute your opposition, okay, for actual crimes that they're committing. Trump, too, for this reason, is a direct, it's the responsibility of the Democratic Party. What you are experiencing here with Trump, too, is unironically what happens when you don't prosecute and punish your political enemies for doing crimes. Okay? That's it. Imagine believing China is pro-free speech. Wait, what? You have a bash keyboard name because you were probably banned here before gray name. You're barely worth this. I mean, China does not have American free speech. No other country has American free speech. Okay? An important fact that runs counter to a lot of conventional wisdom is that during Trump 1, a lot of those military officers he surrounded himself with were the biggest restraints on his warmongering impulses. That was what his comment about wanting Hitler's generals was about. Him surrounding himself with an army of ass kissers who have built their careers around rationalizing everything he does was the worst thing that could have happened in this regard. Didn't Hitler's generals try to do a fucking assassination attempt, though? Political enemies is a strong word describing Democrats in relation to Trump. Best friends, maybe? Okay, fair. But that's not what I was talking about. I'm saying that, like, Democrats present themselves as oppositional figures to the Republicans, right? You're not wrong, though. Yeah, apparently at least 40 people were killed in the U.S. airstrikes on Venezuela, including military personnel and civilians, local official says to the New York Times. Yeah, Venezuela currently has 303 billion barrels of crude oil reserves, which Trump says the U.S. now controls. Oil prices are trading at $57 per barrel, making Venezuela's total reserves worth $17.3 trillion. Even if the U.S. sells this oil for half the market rate, that's still $8.7 trillion. In other words, in 12 hours, the U.S. has gained control of oil reserves worth more than the entire GDP of all countries in the world, aside from the U.S. and China. That's 4 times larger than the GDP of Japan. Most people do not realize how much the world just changed. Oil markets will react to this news for the first time on Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. The next few days will be critical. You guys understand how we're talking, right? Like, this is plunder. This is colonial plunder. You should revisit the clips from Asmongold. I think his fans are starting to realize he's a grifter. I don't think his fans are realizing that he's a grifter. I think they like his soothing voice. They just want to hear someone go, yeah, based to whatever the fuck Trump is up to, you know? But yeah, he went from presenting himself as an isolationist who was like, Trump is the peace president. I'm glad that we're not interfering in the affairs of other countries and we're focusing on ourselves, to straight up saying like, oh, dude, it's actually awesome that we're doing this. Do not look for consistency in these people. Yeah, when you frame it as colonial plunder, it does seem that way. I mean, I'm not framing it as colonial plunder. Trump is. He said you were an intervention supporter. Wait, me? Yeah, against Israel, maybe. So fuck does he mean I'm a intervention supporter? When have I ever? I've been called a terrorist my whole fucking life. Hasan, my streamer's 30+K defending pedophile president. Don't you feel owned? It? I feel super owned.
There's nobody that has the capability that we have. You know, when I watch that war in Russia going on and on and on and everybody dying, and it's like it's primitive. It's primitive. It's horrible. It's horrible.
Could you tell it? Oh my God! Wow. So, will this change your opinion on voting on Trump? Well, I mean, if he keeps this up for the next 3 years, maybe I would vote for him again, right? I mean, this is going pretty well.
The other thing that I find really funny is that I feel like his reactions are so fake. Like, I feel like he's just putting on a show every time he does this. Like, he's like, yeah, this is so based, guys. And I don't know if other people actually see that, or maybe I'm thinking this way. I don't know. Maybe his reactions are real, but it always feels so forced.
For the next 3 years, maybe I would vote for him again, right? I mean, this is going pretty well. This is what I want you to do this on the first day. This is cool, but we have a lot of domestic enemies I wish we'd focus on. I think that's a fair criticism, and you're right to think that, that, like, you know, we have a lot of problems here in the U.S. You know, we need to focus on that, too, and not just think about, like, you know, regime change in Venezuela. But the reality is that
Yeah, but we do have to do regime change in Venezuela. You know, we have to. Like, I know we need to focus on ourselves and not regime change in Venezuela, but it's probably good that we're doing regime change in Venezuela.
Venezuela is an existential threat to America.
Wow. How is Venezuela an existential threat to America?
It absolutely is. Whenever you have...
Oh, he said it absolutely is. Okay, my bad. My mistake. I didn't realize he was just going to say it absolutely is. I guess there's no counter argument.
A cartel government that is based around running drugs and weapons and human trafficking.
None of this is true.
Inside of the United States.
None of this is true. And ironically, one can make the argument that Donald Trump was more responsible for a lot of Venezuelans actually fleeing Venezuela due to the sanctions, and also offering them temporary protected status, which is once again interesting position, because on the one hand, I'm sure he will say this is good for the Venezuelan people that they like finally deposed of Maduro, who everyone in Venezuela hates, while simultaneously talking about Venezuelans coming into the country as a scourge. Again, if your goal is to just consistently pump up whatever the fuck Trump is saying and doing and say it's based, you're going to be just as inconsistent as Trump. Obviously, this doesn't matter for a lot of people who just want to hear someone say Trump is based.
This is very clearly a problem for us. Like, this is it. It's not like they're sitting over there in their own area just killing each other. No, absolutely not. They go and they're doing it all over they're doing it all over the world. And they're doing it over.
It's really interesting because Trump's very own DEA and numerous agencies have found that Venezuela is not a significant narco trafficking hub at all. It's their own assessment of the situation. And that at most there's a little bit of Trendaragua activity, but that's a fucking low-level criminal gang that does like low-level drug dealing. It's actually a prison gang, once again, and does not have a connection to the Maduro government at all.
Over here, we can't let that happen. What are you talking about? So yeah, and the world should be thanking us for getting rid of them as a potential source of nuclear. Damn, I don't know why I can't talk. The world should be thanking us for getting rid of them as a potential source for nuclear escalation. Absolutely, you're right.
A potential source for nuclear escalation. A potential source for nuclear escalation. What is the nuclear escalation potential here with Venezuela? He's just making up stuff that even the administration is not making up at this point. HasanAbi doctrine? Yeah, Venezuela does not have fucking nuclear arms. What are you talking about? That's not even one of the lies that the administration presented. He's just making up new lies.
100% you are. You remember whenever Trump bombed Iran? And he just totally wiped out their nuclear system. Like, the entire place looked like
Bro, you're miserable. Does it make you feel bad when you hear how easily debunked your favorite content creators' talking points are? Would you rather just keep thinking that he's right? Is that what it is? Is that why you have to lash out like this, like a little child, like a little baby? Going wah, wah. Counter the positions that I'm making right now, or shut the fuck up. Okay? That's it. That's all this is. This is a political conversation. I'm a political actor. So is Asmongold. Okay. He's a political commentator. I'm a political commentator. This is a conversation about politics. This is a conversation about history. This is a conversation that's taking place about the talking points that he is putting out there. You can keep fantasizing about me crashing out or that I'm a fool or whatever. But the reality of the matter is I don't hear a lot of addressing of the talking points. You know? Also, I think people can see me. They can see me. They can see that I'm not crashing out.
Change the geography of the entire area. There were not even any photos of it. You couldn't even see it. And it's like you could see a difference with a fucking satellite, and you didn't even know where the building was.
Wait, was he talking about Iran when he said the nuclear threat?
Trump bombed Iran, and he just totally wiped out their nuclear system.
Oh, wait.
Rid of them as a potential source of.
Oh, he says getting rid of Venezuela is a potential source of nuclear threat, and then he pivots to Iran. First, he says that Venezuela is a potential source for nuclear threat, which is not the case.
Them as a potential source of nuclear. Damn, I don't know why I can't talk. The world should be thanking us for getting rid of them as a potential source for nuclear escalation. Absolutely, you're right. 100% you are. You remember whenever Trump bombed?
Yeah, and then he starts talking about Iran afterwards.
Iran. And he just totally wiped out their nuclear system. Like, the entire place looked like changed the geography of the entire area.
Fordow was an underground facility that was hit with bunker buster bombs. Obviously, the only thing that you could see was two minor impact sites. It didn't actually change the entire geography at all. It's an underground facility that seemingly didn't actually put a dent in the Iran nuclear uranium enrichment program, according to what Israel is saying. Now, Israel might be lying about that, but that's at least something that they're admitting. And also that retaliation leading up to that bombing campaign and the aftermath of that bombing campaign was raining fucking missiles and penetrating the Iron Dome with all the might of the entirety of the Western defenses. So I don't think that that was that successful overall.
There were not even any photos of it. You couldn't even see it. And it's like you could see a difference with a fucking satellite, and you didn't even know where the building was. And so anyway, all this happened, and then everybody's like, "Oh, they're going to retaliate. They're going to fight back." Did they?
They did. Not only did they keep showering Israel, but they also hit the U.S. Central, or was it the U.S. Central Command? Yeah, they hit Qatar, right?
After Iran.
I guess technically so did Israel. I guess Qatar is eating it from both ends there.
Did anything happen? No, they didn't do shit. They didn't do a fucking thing. So this is exactly what's going to happen with this too. 100%. Who's next? President of Colombia? The president of Colombia, apparently Trump said he better watch his ass. Hassan's mental gymnastics are very tiring. Well, the thing is that, do you remember?
Hassan's mental gymnastics are very tiring. I'm anti-intervention. I'm anti-intervention against Venezuela. I'm anti-intervention against Iran. I think that all of this stuff is totally unproductive and at best good for oil barons and those who are in the halls of power, you know, people who are capital owners, right? That's it. It's just for the super wealthy. None of the imperial super profits actually trickle down to the average American citizen. And every single dollar that we spend doing this kind of adventurism overseas is a dollar that we could be spending on ourselves in the United States of America. At its heart, this is actually the America First position. The reality of the matter is Donald Trump knows that that is a popular position and yet does not actually follow through on his agenda, follow through on his promise, but is unfortunately able to dupe the minds of many Americans by simply claiming, no, I invented America first. And that actually didn't mean non-intervention. That actually meant intervention when I see fit.
Remember what I said. The viewpoint is always the less Western, less white, less Christian, less American, less...
Don't really know what to say to that one. I'm going to reiterate my position. I want us, the United States of America, the wealthiest nation on the planet, to fund healthcare for every American, okay? White, non-white alike, Christian, non-Christian alike. I think we should be spending our resources here rather than through these kinds of idiotic adventures that seemingly only advance the interests of capital. But once again, this is a thought-terminating cliche. He's deploying this here so that his audience actually feels comfortable with their position. Oh, yeah, we're in opposition to Hassan. He's wrong. He couldn't possibly have the right opinion on this, even if it's one that even Donald Trump himself declared was his position, right? We're not hypocritical. Hassan is inconsistent because he's always finding himself at odds. Let's see what the inconsistency is, though.
You know, like Western culture thing is good. So basically, whatever is...
Also, Maduro is Christian and also Western. I don't understand, but go
farther away from those values is the thing that these people will support. It is that simple. I know that you might think there's no way it's that simple. Absolutely it is.
Yes. 12 plus years of writing, reading, doing political commentary, working on political campaigns, working with politicians, getting politicians elected, interviewing politicians, advocates, organizers, all of that reduced to a guy who does not shower saying Hassan just simply takes the non-white, non-Western, non-Christian position. Now, you can delude yourself into thinking that this is my analysis, but if you're even a little bit intellectually curious, you'll probably come in here and check it out for yourself and realize that that's not the case. Unfortunately, unlike you, or unlike Asmongold, I actually have respect for my audience's level of intellect. He does not. And maybe he's right. Maybe his audience is too stupid to actually check. But it's very clear that he thinks his audience is too stupid to actually check. And many in his audience actually don't.
It is. And once you...
The reality of the matter is if Kamala Harris was actually facilitating this campaign, if you think Asmongold, even for a brief moment, would come out and say, this is actually based, this is awesome, instead of saying what he was saying during the election cycle, which is that Kamala Harris is going to do war, Trump is actually the peaceful president, you would be delusional, okay? This is not even a hypothetical. He did say that he was anti-interventionist during the election campaign because Donald Trump was anti-interventionist, or at least presented himself as anti-interventionist. I, of course, talked about this being a lie over and over again. Not that it fucking matters.
See it from that angle, it's hard not to keep seeing it that way.
Also, didn't Asmongold say he agrees with you a lot? Yeah, no, that's only when I actually approach him. Then he has to concede on a lot of the positions, because a lot of the positions, if he were to like advance in a back and forth conversation, they would look really silly.
Because that's always how it's going to be. And it's so obvious too. Yeah, I think that, like, you sound like a schizo saying it, but whenever you have so many points on a graph, you're going to be able to draw a line. So yeah, it's exactly what's happening. And I don't care about Venezuela. That's pennies to the illegal stuff in America compared to Mexico. Well, it's a lot of the thing is that if we're able to trade with Venezuela, and we're also able to...
we are able to trade with Venezuela. The only reason why we haven't traded with Venezuela more frequently is because the American government doesn't want to trade with Venezuela. As a matter of fact, if you knew anything about anything, including about Venezuelan trade, for example, you would know that we have been trading with Venezuela even consistently through this blockade. And not only that, but we've also still had Chevron operating inside of Venezuela while we had our Navy carriers off the coastline of Venezuela.
Weaken other global enemies. The problem is that, like, I don't even really disagree with you, and I think that you can really do both. Like, if you're looking at what's happening in Venezuela and saying that, like, here's one thing
Tell me this is dumb, or he's just grifting, or he's just dumb and grifting. I just don't think he's that knowledgeable. I don't think he's dumb. I just don't think he's that knowledgeable. But you don't actually have to be knowledgeable when you're grifting to the right. He definitely is grifting. But what is this? Oh, you are? And what is your position?
I'm going to say, okay? Don't ever let anybody tell you that you can't do it.
Wow.
Because if you...
Well, Donald Trump dared to dream. The audacity of hope. Not by Barack Obama, but this time by Donald Trump. He dared the dream, and he dreamt big. And that's why he succeeded, everybody. The leader of the most powerful military on the fucking planet was able to successfully implement this nighttime air raid on a country that it has dominated economically for decades. Every single one of these people fucking flip-flopped. Nick Fuentes is another one of these fucking nasty little flip-floppers. Nick Fuentes was against any military action in Venezuela. Just 3 months ago, he warned that an invasion could activate domestic terror cells and plunge America into an insurgency. Now he's claiming he supported it all along. Psychotic, but typical. Taking your own side means calling out Jewish oligarchs and anti-American peasants from third world shitholes. We are America second to none, and we own the finish line. I have literally never said no more foreign conflicts. I support U.S. empire. I support the Monroe Doctrine. I support hemispheric defense. I always have. Initially seemed like a solid operation to cleanly, bloodlessly, and quickly remove Maduro from power last night, but this new policy of running Venezuela with U.S. soldiers sounds like a massive overcommitment. I have zero confidence in nation building. Big mistake. Okay? He went from throwing up the USA to saying General Raising Cane's to saying, yeah, you know, maybe the running Venezuela isn't the best idea. Ironically enough, of course, our puppet that we were going to install is a Omega Zionist and massive supporter of Israel, and has been begging Israel to also intervene, or at least get America to intervene on her behalf. But then again, like I said, these guys don't believe in anything. He is not even like actually anti-Israel. Yes, he hates Jews, but even that hatred of Jews, I think he would probably tamper, like I said, or rein in, like I said before, if it meant getting a crumb of power, if it meant getting any proximity of power, getting any proximity to power. That's just how it is. That's it. None of these guys actually give a fuck about whatever they're saying. They do not have a consistent position at all. And all they do is simply chirp alongside the wind. Okay? Asmongold operates off of this iteration of owning the libs. Americans won't have affordable healthcare, affordable groceries, or jobs, but billionaires and oil tycoons will get richer, and this is how Trump owns the libs, destroys the woke, and makes America great again. No, that's precisely what it is, as I've talked about over and over again. I keep repeating myself on this issue. This kind of military action in Venezuela is not going to improve your lives. It's not going to improve your lives even a little bit. So anyone who tells you that this will objectively improve your lives is lying to you. You should actually scrutinize them. Okay? Just understand. Anyone who tries to tell you that another regime change war for the extraction of oil for our oil barons is going to somehow magically improve your material conditions, make rent more affordable, make groceries more affordable is fucking lying to you. Okay? Sure, we'll get the goods, we'll get the oil, but that's not going to yield American prosperity. It's not going to create American prosperity at all. It's going to create prosperity for the oil and gas industry. And that's it. And as we know already, those gains do not trickle down at all. And you're a fucking moron for thinking that it does. But I guess I can't really hate on you too much because there are plenty of fucking morons who make this argument over and over again. One of those is Asmongold, and the other one is Nick Fuentes.
You went on Twitter. Everybody was saying, this is against international law. You have to wait for Congress. We'll read the Constitution. Oh, you can't just do that. That's illegal.
Oh, never mind. He's destroying his opponents by making a silly voice. I mean, not that I give a fuck about any of that as a counter argument anyway, because I think it's fucking stupid and no one actually gives a shit. What is this? Grab a gun and get on the front lines, tough guy. We'll even let you bring your pet roach and dead rat alarm
Like,
clock.
here's one thing I'm going to say, okay?
Asmongold says he would vote for Trump and Republicans if Trump did something similar to attacking Venezuela every week, comparing it to the Minnesota fraud. Simply attacking Venezuela every week. Where else could they attack?
Don't ever let anybody tell you that you can't do it. Because if you went on Twitter, everybody was saying, this is against international law. You have to wait for Congress. We'll read the Constitution. Oh, you can't just do that. That's illegal. It's a war crime. And you know what Trump did? He just went in there and did it. That's it. It's over. Just like what happened with Iran. Remember what happened after Iran? Nothing. Nothing happened. Because the fact is that if you have, here's the truth, if you have power.
Dude, this is so funny because he's just like, yeah, it's might makes right. Might makes right. Might makes right. Maybe you'll be singing a different tune in the not so distant future. Who knows?
And you have the ability to exercise that power through force. You are God. That's it. Nobody can tell you no. Nobody can resist you. Nobody can try to hold you accountable. You can do anything and everything that you want. And there's nothing that anybody can do about it. And so always keep that in mind. Always keep that in mind that there is a way. Do something. Yes, keep the same energy. Absolutely. And so why not go and do this in Minnesota? Like, I mean, if we can do this in Venezuela, I'm not saying we should bomb Minnesota, right? I don't think that we should do that. I mean, I know that people might not like Minnesota, but I don't think that we should bomb Minnesota. But I do think that there are other ways that we could solve some of the problems over there, right? White women malding on Twitter. Exactly. See, if Trump would do this.
It's so funny that, like, every grievance or every line of defense must be matched up against, like, a character from the woke universe, right? So it's always white women that are malding on Twitter that are actually the people saying, like, well, perhaps we should follow the rules here, or perhaps we shouldn't just fucking kidnap the leader of a foreign nation, right? No, it's just white women chirping. It's just, you know how bitches be. Am I right, chat? Based. Am I based? That's how it is.
This all the time, I'd probably vote for him a third time. Like, this is what we need. We need to do this like once.
He also didn't vote for Donald Trump, so I don't know why he's saying he would vote for him a third time now.
Week. Like, once a week, we need to go and, like, figure out who's going to get blown up today.
If Asman wants to believe in might equals right, I think he should live by that standard and post his address. Nobody believes in might is right. Okay? Nobody believes in it. And that's precisely the reason why he obviously will probably fucking call the cops when a psychotic stalker arrives at his home. It's ridiculous. What he is demonstrating here is that he does not have any care or consideration for the victims because he is placing himself in the shoes of the American administration as though America's power projection is somehow making him feel powerful. This is at the heart of the insecurity in the right-wing movement, okay? That's what it is. You feel weak, you feel silly, you feel stupid, people have wronged you. All of those insecurities, all of that anxiety builds up inside of you. And then when you have nothing to hold on to, and with Asmongold, he has things to hold on to. Obviously, he can point to his own success as a person in this field of commentary. But for many of his fans, they don't really have a lot going on in their lives. And certainly the economy is not getting fixed anytime soon. So they have to lean into shit like this. Because at the end of the day, what is all of this for? If the answer is so that a bunch of faceless, lifeless corpo suits make, another collective $1 trillion in profit next year, or add an additional $1 trillion into their net worth, then yeah, that's going to make you feel kind of shitty. But at least in this moment, you get to feel powerful because America got to dominate a country. America got to dominate a country that it's been dominating economically for many, many decades at this point. And that feels like, my team is winning, right? My team is winning, actually. It's not. And it unironically is actually hurting you because all of our resources, all of our investment, everything that we're doing is going to that, is going to propping up Israel, again, for American foreign policy, for the American State Department, for the interests of capital, dominating Venezuela for the interests of capital. It doesn't actually help you at all. So you just hold on to the cruelty for cruelty's sake because you have nothing. Is the UN or anyone saying anything about this? Every single European leader came out in support of this. Every single one. That's where we're at right now. Just in, at least 40 people, including civilians and members of the Venezuelan military, were killed in the attack, according to the preliminary assessments a senior Venezuelan official reportedly told the New York Times. U.S. forces deployed more than 150 aircraft to eliminate air defenses, clearing the way for helicopters to insert troops, who then moved on President Nicolás Maduro's location, the outlet said, citing U.S. officials. More on the operation from Jack Murphy of the High Side in the Post, in the reply. Jack Murphy, an investigative journalist who previously served in the U.S. Army Rangers, offers extensive new detail on the U.S. Special Forces operations. Wait, what? Writing in the High Side, Murphy cites multiple special operations sources who describe an extensive covert buildup inside of Venezuela ahead of the operation. Oh, yeah, we talked about this already. So that's where we're at.
Venezuela, on paper, has more than 300 billion barrels of oil,
or roughly 17% of the world's known oil reserves.
Most of those reserves are in this vast deposit known as the Orinoco Oil Belt.
But there's even more potential underground.
The U.S. Geological Survey estimates that Venezuela has more than 1 trillion barrels of oil in place in the Orinoco Belt. To put it in perspective, the world, until today, has consumed about 1.5 trillion.
The chances are they are going to outlast the world's demand for oil, so effectively they are limitless at this point.
And there already is a U.S. oil company that's been operating in the country for decades.
Chevron produces about 25% of Venezuela's oil today, is the largest investor in the oil industry and in the country.
We are going to run the country.
You hear that? Chevron already operates inside of Venezuela, as I explained earlier.
Until such time as a proper transition can take place.
Now, Donald Trump is insisting that the main reason he's interested in Venezuela, the main reason the US is kind of looking at tankers off the coast of Venezuela, comes back to drugs, the trade, the smuggling of illegal drugs out of Venezuela. But what if it's not just that? Maybe there's something else going on. What if it's partly about oil? Now, on the surface, you might be thinking, why does America even need Venezuelan oil? And I can kind of understand your point, because if you look at just total oil production, look, this is up until 2005, the US was there, Venezuela was there, Saudi Arabia was there. But as you probably know, since then, everything has changed. Look, American output has gone through the roof, way above Saudi Arabia, and Venezuela has gone basically to the floor. And that's kind of post-Chavez, Maduro. They're one of the minnows now, and I think 21st biggest producer in the world. So again, that question, why should America care? Well, in the US, that big rise is largely down to this. It's down to the shale revolution. So you've got fracking all around the US producing extraordinary amounts of crude oil. And here's where we get to the interesting bit. Because when you're thinking about crude oil, maybe you're just thinking about, well, look, barrels of oil. It's all the same, isn't it? Well, actually, no. So if you kind of look at crude oil, there are various different types of crude in different parts of the world. There's actually kind of various different ways you can categorize it. But one way you can look at it is look at the kind of density. So you're basically looking at how thick that crude is. And when I say thick, I mean literally how thick. This is showing you global production broken down by the density of that oil. And so you've got the kind of medium stuff.
Venezuela has the fucking heavy. Venezuelan oil is thick.
And this is probably, if you've got kind of image in your mind of what crude oil looks like, it's a bit like this, it's kind of black, but it's not too viscous, it flows around. But there's other stuff as well. So this is light crude. And it kind of almost looks like a smoothie, doesn't it? And that's the same stuff. This is still crude oil, but down to the kind of geological and the biological conditions in the ground when it was being formed, you know, hundreds of millions of years ago, it comes out looking a bit different. And so that's light. You've also got heavy stuff. And it's kind of relatively small in global production. But this is gloopy, super viscous stuff. Heavy oil. So heavy, medium, light. Remember that. And remember also, the key thing here is, you get it out of the ground, it may look like that, but ultimately, you still need it to go into, you know, someone's car, or indeed, you know, be turned into chemicals. Basically, you need to process it. And that processing, that happens in places like this, in refineries. And there are refineries all over the world, of course. There are refineries all over the US as well. There's kind of more than 100 of them. And if we kind of look at where those refineries are, well, so there's some in California. So the history in America, actually, historically, a lot of the early Californian oil, that was the heavy, gloopy stuff. And if you look at kind of some of the refineries in America, so here are some of the refineries. There's one in LA there. These are the 10 biggest. You've got some up here around kind of towards Canada. We'll kind of come to that in a second. But a lot of them are down there, kind of Texas, Louisiana, on the coast. And here's the critical thing. These refineries are primarily set up for heavy oil, for taking that gloopy stuff and turning it into gasoline and all of the other different products. But here's where things get interesting. And remember that chart I showed you a moment ago, the one which showed kind of shale oil and how it kind of went through the roof? The oil that's generally produced with shale oil, the fracking oil, that comes out of the ground mostly in the light form. So it's the smoothie. It's sometimes actually even clear. It comes out of the ground clear rather than black. And that's the majority of American production right now. Shale oil tends to be light stuff. And actually, that's kind of going back 10 years. Look at where we are now. Look at those bars. In the last few years, the amount of light oil being produced in the US has gone up and up and up, and the amount of kind of heavy stuff has gone down. But back to those refineries. They need to be fed. If America's going to have gasoline, it needs to feed those refineries with heavy oil. So if you look at the kind of imports coming into America, in recent years, even though America is producing so much oil, more oil than it ever produced before, it still needs to suck in loads of oil from overseas. And the type of oil we're talking about, it used to be, it's mostly heavy crude. It used to be only 12%. So only 12% of imports were heavy, gloopy crude. Now, it's about 70%. So 70% of the oil coming into America, which it needs to basically keep its economy going, is heavy crude. And where does heavy crude come from? Well, here are some of the big countries where you find most of it. It's Canada and Venezuela. There's one other I'll come to in a second, which we'll come back to. But it's Canada and it's Venezuela where you get most of this heavy crude oil, which is why, about to think about where those refineries are, they're mostly set up, kind of, you've got some in the north there to get the heavy oil coming out of Canada, and you've got some around the kind of Louisiana and elsewhere and Texas to get that heavy oil that comes in from Venezuela. That was kind of the way they were set up. And it's really expensive to rebuild these things. You can't just chuck out a refinery very easily overnight. Some came from Mexico and the Gulf of Mexico as well, and that was pretty heavy too. So that's the picture in America. And the upshot is, even though America is producing more and more oil, the imports, this is showing you imports of oil into America, are still really high. And if you break down the...
Bro, my shit is gloopy and thick. Oh my God, Katie Miller posted about Greenland. Oh my God, I'm done. No more predictions, no more predictions, no more predictions, no more predictions. Oh my God, I'm done. Oh my God. Oh God. It's just all we gotta do. Oh, fuck, man. The trifecta. Let's see what China... Let's see what China says and does, and then we get the trifecta. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I need to up my aspirin intake, yeah, so I can fucking have my shit less gloopy.
Those imports by the country that stuff is coming from, well, there's Venezuela, and it used to be a decent slug, actually more coming from Venezuela just about than from Canada, just at the turn of the millennium. But now look at what's happened since. Right now, Canada has gone from 15% of all of the US imports of oil to 61%. 61%, and Venezuela is basically...
Don't worry, I'm covering my bases. Canada will be invaded. Facts. Okay? I got you.
Next to nothing. But here's what's tantalizing, and here's the reason I think that a lot of people are looking towards Venezuela and thinking, well, there's more to this than just drugs. Look at total oil reserves around the world. The higher these bars are, the more oil there is in the ground, so that hasn't yet been taken out of the ground. So there you've got Saudi, Iran, Iraq, all of the usual suspects. But the biggest of all, and this is according to various different sources, the biggest of all is Venezuela. And what's that oil? It's the heavy, tarry stuff that you might well want to put into those American refineries. And there is really only one other place in the world that has a kind of serious amount of heavy oil other than Canada and Venezuela. And lo and behold, guess where that is? It's Russia. All of which is to say, you know, it matters what kind of oil America needs. It's worth just delving into these kind of nuances because that helps you understand a little.
Yeah, we need it.
Charred military vehicles and buses were still smoldering at daybreak in Caracas on...
How is China letting U.S. just take $17.3 trillion in oil? I don't want to talk about China, man. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like, what can you do, right? If America decides to fucking do something, if America decides to do whatever kind of like crazy militancy, what can you say or do? I do, however, think that if it's might makes right, and these guys don't actually make it more damaging and make it more costly for America to behave this way, if foreign adversaries don't actually protect their assets, if foreign adversaries don't protect their alliances, and simply rely on America being less favorable around the globe, I think it's not going to work. Venezuela isn't an ally of China. People throw around the word ally whenever two countries are friendly, but ally refers to states signing a treaty to defend each other. China has only one such relationship, and contrary to popular belief, it's not Russia, it's North Korea, isn't it? But it's so stupid. This is bad. Please don't send me stuff like this. North Korea has a defense pact with China, but as far as alliances goes, or as far as allegiances goes, the idea that like China doesn't have any allies is fucking ridiculous. Venezuela is an important asset for China. That's precisely the reason why it's currently under fire. Okay? China has hundreds of nuclear weapons, if not more than 1,000 by now. Our rocket force is very capable of hitting the U.S. homeland and impregnable defense in its own airspace. T.O. Sam doesn't pick on kids its own size. It only attacks countries that can't hit back. Yeah, I think this is silly. Okay? I think this is a silly attitude to have. It's 100% China's policies of not rocking the boat, which in moments like this turn into China allowing all of the effort and time and investment they place into developing strategic partnerships falling by the wayside due to American intervention. I love that Mehdi Hassan is saying this, by the way. That's crazy. If you're a country that doesn't get along with the U.S., the only logical move is to get nukes. Trump is fueling nuclear proliferation. That's crazy. Mehdi Hassan is saying things that I've been saying for years, and I would never have thought Mehdi Hassan would be saying that. Like, he is a lib through and through, right? Like, I get it. China's trying to trade max. Okay, and China thinks in decades, if not centuries, whereas America thinks in quarters. Having said that, and look, I'm just a random dickhead living in the imperial core. Okay, so I'm sure that the party apparatus has far better thinkers than myself. So I don't know what their calculations are. Having said that, however, I think this is ironically short-sighted. I'm gonna be honest. I think you're wish casting a bit here. I mean, China's able to do in this circumstance really not much. They did do something. They sent a special envoy to Caracas to reaffirm their commitment to a long-standing alliance. And then America bombed Caracas 2 days after, while the envoy was still there. So the idea that China's not doing anything is incorrect. They are doing things. No, they did not. Yes, they did. Yes, they abso-fucking-lutely did. They did do that. They did. China sent a special envoy to Caracas 2 days ago, and there were talks between Maduro and the special envoy yesterday and the day prior. This was to reaffirm the strategic commitment and the partnership that they have between Caracas and Beijing. China already has a tremendous amount of investment in Latin America. So the very fact that they would just like cast that aside sounds silly to me. So I don't know. Here it is. I don't think that this is something that China can let slide. You know? Wild that only hours before America captured Maduro, China sent an envoy to meet him. And just a few weeks before that, China issued a new white paper insisting on its role in Latin America. Both have just collided with the reality of U.S. power projection in its hemisphere. Yeah. The question is, does this cause China to just drop its investment in Latin America? Probably not. That's a tremendous amount of investment. Or what they do next. That's why I'm saying it's like confused. China knows it has no allies because no country has any military to help. Their calculation is that they're on their own, and in 1 to 2 decades, they'll be able to solo contest NATO. China does not have the level of global military parity to the U.S. as the USSR did. The U.S. purposely did not try to do an operation like this for Castro in fear of Soviet reprisal. We can fawn over China's domestic development, and they have eclipsed the U.S. There, but they are totally bitched out on the U.S. when it comes to hard power projection. This is why I think it's a little bit off. It's a little bit on Europe. I think Europe as a market is not going to move away from being under the umbrella of American security, and they are far more fearful of Chinese dominance than they are of American dominance. Because if China could actually develop better relations with Europe, which I mean they are, but I don't mean just like straight up, more positive relationships with Europe. I mean literally like have their European partners take a more agnostic stance towards American dominance, for example, then China would probably have a lot more confidence in moving around the world, because then you can actually punish America. You can punish America and make American intervention costly. Because what I'm talking about is not to like literally go to war. Two nuclear armed nations are not going to fucking go to war with one another directly. What I'm simply saying is when America engages in proxy battles like this in order to forcibly decouple countries that China has made investments in order to gain a leverage, in order to gain leverage against China, when China has a lot more leverage over America due to being the manufacturing hub of the globe, they could have more diplomatic power over the United States of America. America don't give a fuck. I don't know if you have noticed. Yeah, well, RIP Bricks died 1/3/2026. Why do your YouTube title change for your channel? I don't know. I don't change them. So we'll see. Sammy Gold argues that America is still the bigger gun in the military equation. What? Guys, this is not about China going to war with America. What the fuck? There's a reason why America often shies away from direct entanglements with Russia as well. It's not like Russia's military power is comparable to the United States of America. What the fuck are we talking about? They're just crazy enough to actually contest American power, especially in their own backyard. We are seeing one of the examples of that in Ukraine. It's not about war. War in this day and age isn't necessarily about like who has the bigger gun. That only works if you are, fighting against a non-nuclear nation. Okay? War is about attrition and how much your population will take economic pressure. What's crazy is they wouldn't do this if Maduro was pro-Israel, but the exact same views in every other way. Probably not. Because all the other views that Maduro has would probably also snap in line if he was pro-Israel. Because the pro-Israel position in the global south is the clear-cut indication that you're pro-America. If Maduro is pro-Israel, he would not be anti-America. He would be pro-America. I would say the only country that's pro-Israel and anti-America is Russia and China to a certain degree. Whereas the consistent anti-America and anti-Israel position is only maintained by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. That's it. So maybe Indonesia. No, Indonesia's anti-Israel, but they're kind of pro-America. I mean, they are still pro-America. They're a lot of these countries are leveraging their relationship with China and leveraging their relationship with America, but they're not like firmly in the committed camp. Oh, Iran. I forgot Iran. Iran is also anti-America and anti-Israel. and Cuba. I'm sorry. Anyway. Maduro did a bit of a lobby in favor of Israel back before 2006 until Chavez went madman demanding stuff to Israel. Even Israel upgraded our old F-16s back when early Chavez. Why would countries align with China if it puts them at risk of U.S. invasion and China wouldn't even provide support? It definitely makes more sense to align with America. The reason the Soviets were able to challenge America was because they supported their allies. No, I agree. That's what I'm saying. I think like eventually if all these other countries that are leveraging their relationships with the United States of America realize that America is not going to sit around and is just going to straight up fucking bomb them and shit, then yeah, and China's not going to do anything to make that more costly for America and engage in some kind of attrition, then eventually countries are not going to do that. I mean, they'll at most try to leverage their relationship, but it's entirely dependent on how much America wants to punish them for that. So I don't know. I don't know where this goes, but I will say I mean, this is not like, I'm not going to undermine other countries that are simply trying to survive, but I will say a lot of them are fake demons. Okay? A lot of these other countries are fake demons. Like Khamenei tweeting, you know, we will destroy our enemies and shit. It's like, come on, big dog.
Saturday, as residents expressed shock after the US strikes hit military bases in Venezuela and removed President Nicolas Maduro. Many people stayed home as Venezuelan security forces patrolled the streets. Of those who were out, some express hope of political change, while people like Baker Franklin Jimenez concerned that this will create an even worse conflict than the one we have now, and that we all have to go out into the streets to defend our homeland, to defend ourselves. But excitement is in the air for supporters of the opposition, led by Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado outside the country. Venezuelans celebrated in Peru with people like Milagros Ortega talking of returning home.
My dad, being a political leader in Venezuela, was able to see this change. He used to say, "Daughter, when you go back, when this government leaves, you'll return to Venezuela." And
U.S. Secretary of War to CBS, foreign countries will not have a foothold in the hemisphere where America is located. President Trump is the one who sets the terms for managing Venezuela's affairs and will be able to dictate what we will do in the future. I don't think this is like strategic posturing from China. I think China's lack of response beyond like condemnations is because America is just going to keep dominating wherever China wants to even engage in economic improvement, economic development. Ultimately, the goal is to have some kind of leverage over China. So if China one day decides to even threaten with the nuclear option in trade, not like actual nukes, but the nuclear option in trade being shutting off America's access to rare metals, which China has a monopoly control over, then America can turn around and say, all right, well, you don't have any oil now. Yeah, China said this. China is deeply shocked by and strongly condemns the U.S.'s blatant use of force against a sovereign state and actions against its president. Such hegemonic acts of the U.S. seriously violate international law and Venezuela's sovereignty. At a certain point, people are going to have to recognize that international law doesn't mean shit. And I'm sure the Chinese state knows that international law doesn't mean shit. And Venezuela's sovereignty and threatened peace and security in Latin America and the Caribbean region, China firmly opposes it. We call on the U.S. to abide by international law and the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and stop violating other countries' sovereignty and security. I can't believe there's still people going, now do Russia. Brother, America, like Russia, for all of its unlimited violence, bloodshed in Ukraine, is doing a fraction of what America does with regular frequency in terms of projecting power. Okay? What are we talking about? Like, what is this? What's really strange about liberals is this demand for like intellectual or moral consistency here, when the very fact that you're demanding intellectual and moral consistency here is actually a clear-cut indication that you don't have that intellectual consistency or moral consistency. It's only consistent if you say America and whatever America does is good. You did not just say that, dude. What the fuck? What, you think Russia is anywhere comparable to the metric ton of damage, even in Africa and elsewhere, is comparable to the United States of America? The global war on terror is alone far more consequential than what Russia can do. And it's not because Russia doesn't have the interest to do so. They simply don't have the power to do so, chatter. Like, this isn't even about, once again, like Russia's intent, okay? You understand that, right? It's not about Russia's intent. It's just Russia doesn't have the tools or the power or the logistics to be able to conduct this kind of thing. And what you're talking about is the fucking USSR. And I'm not even fucking defending that. I'm talking about something entirely different at this point. You know, we got a whole ass different country. That thing, literally, what you're talking about there, collapsed the USSR, okay? And once again, even at that point, it was not even comparable to what America was doing. What the fuck? They were a lot more powerful. The USSR was a lot more powerful at that point. And even then, you're comparing it to what? Like, what America was doing in terms of what the USSR was doing in Afghanistan is like comparable to what America did in Vietnam or Korea, which, again, numbers on the board is marginal in comparison to what America is able to do. So even at its might, even at its like peak power projection, the USSR was doing damage, certainly doing a lot of violence, and Russia is still doing a lot of violence. I'm not saying it's not. It's just in comparison to America throughout its history has been marginal. Yeah, but it's shit. Oh my God. As soon as I fucking bring up Russia and the fact that Russia is objectively weaker in comparison to America in terms of dominating the fucking globe, everybody starts chirping. What I'm saying is not an opinion. What I'm saying is pure fact. Okay? The difference is I don't agree when Russia does this stuff, and I don't agree when America does this stuff. You, on the other hand, do agree when America does this stuff and don't agree when Russia does this stuff. And that's the reason why you get fucking mad. And that's because you're European, of course. But for us Europeans, they are the worst threat. Yeah, and that's why you're going to keep getting cucked. It's fine. I got it. I already knew you were European by the way you were talking about Russia. I know. America has 800 military bases around the world that we know of. Like, there is no comparison. No other country has historically come close to that, with the exception of maybe, like, I guess, the British Empire. But even then, technological advancements have made it so that America could be anywhere in a matter of 24 hours. Like, the logistics of American dominance have never existed in other periods of history. It just does not exist. No, Rome? Are you fucking crazy? No. Ottoman Empire, Rome, this is nothing. The only thing that you could maybe argue is, 13 colonies, British Empire, sun never sets on the British Empire. But even then, the sun actually truly never sets on the American Empire. Like, there is no way that you can compare American hegemony and American dominance to any other country, partially because American dominance came with technological, with new technological availabilities, make it so that you can actually be anywhere all at once. Deformed by vassalage, to paraphrase Mao, the European governing elites can't even breathe through their own noses. Oh, 100%. I mean, this is a clear-cut indication. Macron's response to what Trump did, which is so clearly a violation of every fucking norm, okay? So clearly a violation of international law, so clearly a violation of American law, so clearly a violation of all norms. And every single one of these motherfuckers came out and were like, well, actually, it's pretty good that they did that. And, we hate Maduro, sucks to suck my dick, America #1, China not even #2. It's just so cucked. The irony of you now turning to Europe when it's like 2 a.m. here and I'm about to clock out for the night. I mean, I've been talking about European leaders and their horrible response to this shit. Yeah. Kaja Callas, I require monitoring hat. I have spoken with the Secretary of State Marco Rubio and our ambassador in Caracas. The EU is closely monitoring the situation in Venezuela. The EU has repeatedly stated that Mr. Maduro lacks legitimacy and has defended a peaceful transition. Under all circumstances, the principles of international law and the UN Charter must be respected. We call for restraint. The safety of EU citizens is our country is our top priority. I am more convinced that you will be sad if they toppled North Korea. Dude, healthcare isn't coming regardless if we are going into Venezuela or not. Lol, is Trump. It's a good thing to remove an evil dictator. This is precisely what I'm talking about when I say when you have nothing, when you're lower than dirt and you kind of recognize your powerlessness in the face of it all, you just turn to America doing unnecessary evil around the world. And you think, well, at least we just we destroyed another country or something. Like, you're just a peasant, dude. This is peasant mindset. Okay. Does this open a door for China and Taiwan? I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to say anything about China and Taiwan. Okay. I don't fucking know. Also, I don't think the world needs hypocrisy. Like, I don't think China needs, to point to the hypocrisy of the Western world to take action in Taiwan or something. Okay. I think it's very silly to assume that like anyone's going to actually go, wait a minute, China is unifying forcefully with Taiwan. Hold on. I can't say anything because I was there defending America every step of the way. You think that's what's going to go? You think that's how they're going to operate? What are you, fucking crazy? I mean, we saw this dynamic play itself out with Russia and Ukraine and then Israel with Palestine. None of these guys in the West give a shit. There's no hypocrisy. They don't care. You think these guys are going to go, I was going to criticize China taking over Taiwan. But then I remembered America always is doing violent stuff, and I keep defending it, so I can't anymore. Yeah, all these guys went from non-interventionists, by the way, to the U.S. economy is about to boom, tons of free oil heading our way. Who is we? Who is like our way? You think you're getting the free oil, you fucking bald dipshit? Asked if he supports Congress using his power to hold Trump accountable for Venezuela, Chuck Schumer replies, let's first get the facts. Hell yeah. Yeah, we're not going to do anything, okay? No one's going to do anything. And for the record, for the rest of the globe watching, for the people from around the world tuning in right now to see how, Americans are doing on this stuff. The reason why you hear a lot of Americans say like, oh man, why won't China do anything? Oh man, why won't Europe say anything? It's because we have nothing, okay? We know that we can't do anything about it. The American government is going to do whatever the fuck it wants. Donald Trump is going to continue with this kind of attitude everywhere around the world, and he's going to also bring this exact same narcissism and lack of restraint to its domestic affairs as well, as it has already. And Americans are going to do the surprise Pikachu face at some point when he basically treats the American population like the Venezuelan population. And we will go, wait a minute, what? Wait, but hold on, sir. That's illegal. What do you mean you're not going to have another election? What? And he'll turn around and say, nope, I'm dominating America. What are you going to fucking do about it? Suck my dick. And everyone will go, wait a minute, that's illegal. But we have rights. And in the absence of any sort of serious organizing that could potentially shut off the entire American economy, in the absence of organized labor, recognizing that, we have nobody else to push back against this government because the Democrats are not going to save us. And in the absence of any sort of like serious labor militancy, nothing's going to change. And we'll just go, but there's a democracy here.
The government is running out of money at the end of the month. There are a number of other ways that, along with the War Powers Act, would you consider at all using government funding as a way to leverage when it comes to Venezuela, or what other mechanisms or tools can you use to hold the administration accountable?
Yeah, well, you're absolutely wrong about them saying, wait a minute, but that's illegal. Wait, what are they going to say instead?
The government shutdown.
The 30-day, January 30th is days away. Let's first get all the facts out. That's what we're endeavoring to do right now. And our first...
Americans are a monolith. Got it. Why won't Americans do something? Do something, Americans. Americans are a monolith. Got it. Americans have nothing. Okay? We have nothing. We know nothing. We're too busy fucking trying to make ends meet. And in the brief amount of time that we have to ourselves, we just fucking poison our brains with unlimited pornography and gambling, maybe a little bit of alcohol if we have time, and then also watching slop tubers on YouTube, or watching a Netflix show, or going on TikTok. So there is no organizing happening here in the United States of America. And no, I didn't forget cocaine. We will not have cocaine any longer. Donald Trump just took down the #1 cocaine kingpin, Nicolas Maduro. So that's it. That's the reason why a lot of people go, oh man, why can't anybody else do something? It's because we can't do anything.
Ability to do that will be the War Powers Act of this week. And again, we are saying to the Republicans, this is your responsibility. President Trump is a member of your party. You've gone along with him over and over again. And this is one time you got to resist him. It's too serious.
The government is...
From the same interview.
Do you think that the Trump administration took this action now, just before Congress comes back, because the War Powers Resolution vote was coming up? Yeah.
Well, that's a good question. I couldn't answer that. I don't know what makes them do what they do.
Do you think that the Trump administration took this action now,
just say yes, brother. You're the fucking leader of the Senate Democrats. Like, what do you mean? He is just worse than shit.
These officials accountable.
I asked about the possibility of impeachment. Schumer says, we hope that we can get the support from our Republican colleagues to put a break on this long before it gets that far. Look, when Republicans get mad at Democrats over minutia, and never something as severe as what Trump has done on his best day, right? Not even yesterday. I mean, like, Trump on a random Tuesday is doing 8 impeachable offenses before it's like 1 p.m. Okay? Democrats never even entertain doing something as bold as Trump does on his best day. And yet, when Republicans get mad, they hit the maximum route. They don't go, yeah, I think hopefully our Democratic colleagues will be able to coalesce and come to terms with us on this issue. They say they're all pedophile vampires that must be killed potentially. And if not killed, then, we will hang them for treason. Like, what is this shit? Where they asked Chuck Schumer, the fucking leader of the Democrats in the Senate, what is the possibility of impeachment? And you don't just give a firm commitment? If this is not an impeachable offense, what is? Right? And I know it's because he actually likes what Trump is doing, just like he was in favor of intervention in Iraq, and just as he is in favor of intervention here as well. He just can't like openly say it. So he's just doing this like wishy-washy bullshit. But your job as the leader of the opposition in the Senate is to at least project some power.
What does that look like, and what are the options you guys would have this year, and then obviously looking forward to the next Congress when Democrats might have a majority to hold folks accountable for taking this kind of action? Is that something that could rise to impeachment, or what other options are available to you guys?
Yeah. Tyler, I just say it's premature to guess that far into the future. We hope that, as I said...
Don't you think an impeachment would mean a successful January 6th? What do you think would happen then? Oh my God. Another January 6th? Maybe this time the Democrats will actually prosecute the people who did it and put them in jail, and not just like the random pedophiles who participated in it as foot soldiers, but instead the actual political figures that made it happen. Like a Lula-style situation, maybe.
We hope that we can have support from our Republican colleagues to put a brake on this long before it gets...
I know China's soft power is impressive, but moments like this remind you of the importance of hard power. In 2025, China can't even control an island that is theirs 100 miles off their coast. The USSR was able to uphold Cuba throughout the Cold War, an island 100 miles off the U.S. coast. True. But I think the reason why China is where it's at right now is because it didn't do that stuff. So I go back and forth on this actual truke. Yeah, that is a truth nuke. That is a truth nuke. A truke. But then you remember China is still here and the USSR is not. And that's the reverse truke. Okay? That's the reverse truke. Both imperialism. Yes, security agreements with a existing socialist country that is slammed into the ass cheeks of the largest imperial superpower that is capitalist, that has actually implemented ridiculous blockades in perpetuity since the successful Cuban Revolution. Like any sort of aid is actually imperialism. I know you are the most woke and the most moral leftist out there. Yes, true leftism has not been tried. China is capitalist. Got it. Okay. Capital exists in China. China's Navy is way more powerful than the USSR and Cuban Missile Crisis. Is not power. It's will to use it. America's Navy, in comparison to what it looked like back in the Cuban Missile Crisis, is also very different, I think. Because remember, the Cuban Missile Crisis only happened because America brought Turkey into NATO and then put missile bases directed or missile bases in the direction of Russia, the USSR. Keep it up, bro. You're doing a shit job. You know, much like people don't have any other options other than China, you don't really have any other options other than me either. Okay? You either get this, a tired Hasan, 8 hours in, or you get, yeah, base, this is awesome. And also, we should dominate every non-white and non-Christian country out there. So, have fun, I guess.
That far. This is unprecedented as to what he has done and the way he has done it, in the secrecy in which he has engaged in it. And we're going to do everything we can to hold them accountable. And
good point. Goodbye forever.
Restrain the kinds of bad efforts that seem to be happening right now, and could get worse.
XQC also said it's great that it happened because they weren't producing enough oil or some bullshit. Okay, I think we got to be done. Like, Asmongold is one thing. I don't need to hear from XQC. I'm serious. Like, at least Asmongold is like consistently positioning himself as like a very loud pro-Trump voice who has built an audience of people who are at least interested in politics. Like XQC is more so just like people watching him for the memes whenever he has like opinions on shit. Okay? We don't have to hear from a Quebecer anyway.
To know that my dad in his lifetime was able to see the fall of Nicolas Maduro, look, for me it's an emotion.
gate?
I would like to see his face.
Thank you.
Since 2014, around 7.7 million Venezuelans have left the country, according to the UN International Organization for Migration. Venezuelans living in Spain also rejoiced at Maduro's capture, while they tried to get hold of friends and relatives still in the country. Some of them are sheltering at home. A few other people in Caracas went out to stock up on essentials. Some of them are concerned that they may now have to hunker down for a prolonged period, uncertain of what is to come.
We do want to see you cook the French-Canadian law. I'm not going to. I'd rather hear what your co-workers' take is than XUC's take on politics. I'm sorry. Okay? If I want to hear the Pepegon watered-down version of what Destiny has to say, then I'll go to XQC. Like, that's crazy. Military launches supported capturing President Nicolas Maduro and flying him out of the country.
Sentirse asustado como todo amaneció el venezolano como tal el día de hoy y en la madrugada.
Venezuelans woke up scared. Many families couldn't sleep. I have been back on the street. I just got back from Maracay. Everything is blocked. Everything is bad. Very bad. About President Nicolas Maduro's capture, what can I say? A lot of things. We expect many things. The government has not had positive results. They impose the law. They are the police of the world. Assassin police. They are assassins. They are not normal people. They are assassins. Asesinos.
Esta área que estamos observando fue la más grave de todas, ya que la explosión fue justo aquí al frente de la casa. Fue donde cayó, no sé qué.
In front of the house, it fell down. I don't know why, but you can see the blast strongly, and it shattered all windows. We can see here all windows in the facade of the house are shattered. It was too loud. We got up and took shelter. During that first explosion, which was so loud that we felt the first damage to my home. A terrifying experience. We're still on edge. And now we're uncertain about what to do. We're staying safe at home, or we go out to look for food. I don't know, and especially us. We're single people. So I don't dare go out, leave my house alone, and well, I'm at the state of uncertainty.
Taking a turn here now, when President Trump was asked exactly who would be running the country of Venezuela temporarily.
Oh, I can't wait for the fucking CBS Evening News, which, as you guys know, is a Barry Weiss thing. But yeah, in Katia La Mar, a city just west of the Caracas airport, the airstrikes hit a 3-story civilian apartment complex, knocking out an exterior wall and killing at least one older woman, the victim's family said. The woman, Rosa Gonzalez, died on the strike, and a second person was seriously wounded, the family said. One woman in the building said she was hit and nearly lost her eye. Another person, a 70-year-old man named Jorge, who declined to give his last name, said he lost everything when the bomb exploded. Yeah, I know you know this, but for leftists shitting on Venezuelans who are as excited about this action, it is the most human thing in the world to not recognize one's own oppression in the face of immediate relief. I just hope folks develop as much empathy as possible in working to develop folks' class consciousness. Yeah, except, once again, if you're coming in here to fucking contest America's actions and to tell me that it's actually good, yeah, I'm going to be like, listen, your future is looking bleak, okay? That's it. That's it, because it's the truth. Just like exactly what happened in Iraq. Yeah. Also, to add insult to injury, this is what these guys were looking at while they were blowing up that old lady and that old man's house. This is what they were looking at, and every single fucking hog on the internet is going, hell yeah, we're going to get free oil. I mean, we are lower than dirt, and we deserve even less. I'm serious. We are the devils. It's pretty crazy. Our output is pretty awful. Oh, I saw this tweet already. Nicolas Maduro. He accused Albanians, and now he has been arrested. Nicolas Maduro, you chose the wrong people to attack. You played with lies, and the truth answered back. Venezuela is free. Free because brave people stood up. Free because fear no longer rules. Free because justice cannot be silenced forever. Respect to everyone, and especially at POTUS, which is my favorite thing that people do. Like, this random Albanian man tweeted at POTUS like the president is going to see it and go, wow, I got a lot of people appreciating me in Albania. That's right. Didn't I save you guys? Didn't you have a problem with Azerbaijan or something? Very nice. See, they're singing my praises. Also, for those who know that this is the most Albanian thing a human being can possibly think or say. I am reminded of my favorite quote of Enver Hoxha, okay, who once famously said, between us and China, we have 1-point-something billion. We have 1 billion communists, okay? So this is the most Albanian, like greatly overemphasizing your power in a way that is incredibly insane, okay? Respect to everyone, and especially POTUS, who helped liberate this beautiful country. Truth always wins. Freedom always rises.
Lo ha denunciado, los tenemos. Se les capturaron 3 teléfonos y están hablando los 3 teléfonos. La mafia albanesa. ¿Y
What
por
did he
qué la
say? This guy didn't even put the subtitles. What did he say about Albanians? Do you think this is something we don't have to worry about? A lot seems to be going on at the moment. Don't ask me some shit like this, man. Okay, I already have one bad prediction. I don't know what the fuck North Korea is doing. Okay, he's talking about the Albanian mafia. Oh, that dude is from Kosovo? No, that dude is probably from Birmingham. Okay, the Albanian guy that tweeted that. Let me see where this motherfucker's from. Hold on. There is no way. That motherfucker absolutely is tweeting that shit from not Kosovo, but from like Birmingham or some shit, okay? Yeah, account based in the United Kingdom. There you go. There you have it. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Despite being only 0.4% of EU citizens, Albanians are responsible for 99% of the flags posted online. God, I love Albanian posting. It's awesome. And of course, he's followed by Gunther. What's the point of even defending Maduro? You're right. If I don't like a foreign leader, we should just kill him. That's what I think. I think when I don't like leaders, we should just fucking kill him. When America wants to dispose of a leader of a foreign nation, they should just fucking kill him. What's the point? Otherwise, people will say, why are you defending Maduro? My opinion on Maduro plays no role in this analysis, okay? Not even a little bit. Did I say that? No, you didn't say that. But you're still trying to drive home a very stupid argument. The notion that like any kind of criticism of America's unlawful actions is actually a defense of the person that was arrested. That's it. Whoa, Hasan, if you keep speaking like that, you're gonna get an accidental position in the admin. Yeah.
Trying to couple the major.
MAGA appointee Barry Weiss has instantly made CBS News more extremist and disinfo heavy than Newsmax.
Breaking news right now. A daring American military operation inside Venezuela. More than 150 aircraft lighting up the night sky as the Army's elite Delta Force captured dictator Nicolas Maduro. Commandos raiding his compound before dawn, grabbing he and his wife in their pajamas, just moments before they could lock themselves into a safe room made of steel. And President Trump posting this picture of.
Why do you never just answer the question genuinely and instead respond with hyperbolic language the person never said? It makes you seem like you don't actually have an answer to the question. Because maybe over the course of the last 8 hours and 21 minutes, I've answered that same exact question a million times over. And that Maduro's personal qualities, his form of governance, his political repression, absolutely zero bearing on why he was fucking kidnapped. And that the far greater crime in this situation is just America deciding to wholesale, unilaterally kidnap a fucking foreign government's leader. And, I'm just bored of fucking responding to the same exact goddamn question over and over again as though it's 2004 once again. And we're saying, maybe we shouldn't actually have invaded Iraq, and people are calling me or you or anyone really for saying that correct point at that time. America hating terrorist lovers who want to fucking, have sex with Saddam Hussein. Perhaps it's the same exact argument that has played itself over and over again in perpetuity, as a matter of fact, in American policy. And after a certain point, it gets to a level where you're like, all right, enough is enough. Okay? Enough. I don't give a shit if he just came in at this point. You can rewind if you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service and look at all of the commentary that was poured in. Moments like this, I think the invasion was justified. We need to spread our genes to other parts of the world if we want America to be first again. If you disagree, you're not loyal to the U.S. Maduro used to work as a bus driver. Why are you pretending that a bus driver would have been competent enough to lead a country full of rich oil? That chatter is joking. Calm down. He's not being serious. Jesus Christ. No one that would unironically advance that position knows that Maduro used to be a bus driver. Please, guys. Okay? Anyone that knows Maduro used to be a bus driver is not going to sincerely say the second part. No, it's true. Why must everything be a joke? Again, 8 fucking hours in, that's probably 8 hours and 30 minutes in is probably the reason why people are cracking jokes. Honest question, was Maduro really at the level of a dictator and not just a terrible president? Seems like there are worse dictators around the world than Maduro. Yes, there are. Of course. It's just he wasn't a servant of America and he wasn't good. But him not being good doesn't change anything. Seriously, I don't even want to entertain this conversation. It's so stupid.
Would be
compare and contrast how Tony DeCopple treats Ta-Nehisi Coates to how he treats Pete Hegseth.
Running the country of Venezuela temporarily, he referred to the officials standing there behind him at the podium. And one of those officials joins us now, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for joining us. I want to begin tonight with the soldiers and sailors involved in this. We're very happy. Thank you again. We are very happy to hear that there was no loss of American life in this mission. And I understand you're just back from Joint Base Andrews, where you met with some of the team members involved in all of this. How are they doing? And you were watching this unfold. What did you see?
I saw the best of America. I saw men and women dedicating their lives to defending our country and to accomplishing that mission. And I just landed here at Joint Base Andrews, had a chance to meet a lot of them firsthand who were involved, walked through the TikTok of what can only be described as the most sophisticated, most complicated, and most successful joint special operations raid of all time. I mean, nothing of this size, scope, when you actually unpack what was done kinetically and non-kinetically, that many people, that many moving parts, that consequential, and they got the job done. And despite any obstacles in front of them, it is incredible to be able to serve such courageous, brave, and skilled Americans. We do right by them, and President Trump did. He gave them a clear.
Seems like maintaining the ruling actors while they hand over resource sovereignty is the strategy. The thing that I don't understand about that is that, like, why did they do that while kicking off Maduro then, right? Like, what's the difference then? I mean, isn't the rest of the party hardliners too? And it's not like Maduro wasn't seemingly compliant. It kind of feels like he was compliant. So I don't know. This is not an intention to work with Delcy Rodriguez and remnants of the Chavista regime. It's another veiled threat to submit to U.S. dictates. It's none of these guys have seen a mob threat before. Yeah, but I still don't get it because I think they threatened Maduro quite a bit. This seems to confirm that Washington's intention, at least for now, is to work with Delcy Rodriguez and the remnants of the Chavista regime. Presumably, there will be a negotiated democratic transition over time, like all else subject to change. Okay, let's be real. There is no care or consideration for a democratic transition. We're talking about America. Historically, there have been less democratic transitions with American stewardship than direct autocracy that they implemented, okay? So that kind of shit, that's nonsense. That's just New York Times seasoning to still maintain the image that America is the world police and is just like kind of doing this for democracy, like, oh, big, bad, scary Maduro. I just don't know. Hate to inform you that Kamala tweeted. Oh, let's see. Donald Trump's actions in Venezuela do not make America safer, stronger, or more affordable to Maduro. That Maduro is a brutal, illegitimate dictator does not change the fact that this action was both unlawful and unwise. Look, if you say this, you might as well just say Donald Trump is right and I'm a pussy, okay? Straight up. Because most people will look at this and go, why do I give a fuck about process? Donald Trump just destroyed a fucking brutal tyrant. Like, I don't understand it. even if you truly believe it, you probably shouldn't say it to make a better argument, you know? Bernie said it too. It's just like, it's just so silly. To me, if I'm an uneducated American coming into this, whether I'm liberal or conservative or apolitical, doesn't matter. When I hear the words brutal, illegitimate dictator, and then I hear criticism following the apprehension of a brutal and illegitimate dictator, I think you're an unserious person. I think to myself, who gives a shit that Donald Trump violated laws? I don't give a fuck about process. I don't give a fuck about process at all. Yeah, that's exactly why I voted for Donald Trump. I voted for Donald Trump because he doesn't care about this silly, fancy words and the mumbo jumbo. He gets the job done. He sees a fucking brutal tyrant, an illegitimate dictator, and he fucks him. Okay? Do you understand the point I'm making? This is more so like a marketing technique. Okay? I'm simply saying this is, this is not about like true opinions about Maduro. This is not a criticism of Maduro's administration. This is not a defense of Maduro's administration. This is simply marketing. You can't frame a fucking argument by being like, I cannot believe that Donald Trump arrested a brutal, illegitimate dictator. When you say that, of course, people are going to go, wait a minute. No, actually, that is a good thing that Donald Trump did that. Okay? It's fucking stupid. It's a stupid way to argue. This constant need to be like, no, I'm actually covering all my bases. I'm actually talking about this stuff in a way where, like, at a time, in a media environment such as this one especially, when you're trying to do this like weird ass covering shit, you come across as apologetic. And also on top of that, your framing is stupid. You framed the argument against yourself. Oh, Donald Trump. Oh, this guy Maduro's basically Adolf Hitler. But I really think that you shouldn't apprehend Adolf Hitler without following due process. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Then wouldn't it be easily countered by laying out how this guy was a brutal dictator? Isn't it better to start with how he came into power? No. You want to know why nobody ever has that conversation about fucking Saudi Arabia? Because it's already established. It's uniparty. It doesn't matter. That's it. Because nobody even talks about it. Because the conversation is not about Maduro's perceived brutality. Okay? The conversation here is Donald Trump's brutality, as a matter of fact. You are unironically giving Donald Trump a W here when you say this. I know people are going to be like, oh, but Hasan, you should be honest to a fault at this point or whatever if this is your genuine opinion. But these are politicians, okay? These are politicians. You used the Iraq example, which is accurate, but it also rings so recently to the condemning Hamas even before discussing what Israel is doing. Exactly. And I hated that shit when they were doing that too. Oh my God, I condemn Hamas. Israel has a right to defend itself. What the fuck are you talking about? They're doing a genocide. Shut the fuck up. Do you understand? The point is, if you do that, the average person is going to think, oh, okay, well, he was a brutal, illegitimate dictator. Oh, well, I don't really care. And they're going to see a lot of this normalizing from the media anyway, talking about how Venezuelans are fucking dancing on the streets and they're welcoming American action as liberators, all this shit, you know? And then they're going to think, okay, these Democrats are being pussies. Like, wow, they're defending a brutal, illegitimate dictatorship. How stupid. They're defending a brutal, illegitimate dictatorship on the grounds that Donald Trump didn't follow the rules. Who gives a fuck? You know who wasn't following the rules? A brutal, illegitimate dictator. Do you understand? It's a self-defeating argument. Make a better fucking argument. Like, that Maduro is a brutal, illegitimate dictator does not change the fact that this action was both unlawful and wise. We've seen this movie before. Wars for regime change for oil that are sold as strength, but turn into chaos. And American families pay the price. The American people do not want this, and they're tired of being lied to. This is not about drugs or democracy. It is about oil and Donald Trump's desire to play the regional strongman. Then the rest is fine. If he cared about either, he wouldn't pardon a convicted drug trafficker or sideline Venezuela's legitimate opposition while pursuing... Hey, I know you're doing regime change, but you're not doing it CIA enough is a crazy fucking statement. God damn it, dude. Yeah. Is it because Machado is a woman? Is that why? Yeah, Joe Biden 2020. Trump talks tough on Venezuela, but admires thugs and dictators like Nicolas Maduro. As president, I will stand with the Venezuelan people and for democracy. Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember what I said to you about how the Democrats also want to do the same thing that the Republicans are doing, but they have a very different way of defending it? This is the Democratic position on regime change in Venezuela, okay? The Republican position on regime change in Venezuela is they have oil. Yum. I want to suck it off of the ground. I want to suck the cummies directly from the ground. I want that sweet, juicy, thick oil. I want it. It's mine. It's my oil. Venezuela happens to be sitting on it. Venezuela no longer exists. Is my oil forever. It's the difference between like outward fascism and just like gay fascism, gay and woke fascism. It's crazy how many statements by elected Democrats on the Venezuela stuff are like, wow, that's freaking awesome. Unfortunately, however, you didn't ask my permission to do it. Would have said yes, by the way. Exactly. Like, yeah, what you did fuck me up. And let me tell you why. Because I would have been there with you. And you didn't let me get time at the podium. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's so fucking busted. And that's also part of the reason why I think people like Asmongold and many other right-wingers get to present themselves as like consistent, you know? Hasan, there are families watching you on TV and you're talking about sucking and fucking the oil. Oh shit, I'm sorry. I apologize. I forgot. We have a larger audience than usual. There's probably parents watching. Got a little crazy there. I love me some thick oil, you know? I love me some crude. It makes me rude, okay? You know. When I think about that thick, crude oil, which is bad, by the way, it's not even good. We're basically doing a service to Venezuela by stealing it, honestly. Oh, our ExxonMobil, Chevron masters are, you know, they're going out of their way for that free 300 million barrels of thick crude oil. It's the bad kind. It's not the good kind. It's black. It's viscous. It's not, you know, light enough. I hate it. I hate how dense it is. It's not clean enough, but I want that gloop. Anyway, let's keep going. What else does she say? Convicted drug trafficker. The president is putting troops at risk, spending billions, destabilizing a region, offering no legal authority, no exit plan, and no benefit at home. America needs leadership whose priorities are lowering the cost for working families, enforcing the rule of law, strengthening alliances, and most importantly, putting American people first. Hasan, you son of a gun. I literally linked your stream to my parents, and now they're giving me a lecture on celebrities and their sexual fantasies. Okay, hear me out, though. Have they seen thick crude? Yeah, it's like Earth took a healthy serving of zinc to make sure that it was thick. What? Do we know why they chose New York to prosecute him? I'm running with the theory that Trump wanted to occupy Mamdani's time to limit his actions in New York. No, it has nothing to do with that. Southern District of New York handles all of those high-profile court cases, like international court cases. I'm sure someone in here knows why, but at least in my experience, it's always the Southern District of New York. Anyway, my 5-year-old questions my choices because of you. If you think about it, oil is earth come. I agree. That's what the whole joke was. Yeah. All right. So Kamala Harris said this. We talked about the intention. In an interview with the New York Times, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, said he was reserving judgment for Delcy Rodriguez's comments in which she denied she planned to work with the United States. We're going to make decisions based on their actions and their deeds in the days and weeks to come. So we're not out of this yet. You know how like all these guys are saying, oh, well, we really like that you did the fucking regime change, but I don't know if you should continue military presence in Venezuela. Well, when we continue military presence in Venezuela, they will sing a very different tune because none of these guys actually have genuine opinions. And they simply will go along with whatever the administration is saying and doing until it's no longer seen as favorable, at which point they will actually turn on the admin, at least for a little bit, until they do something that the audience likes again, at which point they'll act as though they were always there. Midwest Nice, thank you for the 25 Get the Subs and for sponsoring the Piker Broadcasting Service. Anyway, fuck, man. What a stupid time to be alive.
We're back on the CBS Evening News.
I'm skipping
We're back
this.
here watching the CBS Evening News. If you're just joining us, we're in a live conversation with Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, just back from Joint Base Andrews, where he met some of the soldiers and sailors involved in that mission in Venezuela. Mr. Secretary, thank you for staying with us. I want to go back to the, to the rationale tonight. Is it about freedom or is it about oil? At the press conference today, President Trump seemed to indicate that both were a factor.
Freedom, security, prosperity. Of course, there are what was done by Venezuela against American oil interests and oil companies is well understood and never should have happened, and President Trump is willing to recapture that. But it's also the security of our hemisphere. If people understood what Venezuela was trafficking in with other adversaries, weapons they were trafficking, and then, of course, the drugs and the cartels, the poisoning of the American people, the violence, Tren de Aragua that have been brought to our shores, all three of those combined together in this bold and courageous action from President Trump. He takes nothing off the table. So what happens next will be in the hands of Venezuelans to decide, but ultimately America will benefit security-wise and with prosperity, and we believe the Venezuelan people can as well.
You know, Mr. Secretary, today at the press conference, you said, and I'm going to say it slowly so I get it right, Maduro effed around and found out. And that's obviously a message not only to Maduro, but to many American adversaries around the world. And it comes on the heels of President Trump saying that U.S. intervention in Iran would be possible if Iran kills protesters. It comes as Secretary of State Marco Rubio says Cuba should possibly be worried tonight. What's next here? What's the message? Who did you have in mind when you said F around and find out?
Yeah, we have an unlimited appetite for death. Hegseth was personally booked by Barry Weiss, according to Brian Stelter. Of course he was. God, CBS is so fucking ass. Yeah, we have an unlimited appetite for death and destruction. We got more enemies in mind. Let's just keep blowing up everybody, dude. It's fine.
Globally.
Well, I referred also to the Iranians and their nuclear capabilities. The president said they will never get a nuclear bomb. The Iranians didn't believe it. He acted. He said the same thing about Maduro. He acted. He said the same thing with the Houthis. He acted. Southern border acted. We're going to do something about drugs. He's acting. We're acting with striking drug boats. This is a president of action. And you don't get peace in this dangerous world without strength. So there's been a lot of politicians that want to talk. They want to talk peace. They want to talk diplomacy. They want to talk negotiations. They want to talk globalism, international organizations. President Trump speaks through action. And so our allies understand that, and they're stepping up, spending more. Our adversaries understand that. So all around the world should take notice. American leadership is back. When he says something matters, it does. And we will take the necessary action with the full weight of the Department of War.
You know, Mr. Secretary, in the aftermath of this successful mission, there were tears of joy in Caracas, in Miami. Venezuelan refugees obviously thrilled to see Maduro out of power, his capture. You can understand why. They've got all that oil, and yet the country itself has skyrocketing prices. His own people have been starving. And yet a meaningful number of Americans would wake up to this news and they'd be ripped back 20 years to another American president, another U.S. intervention. I'm thinking of the war in Iraq. And that led to a significant loss of U.S. treasure and of U.S. blood. Many of the president's own supporters tonight are wondering, how is this time around going to be different? And how is it in the U.S. interest?
It's the exact opposite. I mean, we spent
totally separate things. You see, Tony, it's totally different. Because why? Well, because fuck you. And also because this time it will be different. Just take my word for it, Tony. Why don't you shut the fuck up before I decide you're an oil-rich nation yourself? I decided to take on this interview because my best friend Barry Weiss called me. And also because I'm terrified of her, because when she makes a boss call, she's making a boss call for Israel. Okay? Why don't you ask me better questions like how many drinks I've had? The answer is 15. It's time for celebration, baby. I'm cracking a couple cold ones.
Decades and decades and purchased in blood and got nothing economically in return. And President Trump flips the script. He says through strategic action, we can ensure that we have access to.
Yeah. This is a flip scripting. A script flipping. Fuck, I can't even talk anymore.
Wife to go to this facility. You mentioned an attorney there, Ellie. I mean, what is it like to be a criminal defense attorney for someone like Nicolas Maduro?
Well, you know, it's incredibly difficult, but I will tell you, I've been in touch with a lot of prominent defense lawyers today who have told me that they are angling to get this case. And remember, criminal defense lawyers, they don't make judgments about whether their clients
Harris's
are good or
statement is
bad
actually
or
pretty on point.
guilty
No,
or
it's
not
not.
guilty.
It's
The
stupid.
reason this is
Anytime Democrats, regardless of how much they fucking hate Maduro, anytime Democrats start the conversation by being like, this is an illegitimate and brutal, ruthless dictator, a tyrant that was deposed, but the way that they did it was actually bad and wrong, they look like fucking morons. Because everyone that reads that goes, why should people care about the fucking rules when they're deposing a tyrant? Are you kidding me?
To land this representation, to represent Nicolas Maduro and his wife.
Did they tell you why? Why they want to? I mean, what drives interest like that?
Yeah. Yeah, well, number one, big-time criminal defense lawyers like to be involved in big-time cases. This is going to be a massively high-profile case. Number two, there are some novel legal issues that are going to be presented in this case that I think some of these defense lawyers would like a chance to argue. We've really seen very little like this. There will be novel constitutional and international law arguments raised. And third is just straight-up money. Criminal defense lawyers, not a knock on them, but they like to get paid. This is obviously a very wealthy individual who can pay top dollar for his defense team.
Evan Perez, you're outside
he's got a lot of coke money. he's got hella fucking coke money, dude. You know how he is.
And can we also talk about the role that the DA has played in this and what that looks like, that collaboration going forward?
Do you think there's a chance that another part of aggressive action in Venezuela is to make it easier to deport Venezuelan refugees back, kind of like how Turkey's acted in Syria?
20 years in the making,
No.
Against Maduro himself.
I don't think
that DEA agents have been.
There is no comparison between the amount of Venezuelan refugees that America has taken and the amount of Syrian refugees that Turkey has taken. Like, not even close. Numbers wise, you're talking about 10 million in a country that is 90 million versus how many Venezuelan refugees are in America. Like when Donald Trump talks about migrants coming into the country, he's actually just doing that as propaganda anyway. It's not like he has a serious interest in like eradicating. No, 7 million all around Latin America, chat. They didn't all come to America. The fuck? Yeah, if they did, it would still obviously be a much smaller number in comparison to the number of Syrian refugees that came to Turkey. But like, that's, that would be a pretty fucking, that would be insane. Actually, that would be the most consequential migration flow that has happened in American history. 7 million over the course of 1 year from one place would be insane. No, 700,000, somewhere along those lines. That makes a lot more sense. That's still a pretty high number, but ultimately it's not. Ultimately, it's not like a serious interest for, I think, the Trump administration to
in U.S. custody, and to bring a finer point to what John was talking about,
to basically do everything in their power to kick out all of the Venezuelans.
Here in Brooklyn, it is not a very nice place. It is some of the people who've been held here say that it's infested with rats. It's as John pointed out, apparently it doesn't have very good heating for the.
I'm a public defender in New York City. I'd like to defend Maduro. The legal issues are interesting, and you could create a theme around American imperialism. Brother, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I don't think a public defender is defending Maduro. Okay, not the rain on your parade chatter. And I'm proud of your work that you're doing, but there is very little likelihood that he's gonna go, let's get a public defender on board in this incredibly consequential international legal case that will dictate the future of American foreign policy.
You hear a roar from the crowd here in Brooklyn. Caitlin?
Yeah, and just to reemphasize, the scene that we are watching play out right now, to Evan's point, what a change the last 24 hours have brought for Nicolas Maduro. He was in his palace in Caracas 24 hours ago. Now he is being transported in multiple different motorcades, helicopters,
Cruel World
planes,
Chats, thank you for the 50 gift to sub.
The USS Iwo Jima earlier today, before ultimately being brought here to the end of this journey for him for the foreseeable future.
Guys, that's too much travel. Okay, that's too much travel. Maduro's an old man. I think they should just let him go on humanitarian grounds. What do we think? Come on. Too much travel is fucked up.
Like on the inside, and I do think there's a question of whether or not special accommodations are made for him, or how they prepare for the arrival of someone this high profile any moment now?
Well, one of the big concerns, obviously, is his security, because obviously you want to make sure that no harm comes to him while he's in custody, while he awaits trial. That is the whole purpose of what they're concerned about here. It's not necessarily about his comfort, it's more about his security. Now, it is also true that as a foreign leader, as a former foreign leader, although one that the United States, if you read the statements from the U.S. government today, they do not recognize that Maduro
Venezuela is free. Fuck
the leader
Maduro.
of Venezuela, or was the leader of Venezuela.
Venezuela's free to be raped.
There's going to be some legal arguments that are going to be made
American
in the next few months as to whether he deserves to be treated with any kind of special care. One of the things that we saw, more than 30 years ago, when Manuel Noriega was brought to the United States to face charges in Miami, he successfully argued that he should be treated as a prisoner of war. That allowed him to wear his military uniform when he went to trial. It also got him some better prison conditions when he was brought to the United States. All of those things are probably going to be in play now by the former Venezuelan leader. But it's certainly, if you listen to some of the federal officials who've been involved in this case, I talked to someone who was running special operations for the DEA over the last few decades and oversaw some of these cases that were building against people in government in Venezuela. This moment is a very important one because they say over the years.
I want to apologize for my previous number. I said 10 million, and then a chatter said Turkey didn't actually take 10 million. Law get fucked us on. Can't believe you read the message. All of us in Latin America are happy for his capture. Okay, well, it'll come for you too next. So get excited for that. Oh, HasanAbi. No, it's not 10 million. You're right. The correct number is, well, figures fluctuate, but it's not 3 million. The correct number is somewhere around 4 to 6 million. It's not 10. You are correct, from what I understand. But the official numbers from the UN Refugee Agency is, where is it? Wait, no, not 4 to 6 million. 3.2 million Syrians is the official number from the UNCHR.
We're going to be watching this. There's a white van.
Holy shit, your hair is so good. I need a fucking haircut so bad, dude.
Open as it is slowly making its way through the streets here of New York with that police motorcade, a massive presence. I can hear the Venezuelan, a lot of those Venezuelan nationals that you said are behind you cheering. And you mentioned Noriega, Evan, and I think that's a good point because we've been talking about the parallels of that case, 36 years after he was captured by U.S. forces in Panama. And you're right, he did get special accommodations. He had, they nicknamed it the presidential suite where he was held. It is not what anyone else would, liken to a presidential suite, but he did get special accommodations in those pretrial proceedings.
I thought Jeff was coming today too, but he hasn't responded.
We treated differently from some of the other prisoners. It's certainly not what for example, the former president of Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernandez, was entitled to. Certainly, while he was here. But again, this case is so different, right? We've not when the
Jeff
former
is invading
president came
Venezuela.
Have,
Jeff Wittek.
This crowd show up to cheer his arrival here. It kind of he was just another criminal defendant. Maduro is absolutely different, and so one of the things that they're going to be concerned about is making sure
Asmongold viewer says premature
that no harm comes to him or his.
Asmongold viewer says his premature celebration of victory over Venezuela mirrors Americans who celebrated victory in Iraq when Saddam was deposed. Only spent decades in brutal and expensive war. Asman has no response. Quickly bans the viewer and calls him a bot.
Somebody says this is Iraq all over again. Somebody says this is Iraq all over again. What happened to object permanence? Let me ask you something. What about this makes you think it's like Iraq? Saddam deposed quickly. So wait a minute. So your logic is that because we got this guy quickly, it's going to be like Iraq? Like I'm not even really sure exactly what you're trying to say.
I mean, oil extraction was the primary focus in Iraq as well. Obviously, there was additional elements, Israel involvement and shit like that. But yeah, that's what it was. Why would this be any different? It's a one-to-one comparison. Actually, it's more devastating from the perspective of a white nationalist or like a white nativist, right? And the reason for why it's more devastating for someone like Asmongold, who hates that there are bands of migrants coming into the country, is that at least Iraq is far away in proximity. What do you think is going to happen in terms of the explosive growth, the explosive numbers of like destabilized, dishomed people, dispossessed people that are probably going to go to other countries in the region as they have done already, which will cause these much poorer countries to experience the economic shock of, receiving 7 million migrants, maybe 700,000 of them made their way to the United States of America, got TPS. But if those numbers are even larger than that, considering that Venezuela is how big is it? It's like 30 million, I think. Ultimately, how many of them are going to come to the United States of America? A fuck ton more. And not just, hey, it's me. Oh, nice. Not just from the not just going to the United States of America from Venezuela, but to other countries that will also then experience economic instability due to the influx of migrants that they're receiving, which will then create more migrants that are coming from those other countries. So clearly, this will cause a lot of brown people to come to the United States of America, which is something that Asmongold doesn't like anyway. And now Jeff Wittick will be here in 15 minutes. What is this male obsession in cutting their hair when they have it just right? We need to start teaching men that have a little voice in their heads telling them to cut their hair is literally the devil.
U.S. doomed to spend 20 years? We got ourselves a bot, bro. We got ourselves a bot going in here just saying the same thing over and over and over.
I guess when you don't really have an argument, that is true Adam mocking Asman per chat. Like, what I wonder about stuff like this is, I wonder if there's like people in the chat that go, wait a minute, that actually does make sense. Why'd you just call them a bot? Because I'm sure whenever I yell at people after responding like a million times over, when I end up yelling at people, there's some people who agree with the person who's coming in with a quote unquote sincere demand. And they hear me yelling at that person and go, fuck this guy. This guy doesn't know how to answer a goddamn question. I wonder if they do that with Asmongold as well. I like chill morning, Hasan. You were better today. Thank you. If you cut your hair, it will literally ruin my birthday. Also, wish me a happy birthday, please. Haas Gun. Butterstains. Happy birthday. Yeah, people from the global south immigrate to Western countries because the West makes it impossible to thrive in our own. While here, you endure the most vicious nativism while killing yourself to find jobs whose taxes fund the killing of your families back home. An insane cycle. And it's true. This is why he's saying that. Yeah. After the absolute blowout in Venezuela and previously with Iran, it becomes increasingly clear that the 20-year war in the Middle East was by design. Yeah, it is. It is by design. War is not meant to be ended quickly. And therefore, you will see what that same design looks like in Venezuela. But of course, the way he's describing it is like, oh, Trump is different. And the way he's approaching this is totally different. He wants a swift entry and swift exit, right? Like that's what he's claiming. And he's worried that if it doesn't happen, then he'll have to, and God forbid people get upset with how long this quagmire lasts for. Then all of a sudden it's going to become indefensible, and he'll shift his priorities and his positions. He'll shift his priorities and positions nonetheless. Also, yes, the prison that Maduro is going to is also the same prison that has Luigi Mangione and Diddy as well. The thing is, if they don't get a pliant government with whoever is like the remnant of Maduro's administration, okay? If he can't get a pliant government with the current government of Venezuela, Trump, I mean, they're going to have to put Machado in charge. And Machado is a dog, right? Machado is servile to the interests of the West. She has basically begged the West to do this and place her in a position of power. However, the problem is, while the Maduro government, the current Maduro government, without Maduro, can maintain stability, right, amongst the remnants of the Chavista movement, amongst the masses that have now been armed, a Machado puppet state is probably not going to be able to keep up that same level of stability. This will cause instability. This will cause tremendous strife. It will make people very angry. You will realize that perhaps while there are a lot of people who did not like Maduro, there are still plenty of people who don't like Machado either, or don't want to be a puppet to the West. Because at the end of the day, I think a lot of people, a lot of Venezuelans, they just want democracy, they want freedom, they want to live their lives, and they want economic improvements. So if you put someone like Machado in charge, and her goal is not to immediately improve the material conditions of the Venezuelan population, but instead to basically allow Western capital to rape and pillage the natural resources, there's going to be a fuck ton of people who are resentful from the remnants of the Chavistas, and a fuck ton of people that are going to be resentful for the new administration not improving their lives. And now they have a fuck ton of guns. So, of course, there will be mass instability. And when there's mass instability, because there's mass resentment, there will be mass repression and political persecution, the likes that people have not seen before. You know, so not dissimilar to what we've seen in other Latin American puppet dictatorships that were installed, like Pinochet, for example. So that is the reason why the Trump administration, if they don't want to go into a long-standing quagmire, have to play ball with the existing Maduro administration without Maduro in charge. Otherwise, that instability will cause profits to that instability will make it much harder for the oil fields to be properly secured for Western capital. Okay? Ultimately, this means that unless they can figure out a way to make things work, unless they can figure out a way to make things work with the current administration, if they put Machado in charge, they are going to have, you keep saying the West and Western capital in opposition to hypothetical Venezuelan resistance. I know it's a force of habit, but they are Westerners too. Yeah, I'm saying Western capital. And no, Venezuela is still, I think, in this conversation, I think everybody understands what I'm talking about, right? Like we're talking about pro-capitalist, Western capital, Western hegemony. Venezuela clearly is not a part of this equation. So I think whichever way you cut it, the aircraft carriers have to stay in there for a little bit longer. First, as a threat to make sure that the Maduro administration is complying to the demands being made by Trump and to prove their loyalty, or to directly intervene if the Maduro administration or what remains of the Maduro administration don't comply to the Trump demands, and then they have to intervene militarily, therefore creating a design not dissimilar to Iraq. Okay? Just say Northwest. No, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to continue using the terms I'm using. Yes, when I say West, Europe is a part of the West. Western Europe is. South America is not. You talked about the wonderful Venezuelan situation. What about people who knew where he has been at this specific moment? Who? Anyway, that's just the situation at play. First pictures have been released of former Venezuelan president, well, current Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro. It's so funny that they have these, like, this is a DEA op, like as though there is any validity. Like this is a serious drug bust, guys. Serious question. What do you think Charlie Kirk would have thought about this? He'd be basting his face off, dude. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. He would have loved American imperialism in Venezuela. He would have loved it. Is there going to be full-scale military occupation in Venezuela? It depends. Okay? It fucking depends. It depends on exactly what I described earlier. He also is a mogger. Have you guys noticed that? He's tall as fuck. He's mogging everybody, dude.
Good night. Happy New Year.
Why'd they drip him out? Because he's fucking dripped out, dude. Why does he keep wearing different clothes? I don't know. They keep putting more jackets on him. Yo, it's because, you know what it is? It's because he knows there's a lot of cameras around. So he's just trying to fire off as many fit pics as possible. You know what I mean? That's what it is. He said, oh, it's winter time. Now we can really start dressing. Okay. He's looks maxing. He's actually fit maxing. A lot of you don't understand. He's aura farming, and he's trying to get as many different fit pics as possible from the same photo shoot, basically. Okay. That way you get to see him in so many different outfits. First in the Nike Tech. Well, first in the pajamas, then in the Nike Tech, then in this blue getup here, which wasn't his best. And then last but not least in the puffer. He didn't pack his Timbs? No. I had the same gray Nike Tech fleece on today and I legit had to go home and change. Wait, why? Chat, is this tough? That's what he's saying here. He's saying, chat, do I look tough? Chat, do I have aura? W's in the chat, please. What's on his head? I don't know. Maybe like I can't tell what it is. Like maybe a beanie? I don't know. Maybe a balaclava? W-Mog. It will take years for serious export capacity of Venezuela oil. Oh, man. Trump kidnapped Maduro to ask him to be our president. Bro got the same hat as Cardi in the Evil Jordan video. Oh, also, MTG outflanking everybody again. I've served on a Homeland Security Committee for the past 3 years. I'm 100% for strong, safe, secure borders and stopping narco-terrorists and cartels from trafficking deadly drugs and human trafficking in America. Fentanyl is responsible for 70% of drug overdose deaths, and fentanyl comes from Mexican cartels made with chemical precursors from China and trafficked across the U.S.-Mexico border. She's right. Trafficked by American citizens, by the way. Mexican cartels are primarily and overwhelmingly responsible for killing Americans with deadly drugs. If U.S. military action and regime change in Venezuela was really about saving American lives from deadly drugs, then why hasn't Trump taken action against Mexican cartels? Okay, never mind. I feel like she's just saying, hey, why don't we like kill Mexicans too? I know you want to be out here killing Venezuelans and stuff, but we should kill Mexicans instead. And if prosecuting narco-terrorists is a high priority, then why did President Trump pardon former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez, who was convicted and sentenced for 45 years for trafficking hundreds of tons of cocaine into America? Okay, true, girl, goddamn, true facts stated. The next obvious observation is that by removing Maduro, this is a clear move for control over Venezuelan oil supplies that will ensure stability for the next obvious regime change war with Iran. And of course, why is it okay for America to militarily invade, bomb, and arrest a foreign leader, but Russia is evil for invading Ukraine and China is bad for aggression against Taiwan? Is it only okay if we do it? I'm not endorsing Russia or China. Regime change, funding foreign wars, and America's tax dollars being consistently funneled to foreign causes, foreigners both home and abroad, and foreign governments while America's... Wait, does she even call Maduro a tyrant here? Regime change, funding foreign wars, and America's tax dollars being consistently funneled into foreign causes, foreigners both home and abroad, and foreign governments while Americans are consistently facing increasing costs of living, housing, healthcare, and learn about scams and fraud of their tax dollars is what has most Americans enraged, especially the younger generations. Boomers and half of Gen X will cheer on neocon wars and talking points, but the other half of Gen X and majority on down see it through and hate it. See through it and hate it. America's disgust with our own government's never-ending military aggression and support of foreign wars is justified because we are forced to pay for it, and both parties, Republicans and Democrats, always keep the Washington military machine funded and going. This is what many in MAGA thought they voted to end. Boy, we were wrong. As the baby boomers slip away both in our votes and power, the electoral future will be decided by candidates that focus on American economic populism and Oh my God. This is a better fucking take than Kamala Harris. How is that possible? Why are Democrats getting outflanked by Marjorie Taylor Greene? Oh my lordy!
Held in custody.
We're so
until
fucking
he awaits
cooked.
trial. Of course,
bro. Did she get hit with the reverse Fetterman, Ray? What the fuck? What is happening? It's crazy because like Republicans are just better at propaganda, right? And I think that's part of the reason why Marjorie Taylor Greene is more effective at communicating a point of disagreement with the Trump administration than any Democrat can. Because she understands what the anxieties are. She understands what the anger is, where the resentment is coming from. So she's capable of crafting a better message than Chuck Schumer ever could. Because Chuck Schumer is so worried about like being at the table when these kinds of decisions are being made. Because Chuck Schumer ultimately agrees with Donald Trump on this stuff. It's actually pretty crazy to see. Yeah, that's why as Van Lathan says, Marjorie Taylor King. I'm not going to say that, of course. You know, we have our disagreements on that.
Center in Brooklyn, where he will await his trial.
So we don't expect to see him tomorrow?
No, we don't expect that he'll make any public appearances. Again, this is all up to the judge, but we don't expect that the judge will have any hearings at least until Monday. Again, it's all up to the judge, and at this point we have not yet seen anything on the docket to indicate this, but again, we're waiting to see that, and that is most likely when he will make his first court appearance, his first public appearance, and we'll see him hear for the first time the exact charges that he and his wife are facing.
Yeah, and I still think one huge question is who is going to represent him? And do we know if they would have the same attorney, Evan, or how does that, would they have different attorneys? How does that work?
No. Yeah, no, we have not yet seen that. We haven't seen any information of who might be representing him. We expect that we're going to see that perhaps tomorrow. We're going to get some information about that tomorrow. Obviously, as Ellie was pointing out, Nicolas Maduro, at least according to the U.S. government, has a lot of resources at his disposal. The U.S., of course, has put a lot of sanctions on those resources. But, part of the process here in the United States is that the U.S. government is not allowed to essentially make you make you not able to afford a defense. And so that's one of the things that we expect to see argued in the coming days is how does he get to pay for a lawyer, for a legal defense for him and his wife. That's, again, obviously something that's going to unfold in the next few days.
Evan, is it safe to say he's now officially a prisoner of the U.S. government now that he's inside that facility?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he became a prisoner of the United States when the FBI agents who were part of that special operations force that went in to Caracas, that's the moment that he was placed under arrest. That process, of course, then they brought him to the Iwo Jima and then to Guantanamo, where they transferred him to a plane. And so it's been a series of different transports in the custody of the United States. So that process began several hours ago.
Yeah, Evan Perez, obviously we're going to continue to stay with you as we are watching this play out. And for those who are just joining us, we are watching a remarkable scene play out live before our very eyes here in New York City tonight, where Nicolas Maduro, the man who ruled Venezuela for more than a dozen years, is now a prisoner of the U.S. government, as the almost 34 million people who lived under his reign are left wondering who is running their country. The president says for the time being it is going to be the United States that is running Venezuela, he says, with a group.
What does that mean?
A lot of questions about the details of what that's going to look like. But we've been watching the former leader of Venezuela, the ousted leader, just outside New York City.
Think about how insane that conversation is. A nation state with 34 million people. And we're just like, yeah, we decapitated the leadership. I mean, we didn't kill him, but like we kidnapped the leader. And we just kind of left them to themselves for the time being. We're just going to run it. Like, what does that even fucking mean? It's just so insane.
Moment. Something that, there have been real questions of what was going to happen. The president said earlier that he shouldn't have been surprised, Maduro or anyone else, because of the large U.S. military buildup.
Top of the hour, PBS. That's
and
right.
Now we're seeing this moment.
The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. If you would like to know what will happen tomorrow, the Piker Broadcasting Service is here for you. If you would like to understand what's happening today, the Piker Broadcasting Service is for you. If you'd like to understand what happened yesterday, PBS is here for you. PBS is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Thank you.
And his wife were going to bring them to the United States and subject them to trial in our civilian criminal courts. Is really a remarkable.
No, you're driving me to drink by cutting your beautiful curls off. I mean, it's fine. I'm going to cut it a little bit. I didn't realize there's like hella people that love the hair. That's crazy. Open Presents. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Thank you.
Leaders of the most dangerous narco groups, terrorist groups, mafia groups, you name it. Our courts have shown that they're capable of this. And, just historically speaking, there was a heated debate in the early 2000s about whether some of the terrorists associated with the 9/11 attacks, associated with Al-Qaeda, should be tried in our criminal courts. And ultimately, the decision was made not to try them in our civilian criminal courts, and they were left to languish for decades in military prisons to really unsatisfying endings. So this is a monumental decision that's been made by Donald Trump, by his administration. I think history will show that it's a correct decision in terms of the legal way this will play out, to give these people their day in court, give them the rights that our criminal defendants are due, give them a trial by jury, and see what the outcome is.
Yeah, and as we're watching this play out, Evan reports that he is now inside that facility where you're watching this massive police presence. It's not far, just a couple of miles from where we are broadcasting right now. And Rahm Emanuel, as you're looking at this, and we're talking about the legal process and what plays out, and Ellie says the U.S. courts are perfectly capable of handling this. You can see the massive crowd that has been gathered outside there that Evan was reporting on earlier. The other question is the U.S. military capable? Is the U.S. itself capable of running Venezuela?
The Trump administration is so crazy that I can see them literally sending ICE over there to like deport these guys. You know what I mean? A bit of a, we need the Korean funding to build factories and then only to send ICE to the Korean factory to deport all the Korean workers type situation. You know what I mean? Which is, of course, you know, not going to stop people from still acting as though these guys are actually doing this with some kind of like pro-Venezuelan opinion in mind. But
so the scorecard here is very uneven in that sense of what our reputation is.
Stop manifesting. I mean, that would still obviously be completely unacceptable for the record. Before people, you know, make no mistake.
And I also think that it's not just military; it's political, which. You know, why I think the President of the United States, having thrown the Democratic-elected government basically under the bus, made a mistake. This is not a strong suit of the United States. It's not also what you want as a detour of our resources, given what we have to deal with in Ukraine with Russia's war, Gaza Strip, in that area, that now the same people are going to be running this. This is going to be a massive undertaking for a President of the United States that ran under the banner of America First and no nation building.
Yeah, and Rob,
it's going to be
we saw that
very testing.
It's a huge test. I mean, I don't think anyone knows what the next 24 hours, 48 or year looks like on this. But I want to show you, because we saw that remarkable picture of Nicolas Maduro on board the USS Iwo Jima earlier. He was wearing the sweatsuit, the blinders, the noise insulating headphones. We now just have a video of Maduro inside U.S. custody. I want everyone to just stop and watch that for a moment.
I don't understand why the fuck do we have why the fuck do we care about what Rahm Emanuel has to say? It's because he wants to run for president.
I mean, Rahm Emanuel, as you're watching this video where Maduro is being transported through, you can see the DEA carpet that he's walking across, going very slowly. He seems to say something, it's not totally clear what, and a little bit of a smile almost at one point as he's walking. Rahm Emanuel, what do you see in this?
Your guess, I got to be honest, Caitlin, your guess is as good as mine. I think this is an attempt by the United States to project, here's what we've done to this leader. I think what you're looking at is a guy who's basically being used in this moment to send a message to the American people, and also not only the American people, the worldwide, that if the United States wants to act, we can act, and we can literally go into a country, take somebody out in that effort. So I think it was basically...
I mean, I think he's saying Happy New Year there at the end, as I watch this, as he's walking through.
Yeah. I mean, I got to be honest, I can't tell what he's saying. I think the reason the United States wanted to film this and then put it out is for the very purpose to send a message around the world, as well as the domestic audience here. That is a political decision of why to communicate that is what he said. Your guess is as good as mine. I do think, you know, it's also a statement in that story of you have this guy. This was a flawless exercise by the United States military, and a flawless exercise by the American intelligence. We're on the 4-year anniversary of the war with Russia, where it was supposed to be 4 weeks, showing that their military can't do what the...
Bro, it kind of, when you put it side by side like that, it kind of feels like we're just jealous that Russia did it and we wanted a piece of the action, you know? Like, how come they do it? We should show them how to do a real special military exercise, you know?
Or taking note of what the United States...
It's like, oh, they get to have all the fun over there in Ukraine. Why not us?
The legal ramifications, the reputational ramifications. A lot of people just saw the American military...
You said we didn't take the land
yet. A flawless capability. That's what I think. When I look at that picture, that's a message around the world, just saying something to leaders that are now in their national security apparatuses, Caitlin, are stepping back and going... we got to take a score here of a measure of what the United States military pulled off. I do think the second part of that picture, and I'll be real quick on this, basically the pawns for Russia and China have been Syria, Venezuela, Cuba in this situation, and also Iran. And every one of those governments, either the head of state, the country itself, the government is on its back heels, a failed state, or have been deposed in both Syria and Venezuela. The pawns for Russia and China have just been diminished. And that's a statement that the leaders of those big countries can't stand by you. I do think America's reputation took a massive hit here beyond the legal consequences.
It's pretty crazy to say, like, these are pawns for Russia and China, by the way, because the only reason why any of these countries actually look for other allies is because they've been forcibly excised from participating in the global marketplace by the United States of America due to ideological differences or due to any attempts at sovereignty over their own natural resources. So just make no mistake, whenever people say like, oh, these guys are fucking allies of USSR or allies of Russia and China, that is the reason. Oh my God, Charitable Chinchilla is back. Does this actually prove that the American military is clearly better than Russia, or it's an apples to oranges comparison? Yo! the fucking Mormon ROTC
of the United States.
charitable
Separate from
chinchilla
what
is
government
back.
Well, and President Trump was asked about that premise
Oh,
by
no.
my colleague Kevin Woodpeck earlier.
All right, 2026, we're back, baby.
Mixed history of when it comes out. But hold on,
Yeah,
Rob, because,
Neek Skit, or whatever the
Senator, you're
fuck
here
his
with
name
me,
was
and
originally.
I just have got to play this video again. It is basically,
Niye bağırıyorsun?
I don't think this is a legal term. It's a perp walk that we're
Thank
watching
you.
of Nicolas Maduro here inside the United States custody. The White House has just shared this photo where he appears to say Happy New Year. It sounded like to me, Beth.
He's back and immediately starts asking dumb questions.
As you watch that.
Yeah. Hey, Neek Skit or charitable chinchilla, is it that big of a surprise to you that the United States of America has, better military capabilities than any other country on the planet? Really? This is the confusing part for you? Yeah, of course America has better fucking striking and precise targeting capabilities than any other country on the planet. What the fuck? God damn, dude.
Pedrino, the Interior Minister, the Defense Minister, Rodriguez, the Vice President. I think they also have indictments against them. So, this is your future.
Also, the Russia American person in that situation is kind of silly too, because like,
I also wanted to make a very quick point about evidence. If this is like the Osama bin Laden raid, the military probably picked up a lot of computers and cell phones and documents.
All right, Jeff is here. He's gonna cut my hair, Chad.
I don't know if they're admissible in court, but we could have gotten quite a bit of information out of this extraction.
Yeah, and clearly they had a lot of intelligence going into it in terms of Nicolas Maduro.
It's not going to be easy. Chevy Chase is exciting and talented. He had massive movie star hits. And then he went downhill from there. It was a mistake to leave SNL.
Chevy has a deep heart.
Hi, Beauties. I don't think a lot of people have the happiness I have. I'm who I am, and I like who I am. I'm Chevy Chase.
Yeah, I'm still streaming. All right, hold on. I'm gonna fucking move this. Yeah, use that chair instead. And then let me open the noise gate real so we can hear. No, we can hear, because they can't hear you right now. But don't say anything crazy, please, as always. All right? No. You. I just wanted to free her.
You think I was an op a little bit? But you never even responded when I said a picture. I was like, hates me now. You know my sense of humor.
Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, you thought I thought you were an op? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
No, I don't think you're a fucking op. I don't give a shit. Oh,
shit. Nervous, bro.
Yeah, I'm breaking stuff because I'm nervous.
Well, I sent you that hilarious picture, and I thought you would have responded.
What was it? What did you? Oh, it was your dog, right?
It was my dog, and I put jumper cables around his neck.
So stupid.
And I was.
Yeah, I saw you also interview Johnny. And
Oh,
you were
Johnny
like,
Gilbert,
Do
yeah.
you think Hasan did that shit?
Well, no. First, I was asking him who his favorite streamers were, and then I asked him who his favorite political streamer was, and he said you. And then I asked him who his least favorite political streamer was, and he said you also.
Oh, really? That's a lie. That second part's a lie.
It was a setup. I set him up for
Yeah, you fucking did. Did you forget the barber thing that we put over me?
Oh fuck, I did.
Shut the fuck up.
I swear I did.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, bro.
Are you fucking serious?
I came here from doing my podcast.
Bro, ain't no way. This is the second.
Probably. I don't think I've ever remembered it.
You are the worst barber. You actually forgot?
I'm not a barber. I'm not a barber.
You are the worst hairstylist,
I'm not
worst
a
barber
hairstylist.
of all time, bro.
Can you use a trash I'm a goddamn
Yes.
entertainer.
Yes.
I guess we got to do that again. Use your assistant. Can you get us a barber cape? You mind running to the beauty supply store? It's about 2 miles away.
No.
What?
I'm not gonna do that.
Fine.
I'll just use
Fine.
the trash bag.
I don't know if this one will fit you.
Fuck!
What's up?
How do you not bring one?
This is
the
Hasan.
fucking.
He's a controversial streamer.
I'm the most controversial streamer.
Yeah. What's
No
that
one-
fucking whole data center you got in your backyard just funneling
Bro,
all the power
you know what
from
it
our
is?
neighborhood?
Yeah, I'm trying to like, I don't even use the data center.
Yeah.
I just want to suck all the power. I want to
Yeah,
make
the
sure
rich
that
get
everyone,
richer.
Yeah, I want to make sure that. Yeah, I gave it to Elon Musk.
I should fucking charge you for haircuts.
Fuck no.
I need to start taxing people.
Let me see. Wait, hold on. Let me
Look
see
at
if
that.
I got the.
PC Santa. Why do you got evil Santa here?
What evil Santa? You fucking
Evil
racist.
Santa, that's-
You goddamn racist.
Or just, what do you call him?
What the hell?
Dark Santa? It's like Spider-Man. They got
there it is.
Spider-Man.
Look at that. Look at the fucking camera angles we got. Do you see that shit?
Yo, what up? What's up, Hassan Stream?
Yo, are you?
Thanks for sticking around through the controversies. You know.
Yeah, I was really.
We're people. We're just people here. You know. We're just like you. We make mistakes.
Yeah. And we love abusing dogs. I abused his dog when I was on his set too.
Yes. Sometimes some minor dog abuse is good if it's for entertainment purposes. Where's Kaya, that fucking piece of shit? Kaya!
She was barking at you. Wait, let me see.
Where's my taser?
I just need to cut the top of it. Stick my head through it like last time. God damn it, dude.
What do you guys want to see? What should we do to Hassan's hair?
No. We're doing just the regular style, like we did last time. Just a little bit off the top, and
Why do
then.
you don't even show my face in this.
Oh wait, watch out.
Oh shit.
No, it's all good. Don't worry about it.
What was that?
Fucking amateur hour.
Put that up.
Fucking amateur hour,
Move that
dude.
desk up.
No, but that doesn't move the camera.
Oh no.
No, but don't worry. I'm gonna do a different.
I don't
camera
even
angle.
really care. I mean, what do we have to talk about, you and I?
What do you mean? We got fucking. Dude, what are you talking about? America is invading Venezuela for oil. I bet you fucking love that shit, huh? You're like, yeah, this one's for 9/11. That's what he was telling me privately. He was like, yeah, and I was like, Jeff, they didn't do 9/11. He's like, I don't care. They're brown.
It's all the same. They all did it. They all did 9/11. No, actually, all your views and thoughts of me are wrong. I am a big supporter of Mamdani. My parents voted for him.
Wait, what?
Yeah, New Yorkers, Italian, Staten Island New Yorkers.
Wait, are your parents the ones who thought Mamdani was Italian? Because he looks Sicilian?
Can I call you back?
Oh wait, you're.
All right, bye.
Are your parents the lone Staten Island voters that thought Mamdani sounded Italian and looked Sicilian? Is that what it is?
You really want to start beef with my mother again?
No. She cooked me
my
last
mother.
time.
You
Here,
know
pull it over.
Jesus, bro. This is
I'm a big
you're
boy.
flexing right now.
I'm not. Oh, you ripped it.
You ripped it.
God damn
ripped
it, Jeff.
The fuck? Yeah, that's
can't
good
do-
enough. That's good enough.
You
You're
can't
in your
do-
house. Just go in the shower.
You can't do anything right up in here, huh? God
I just-
damn. I don't even know why I put myself through this every time.
You just pay somebody.
Yeah, I know. I'm just too cheap.
Pay somebody, drive to a barbershop,
Too busy.
and do it there. Get a
Too
haircut
busy. Too busy. Doing dog abuse, which I don't know. I guess.
there. You said it.
Yeah, shorter on the sides, like how we've done it last time.
They're saying wolf cut. They're saying Jeff, make him look like you.
That can't happen. You're too hot.
Jeff's giving Hassan some exposure.
Yeah, thank you.
Should we post this? Should we put this on IG? Yeah. With the link, we're live right now.
Yeah. Help them out, man.
Okay.
Who gives a fuck? What are your thoughts on this current situation in Venezuela?
Fucking terrible.
But aren't the Venezuelans happy?
That's what people are saying, but you know who was happy when they fucking deposed the Saddam too?
On 9/11? Mamdani's dad.
No.
That's
Also,
what I
yeah,
heard.
don't-
That's what people in Staten Island are saying. I don't believe that.
Don't.
I
also-
like Mamdani.
Also, don't hit the top either, please. I want to still have like.
That's what you're worried about right now,
like-
as I
Yes.
jeopardize your entire career.
Yes, I don't care about that. Yeah, no, Mamdani and our boys.
Yeah, I like that.
Mahmoud is the man too. He's dope. He's a legend.
What's the story behind that? Was there a real video of his dad celebrating?
No, they're just being racist.
Well, that's why I'm happy we cleared it up then. Let
Wait,
everybody
did you?
know.
Speaking of Mamdani, did you see the ad that they were playing at every fucking Knicks game? Your mom probably saw my 9/11 ad.
She did.
She did?
No, she saw that you interviewed Mamdani, but she didn't see the 9/11 ad. We did
Oh.
a 9/11 ad? The fuck?
I didn't.
What
do
am I
it.
doing here?
Yeah, I did a 9/11 ad. I was like, yeah, I love 9/11. No, I fucking Michael Bloomberg and all those assholes. They took remember the America Deserves 9/11 quote?
Yeah, of course I remember that.
Yeah, they took
That's
that.
what we talked about on
I know.
Christmas dinner with my family.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Still?
Bro, everybody in New York.
I thought your
we
mom.
never forget. That's what the slogan is
Yeah,
for 9/11.
I thought your mom
never
was more
forget.
mad that I was like not
Still,
religious.
You want people to forget 9/11.
I thought you're. Yeah, no, I don't. No, I don't. Why would I want them to forget? If I liked 9/11, wouldn't I want them to remember all the time and
What are you
feel
saying?
bad?
I like 9/11. It traumatized me, bro. That's why I am the way I am today. That's why I'm always forgetting my cape and shit. I'm just scared a fucking plane's gonna hit me all the time. No, I'm good, thank you. It's very nice of you to ask. You got her a shock collar around her too?
No. No, just Kaya.
Just Kaya.
Yeah. I should have put one.
Dog, man.
Should have put one on you.
I've done it to myself before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How'd it feel?
It wasn't so bad. Kaya was being a fucking baby.
Stop, you're making me laugh. Fucking asshole.
So what did you say? Don't cut the top, or just a little?
Yeah, no, don't cut the top. Just a little bit off the top. Just a little bit.
All right. Oh, I just realized that you're filming here too, Nick.
Yeah.
Should we interview Hasan? Because he's probably all burnt out. How long you been streaming for today?
9 hours.
Why 9 hours?
I started early because fucking Trump came out this morning talking about we invaded Venezuela and.
Did you get excited when you heard that? When you hear like attacks happen overnight and you wake up and you're like, what am I gonna do for work today? Oh, nice.
No, it's the opposite.
This horrible event happened.
No, if I didn't give a shit about what I was covering, then sure, but rarely anything that I would get excited about happens, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So like the last time something good happened that I was excited for was Mamdani. But then outside of that, it's just always bad. It's always bad. So no, I don't get excited when I'm like, oh, it's something good to cover.
What would you say the feeling is? More
sadness.
But you feel like a sense of urgency to come on here and talk to the people.
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
What's your body count? Let's just ask a completely stupid ass question after.
Yeah, good follow up.
Yes, go ahead. Answer
I thought you were talking about like coverage wise somehow or kills. Yeah. There's nothing hopeful to look forward to. Unfortunately, I feel like shit sucks. Shit's pretty ass. Things are pretty good for you though. You're probably fucking hawking those goddamn Jeff's Barbershop supplements.
They're actually sold out right now.
Oh damn!
So we're restocking. I had a problem with China.
Why'd you look at the camera when you said?
Because Chinese aren't allowed in here, right?
What do you? No, we're pro China.
No, but they're not. They don't have the same social media as us. Do they have Twitch in China?
Bro, they all have VPNs. Yeah, I got hella Chinese fans.
Well, I said that because I didn't think any Chinese people could hear.
No, they can hear you.
Okay.
They're fucking locked in, bro.
Chinese New Year is always an issue for us manufacturers that get stuff made out in China.
Oh, because they don't make stuff at the time?
Yeah, because my shit sells out, and then I need to get them restocked. And the Chinese are taking a whole month to celebrate New Year's.
I'm Jeff Wittig. I'm so.
You know what I did on New Year's? Nothing. I laid in bed, and my neck hurt. I hurt my neck. So
wait, you did too? Oh,
yeah.
Unk.
You did too?
Unk. Yeah, of course, dude.
Nice. Yeah.
That's Unk shit.
And the fucking Chinese are spending a whole month raging, partying. Get back to work. We need hair products for people. That's fucked up.
Bro,
I think I'm on your channel. I can see whatever I want.
This is the opposite, actually. It's probably the less safe space to say whatever the fuck you want, but you say it anyway.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get a rise out of people, rage bait them.
Are you getting hit with the tariffs?
Yeah, of course. What do you think? I fucking have an exception? Everybody is.
I don't know.
Are you? You probably.
I make everything. I make everything domestic. I use union-made, American-made products only, which is crazy because like I'm also I'm very positive about China in general, but I use American manufacturing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For your merchandise.
Yeah.
What about the data center in your backyard?
That's all.
You're just funneling all of our town's electricity. Yeah. My electric bill went up, so you could make more millions.
Yeah, that's all Chinese.
How do you
like? You know how you
don't even know what I'm saying.
You know how you voted for Trump and you told me in secret?
I didn't vote. I've been a felon. I just got my felonies expunged.
Yeah, sure. But you voted illegally for Trump, right? At least that's what you told me. How do you feel about him now? Like, do you still like him a lot? Because you were like, Kamala, what is she, a fucking commie?
I didn't like either of them, but I didn't vote. I didn't have none of them on my podcast. You know?
Oh, that's the policy for you. You're like, if they come on the pod, then they're good. When's the last time you cussed someone's hair?
If Putin came on my podcast, I'd support him.
When's the last time you cussed someone's hair?
That'd be a good episode. Me and Putin. It's not going to be like the Nelk Boys have been.
You're not answering my question. When's the last time you cussed?
What do you like better, Burger King or McDonald's? Hard hitting questions.
When is the last time you cut someone's hair?
Last time I cut somebody's hair was probably you.
Fuck!
Probably a year ago.
Bro!
No, I'm kidding. I own a barbershop. I go in there and I cut hair sometimes.
Yeah, right. You fucking probably go up there and you beat their asses.
I have several times.
Yeah, the barbers, you're like, do a better
they're
job.
All tough guys. They're all That's how I hire them.
Yeah.
No, I don't even check their barber license. I just make sure they're tough guys. No, last time I cut hair.
You wanted them to be hot.
Do we want to? Are we trimming the beard?
No, I got that one. Don't worry.
Do you want me to align that? All those little hairs that you've been cutting?
Or you? No, it's fine. I like it natty.
Okay.
This ain't no Bradley Martin.
So don't touch it.
Yeah.
Just leave it and just trim up the back. They were
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
wolf cut on there. So
trim up the back for sure.
I've been listening to the chat more than you. Why does this hairdresser look familiar to me?
You've made it, bro. You're popping. You're popping. They know who you are. You might have seen old episodes of Jersey Shore.
Oh man.
Where Jeff was he was one of the
Smoking
hairstylists.
cigarettes. Yeah, I was their barber.
Yeah.
I was in the Miami season.
Yeah.
But now I'm just a loser, just cutting streamers.
Yeah, that's fucked up. Have you
I
cut
fell
any other
off.
streamers' hair?
Other streamers, I'm sure. Yeah. Neon.
Uh-huh.
He's probably the best streamer right now, right? Would you say? Like out of all the streamers, who else is like a big?
I don't know. There's a bunch of big streamers now. You got the FaZe boys, like.
Oh, are they streaming? I
Yeah.
saw a whole bunch of shit they were.
Yeah, they're streaming, but not always streaming. Have you been hanging out with Mike?
Mike's in Australia,
I know.
so no, it's far away.
I know. He ran away from you, huh?
Yeah, but it's all good. It's nice to have breaks from your friends, you know.
I feel that.
Do you have any friends?
No, none.
Actually, you don't, right?
Yeah, no, not even a little bit.
You just sit in front of the fucking computer all day.
No, motherfucker. Outside of you, I'm the only other person that I know in this industry that has like normie friends. You know what I mean? People that don't like do streaming shit all the time or influencer shit all the time. Even though you also have a lot of influencer friends now. You got Tana.
That's
you
not
got
true.
You got Mike.
I don't have Tana anymore.
Wait, you don't have Tana anymore? Is there drama?
Yeah.
What happened? I haven't been paying attention.
No, she just has a boyfriend. What the fuck? You know.
So?
It's weird if you're so close.
With such a handsome guy, are you saying? You're like,
Imagine your
I'm
Tana's.
so
Imagine your
fucking
Tana's
hot.
boyfriend.
I'm so fucking hot.
Imagine your Tana's boyfriend.
Uh-huh. I'm
Imagine
imagining.
what you would have to deal with, knowing that Tana's coming to hang out with me. Your girlfriend's coming to hang out with me.
Yeah,
and
that
we're gonna
would-
be alone together.
Yeah, you're such a sexual dynamo.
He knows, you know I'm a good guy and I follow the bro
I don't
code,
know
but
that.
imagine you're, this Hawaiian guy.
I don't know that.
That fucking knows nothing about anything except for surfing. You know,
Damn.
and now no, I'm
I
kidding.
don't
He's a
even
nice
know.
kid.
I don't know if you're getting weirdly like racial with it or something, or if he's actually just like a surfer guy.
How can you be racist against a guy that's every race? Hawaiians
is
are
he?
just every race.
Is he?
mixed. Yeah,
he
that's
could-
what Hawaiian
He could
is.
be like poly.
Do you not know
Polynesian?
anything? I thought you were like a political guy.
I would assume like when you say
The
Hawaiian, it's like
race
indigenous.
is everything blended together into one.
It's usually just like it's like Polynesian, right?
What is the Rock? Is he black? Is he white? Is he tan?
He's Polynesian or
He's
Samoan.
everything.
He's Samoan.
The Rock is Samoan. You're right. Yeah. What else?
Yeah,
is
bro, I
going
do
on?
know everything.
What else is going on?
I do know everything. Don't test me.
You still your girlfriend or not?
I don't. What are you talking about, dude?
Trying to fucking rage bait.
Every fucking time, dude. Every time I go on camera with this guy,
It's a nice tradition we got.
he
though.
just has to always fucking say some shit.
What is that? The worst thing I said? Are you still your girlfriend?
That's usually
So
that's pretty
impossible.
bad. Worse than the fucking dog stuff in general because the freaks get crazy.
Bro, the dog stuff you need to just own. I think you
Yeah,
should.
no,
make
I've
merch
been
out
I've
of
been
it.
running around. I've been running around saying I'm fucking abusing dogs.
If I were you, I would sell dog collars, dog shot collars, and only have them be on like the
The
highest.
highest?
Yeah.
I like that.
So they're like super intense shot collars. That
I was gonna do a like a thing, like a challenge with a shock collar.
Oh, I said this. I said that you
I
should
wanna-
sell merch, sell a button to your audience, like people that are
Uh-huh.
watching right now. They have make the button
Like
mad
a only-
expensive. They'll
like
make
a-
the button like $100. So not
Like a
lot of people
cam
buy it.
girl. You know how like cam girls have like vibrators connected to
Oh
it?
yeah.
I like that the vibe shift is so dramatic. By the way, we went from like talking about fucking American imperialism and like Maduro being arrested to
Yeah. Would you guys buy that if he sold a button that you guys could electrocute him?
freaks, of course
He
they would
wears a
fucking
shock
buy it.
collar.
Of course they would buy it.
And you guys at home get to shock him for like $20 a pop. Or $10.
$100.
The button costs $100.
Yeah.
And they have to
Selling
pay
me
per
short,
shock.
bro.
So
You're
it's
selling me short.
I would definitely be a partner with you in that business because I think a lot of people will buy it.
I think so too.
And it was my
I have
idea.
a lot of fucking haters, dude. They would go crazy on it. They'd break the button, you know, like a bunch of right-wing guys.
Yeah. If they could actually harm you, like they'd pay even more money. Like if you cut off a limb for like 10 grand. That's
some fucking Black Mirror shit.
Yeah, we're getting a little carried away.
Oh, only now.
Well, you're the one who said the vibrator thing. I didn't even know that that's what they do.
You're so pure.
Yeah.
You're so pure.
Are they live? Yeah, I guess they're live, right?
Am I live? Yeah.
No, the girls that are doing
Oh, the girls that are doing that? I think so.
Yeah,
I would
guess you have
assume.
to be.
I would hope so. I spent so much money. I thought that was real.
I'm telling you, the button thing's a good idea.
I like it too. I might do that for like charity, but it's like a dog abuse charity. It's a charity where you give money to people who want to abuse dogs.
Well, isn't that what the ASPCA thing is, where they play the commercials of all those dogs being abused and they're like, send us money, send us money.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's
These
what the
dogs are
ASPCA
being
does.
abused.
That's what the ASPCA does. Oh man. So what else is new?
This isn't my haircut last time, right? I think you got a haircut from somebody else in between.
Yeah, of course. I have an actual person I go to. I just I do this for content and for having you.
That's why.
Yeah. What?
Yeah. No, I realized that this wasn't my cut last time.
No.
Why didn't you ask me last time?
It's been.
Did you
Jeff,
get mad?
I've gotten. Did I get mad at what?
When you see me talking about you?
No. What?
Because I have to address these things, right? It's
No,
part of my
I don't.
job.
I don't give a shit. What are you, crazy?
Like when you see something political happen, like something in the world, somebody got bombed or something.
Yeah, I have to
you're
talk
like,
about it.
I gotta talk about that.
And then you
My
see
son
drama.
shot his dog,
You see drama.
I
You
gotta
have to talk about
that.
it. Yeah.
Did you see the video, the music video, the AI song?
No.
Shock, 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 shock my dog, I can't stop.
No,
Shock,
I
shock,
did not
shock.
see
You
that.
didn't
What
see
the
that?
No, what the fuck is
React
that?
to it right now.
What is it? Okay,
Hassan,
just keep cutting it. I'll turn it on. I don't have my glasses, so I don't know.
Hassan, Nick, pull it up over here.
No.
I'm not touching that shit. Hassan, shock song.
What is?
We need to get your reaction to this.
Hold on.
It's a real thing? Yeah, it's a real thing.
Yeah, bro, these people are fucking crazy.
But it's fire. It's a good song.
Really? What's it called?
Shock. Hassan, shock, dog song or something.
Shock.
Yeah. Live reacts. Hell
Hassan song. Shock Hassan. Oh my god, bro, this has 2 million views.
Yeah, you saw this.
No, what the fuck?
Get the fuck out of here. This
has 2 million
I was playing this
views.
with my family.
Shot my dog, I can't stand.
Lucha Marks generated this shit.
Shot my dog, I can't stop. Yeah, shot my dog until she drops. 2,000 volts straight in her top. Cause my dog can't stand.
It's dude, AI's gotten too good, bro. I feel kind of weird. It's like having my daughter like on.
I know.
Having the image of my daughter online like this. I don't like.
I know, but this is
You know what I mean?
This is your piece.
Cause my dog can't stay in her spot. Yeah.
No, I know. I don't know.
Got this remote on me like in my glass. If Kaya try to move, she out of love. She better know I don't give a fuck. She's getting off her place, she's getting strong. Gotta stay in that little place for 8 hours. She getting up, I can't allow her. She in my palace.
I can't believe
In
it.
the chat, he's not even cutting hair.
He's not. He's.
Stein, I got the power. I'm in my electric ivory tower. Why she act like such a baby? When I shock her, she go crazy. Making me look bad on the street. Gonna hit her with my power beam. I don't know why that stupid dog yelp. She should know better not to call for help. Cause you already know when my stream is. I do some shit that would get me banned. Don't you know how much money I spent? That dog costs more than your mama rent. I got the most expensive breed. You know that's the one I need. That stupid dog is so spoiled. Yeah, one more time she getting boiled. Moving with my dog to China.
This guy, oh, gross. This guy's an Asmongold fan. Boo.
Damn, it looks like you got super skinny there. You're like on Ozempic right there.
Where?
In that one, the side profile. You
Bitch.
don't look like that from the side.
Why are you? Do you see this motherfucker, bro? You don't want to. You come in here. You give me body dysmorphia, son of a bitch.
I wasn't trying to do that.
Yeah. Okay.
You don't look that skinny from the side. It's bro. Look at it. Look at that picture. AI's good, but you know it's not perfect.
I like that he put me and Kai in a private jet.
Yeah,
like it's got like deep layers. Because remember the
you're
private
a
jet.
Platinum artist. This sounds
Remember
huge. 2 million
when
views on a song.
Remember when I was? Have you ever seen that photo of me in a private jet?
I think I know the story. I think you told it to me on your podcast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, who you were with?
Yeah.
Yeah, on my ox.
Yeah.
But back then, it's before I even knew them.
Yeah, exactly.
That could have been you on the crane.
A wildly different career trajectory for me. From political commentary to whatever the
stuntman.
Yeah.
Or just a fun guy.
Yeah, just a fun hang.
Yeah.
Good guy to be around.
Yep.
Oh, bro, you fucking. I can't tell if you're cutting my hair. You're punishing me now.
Why? Is it painful?
You were combing the fuck out of my ear.
You got a lot of hair. You got thick hair.
Yeah, thank you.
I thought you would have probably. Have you ever get your testosterone levels checked?
Yeah.
What? How much?
I don't remember, but I remember showing it to Bradley Martin way back in the day, and he was like, "Damn, that's really fucking high for free testosterone."
Because you're a big, hairy dude. You probably have high testosterone.
Yeah. Because the reason why I get it checked is because, like, the moment that I see that shit dipping, dude, I am going on TRT.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. But also, it's not good for you because it messes up your natural production. Then you're going to have to be on it for life, probably.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Because at that point, it's like, you can't, like, I'm talking when you're, like, in your 40s, right?
Yeah. Not far off.
Yeah.
How old are you now? 35?
No.
34?
No, 34.
34?
Yeah. How old are you?
Same.
Why'd you say that quietly? They couldn't hear you.
I just turned 36.
You just turned 36?
Mm-hmm.
Damn!
I know. When's your birthday?
25th of July.
Oh, so I'm a year and a half older than you. Crazy because I was way younger.
Yeah, you don't have that. You don't have that white hairs on the side.
Oh, you're getting them on your beard now. That
Yeah.
came in a lot more since the last cut. Probably from the controversy.
No,
The
I've had.
stress that came along with.
No, the Kaya stuff is nothing, bro. What do you mean? Think about what I do.
9/11.
Think about what I do for a living. I just told you that the New York mayoral race, they primarily featured me to attack Zoran, to be like, oh, you said America deserved 9/11. Like, why won't you condemn Hassan? All this shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But you guys just became boys. You bonded over 9/11.
I'm not gonna. I don't want to cause another political incident here. So
But
I'm
you
just
never
not
even
saying
addressed when I asked you about the father, about Mamdani's father.
Oh, no, he's never.
Is that just gossip?
No, it's just fucking bullshit. Maman Mamdani is an academic. He's like written extensively about fundamentalism and you know imperialism in the region. He's talked about genocides in the past as well. He's written about genocides too. So one of his books is called Good Muslim, Bad Muslim.
Yeah.
And I think that's what people are like. People always take like quotes from it. And it's like, yeah, if you're a fucking academic and you're talking about like complex issues, obviously a random dumb fuck off the street is going to take like a quote from it and be like, what the fuck's this guy saying, and not understand it.
We're moving to Florida.
And then bastardize it, you know?
Yeah. Every Staten Islander now. We're moving to Florida. Everyone in New York's moving to Florida.
But
So
they're not.
stupid. Nobody is. Yeah.
Yeah, they hate what? They hate fucking free buses that much?
My dad was he was a bus driver, so he liked the idea of free buses.
Oh damn!
What do you think? I just come from fucking Trumpy Republican background, just red pill family.
Yeah, bro, you said Staten Island.
Yeah, but
that's not my fault. You're putting puzzle pieces down.
Are you judging people because of where
You're
they're
putting
from?
puzzle pieces down and putting them together. You know what I mean? I'm picking it up.
You're judging people off of where they're from.
You said you're from Staten Island, and your parents thought Zohran Mamdani's dad celebrated 9/11.
Yes.
What the fuck is my expectation at that point? Of course, I'm gonna think maybe they're a little bit right wing, you know?
No, this is rumors I heard at other households.
Oh,
that
you've
I
been
went
going to other
that I
households.
visited in Staten Island. Yes, friends' households, their moms. My friend's mom
Okay.
told me that.
You go to a lot of friends' moms'
His dad
houses?
celebrated 9/11. That's what she said.
Okay.
And I was like, I don't think. Is there a video of it? I don't think so. And then we never got to the bottom of it.
Jeff, the amount of confidence and trust I place in you is crazy. I just need you to know this.
Why? You don't even have that complicated of a haircut.
But I don't know. You know, I don't know what you're doing.
And
I can't
anything
see.
that I'm doing here, like, if I did screw up, first of all, I am a good barber. I'm just joking around. I like to do that to keep you on your toes.
Oh, I'm on my fucking toes every time.
But anything that I'm doing here could be fixed, because it's not even like, if you were like a black dude that had a lineup and I had to like line you up and like you push that back, that guy's fucked. His life is over, ruined,
Yeah.
chopped. And for you, it's like, honestly, if I fucking cut your hair, my eyes closed, it would look the same.
That's not giving me a lot of confidence.
I'm not.
Considering you're working with only one eye currently.
Yeah, that's not true. I have
Don't-
2 eyes. I go 1.5. All right. Now you run your fingers through it. Is that length good on the sides? Because you can't see anything really, and I don't have a mirror.
Yeah, you don't have shit, bro. Hold on, let me see.
But you got a good haircut somehow.
That looks good. Yeah.
I know. Yo, chat. What do you think? 1 to 10. Drop a 10 in the chat. The worst barber? The fuck's your problem, Debbie?
Wait, is this over? Are you done?
Somebody said the worst barber.
Are you done?
Maduro cut? 3, 6, 7. Nice. 6 or 7. I should have known. Fuck, I set
You're
myself up for that.
36 years old, bro.
6 or 7.
Are we done?
They're rating your haircut.
Is it good?
Yeah, just about.
Oh, it's just about.
I want to put some.
Well, it's not like it fucking matters anyway, because you didn't bring a goddamn cape again. Just covered in hair.
Well, that's fine. Can you give me a bottle of water out of there?
It's right there. Oh, you're using bottled water for your
high end. I'm fancy.
That's crazy.
I love seeing Jeff here. Thank you.
No one said that.
I'm like shaking because I'm on stream. I'm nervous.
No one said that in the
Do you
chat.
have a video to show? 8.5. Oh yeah.
Wait, you have another video to show me? Oh
Yeah.
god, here we fucking go.
Where's my phone at?
What's the next one? Oh, on your phone.
Yeah, just because you hadn't really addressed the whole like shocking the dog shit yet. This video was sent to me from.
It's me, Angel. Wittix Piker on Twitter.
She's
Actually,
Wittix
not
Piker.
anymore.
She follows both of
Because
us.
unfortunately, I had to unstand.
Yeah.
Because
But
of the
she's
bullshit
not
caller
a
thing against
fan
Kaya.
of yours
Like,
anymore.
I have been a 2.5 year Twitch sub to you,
Driver.
and I was really appalled when you did that. Like, I literally could not believe it because like I love animals and I love Kaya. I've been there since you got her, and I was really disappointed when that happened. Like, I cannot believe that you would even do that. Like, that's just
So
insane to
you
me.
got in her ear, I
And
assume,
it just
to
did not
finally
sit with me,
steal
so
her
I
back.
just really
Yeah, I was gonna let the video finish, but since you're not even watching it, you don't even care. Yeah, basically.
No.
what the video was,
No.
it was
Don't
a
do
girl that
this.
used
Don't.
to be a- she used to
Don't.
be a
You are so
subscriber. She sent
jealous.
you money.
You're
She
so
literally paid-
jealous.
She
You're
literally
so, I'm
paid
gonna
for
win her
this.
back. I'm gonna win her back.
On stand. Yes,
Just
that's right.
This is where you were. This is why you were farming it for Wittix Piker. Is that still her name?
Not anymore.
She changed it. It's just Wittix now.
I believe so. Yes.
Oh no.
I don't care about things like that. I just wanted to get the point.
You
across.
don't even fucking deny that you don't care. You have brought her up every time we've interacted.
I paid her to do that.
You son of a bitch.
It's all good.
I'm pretty sure I
You'll be
see her in
alright,
the
yeah,
chat all the
yeah,
time still.
yeah.
So I don't know what happened there. Maybe she was lying to you.
Why the fuck are they hating on the haircut?
Are
That's
they?
why
I can't even read the chat. I don't even know if they're
That's
hating
why
on
I'm
it.
still going because it's.
Wait, no, don't keep going. It was
Wait.
good.
They're saying the cut sucked. I can't leave off. Like
No,
that.
no, Jeff, please. Okay, it's good. It's
I'll
good.
keep cutting until they say it's good.
No.
I just gotta fix this. There's
No.
too much weight back here.
Oh no. Especially because like if I had like if I was gonna go buzz it, I would rather do it for charity. You know what I mean? Than I'm like fucking burning a buzz for no reason. You
I see
know what I
what
mean?
you're saying,
You're like taking it away from fucking cancer children or something. Like you're.
Yeah, how
Or,
can
I
we
guess
make-
I gotta do more. I mean, I already donated a lot to animal shelters and stuff, but I gotta do more.
Did you after you got
No,
called out?
no, I haven't done it since.
I
No, I haven't donated to.
So you used to donate to animal shelters, but you
Yeah.
stopped after you shot Kaya?
No, the reason why I didn't do it afterwards was because I felt like people are gonna be like, oh, he's trying to do PR. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And then someone's gonna find out that I donated to like a fucking animal shelter or something, and then the animal shelter's gonna be like, we're refusing his donation because they also thought that I was like fucking dog abuser.
Yeah.
You know?
All right.
You gotta
Well,
think about these things.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
It's
You look
good?
Good. Yeah. Let me get all this. I wish I could plug that blow dryer in, but it don't matter. You're gonna shower.
You can plug the blow dryer, actually.
I don't feel like bending over down there. I might hurt my
That's
back.
crazy. What happened to your back? How'd you fuck it up?
I was ice skating in
ice skate
Rockefeller Center.
That's crazy.
I took my niece and I was like showing off and I fell and I blasted my back. And then I didn't think it was really that bad and I picked up my niece after and everything just tightened up.
Damn.
Ice skating injury.
It happens.
Yeah.
I've tried to ice skate one time. I feel like I'm just too.
Yeah, it's not for you.
Yeah.
You're more of a hockey player or something like that.
No, I just can't slide, dude. I don't know what it is. I feel like I'm too big and too just unathletic. Too unathletic to slide.
All
If that
right.
makes sense.
That's it.
All right,
For
you
Hassan's
got it?
Haircut. It's time for me to get out of here.
All right, let's see. Okay, it's pretty good. I like it. What does chat think? Chat, do we like it? They're saying thank you, Jeff. Everybody say thank you, Jeff. Jeff W.
Thank you, Jeff. Jeff.
All right, that's 10 fucking hours. I'm gonna end it here.
Terrible.
I'm gonna end it here. You wanna say some final words? You wanna say some final thoughts? Get down there. Bend a little bit, old man.
Thank you guys for supporting Hassan through the roller coaster ride of his career. Make sure you
You're in front of the
support him and tell him to come on my podcast tomorrow.
I will not be doing that. Yeah.
When is he free?
I'll figure it out. I'll
All
come
right.
on your podcast. You've never asked me. What the fuck?
Well,
if you ask,
that was me asking right now.
All right. Well, I'm always down. All right, everybody.
Go on Jeff's podcast. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on Jeff's podcast. I love you guys. I'm not gonna be live tomorrow because I have to do my podcast, and also on top of that, I got some family stuff that I need to do. But I will leave you with this wonderful music video and song.
Shot my dog, I can't stand.
Peace, everybody.
Generated this shit.
Yeah, shot my dog, I can't stop. Yeah, shot my dog until she drops. 2,000 volts straight in her top. Cause my dog can't stay in her spot. Yeah, got this remote on me like in my Glock. If Kaya tried to move, she out of luck. She better know I don't give a fuck. She's getting off her place, she's getting struck. Gotta stay in that little place for 8 hours. She getting up, I can't allow her. She my Palestine, I got the power. I'm in my electric ivory tower. Why she act like such a baby? When